Hello everybody, welcome to week number 2 of the North America HCS Open Series. I feel like I just saw you guys just a little bit ago, huh? Was it 2 days ago? I am your host, Aliak, and co-hosting alongside me, Tools. Yeah, that was 2 days ago.
Well, it did not take long to get where we are here today, but that's because London is not far in the future, right? We're less than like a month, if not just a month away. All these teams need to get themselves prepped and ready. What's the best way to do that? Well, some tournament gameplay.
Yeah, we have our road to London, like Tool said, just a month away. And you know what we have before then? We got Orlando, Tools. You want to talk about Orlando? That is what? Is it 2 weeks away? Wait. What day is it? What day is it? 2 weeks away.
May 17th to the 19th. I'll say Orlando. You know what I'm saying? Get that LAN in. All PCs in Orlando. Would love to see all y'all showing up. Already got some great teams signed up, like Shopify Rebellion. We know that that Renegade and Bound, Legend, Tusk are heading out. Would love to see some more pro players participate, and anyone that's just trying to get some good games in, come participate. Guys, the seeding tournament is going to be happening soon, so make sure you get yourself signed up before then so that you can get yourself prepped and ready to go. Also, $75 hotels when you go use that exclamation mark Orlando. I believe that offer might end at the end of April, so if you're trying to go, make sure you get it done before the end of April. That way you can secure that you have the best possible price going into that hotel and getting yourself situated.
There you go, guys. Drive down there. I know a lot of you road trip for lands. That's a good one to go to. 12,500 price pool.
Yeah, it's like at max. If you look at the graphic, it'll give you an idea of what the price will be like depending on the amount of teams that sign up. So you know, but either way, it's going to be a good chunk of money for a good time and hanging out with a lot of passionate Halo players. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Sign up, guys, sign up. But today we have an event for you guys today, the HCS Open Series week number 2, and today's event is going to be a best of 5 double elimination, just like it was a few days ago. Let's talk about a few of the teams that this week, we had an interesting, interesting, shocking, unsuspecting end of the series there. We had Shopify Rebellion, who ended up winning their first Open online.
That 2 best of 5s, right? Got the job done. Take it all the way to that game 5 and series number 2. We're able to ice up in the Slayer against Space Station Gaming, and really everything looks promising for the Shopify Rebellion squad. The more we talk to these people, the more confident I am that they are going to make some waves happen this coming year. Like really, I don't think the conversation is going to be the big 3 when all this is over at the end of the season. It's going to be a much wider conversation about who can win a tournament. Shopify Rebellion proving that they are in that conversation early in this London split.
I really do have high hopes for them in this land. I can't wait to see where they place, and let's see where they place in this event. Speaking of placing and other teams, OpTic did sign up for today's tourney.
You see, that's the one key difference between last week and this week, right? OpTic going to be playing in the tournament, and that might create a whole ripple effect throughout this bracket, right? Shopify Rebellion, they probably would have had a bit of a harder bracket on their side to get through OpTic Gaming to get where they were. But honestly, when I think about it, maybe not, because they played SSG. You know, that's why I was so impressed with Shopify Rebellion. Was their bracket was really hard, but there was definitely some outliers in that bracket because the green wall wasn't there. Well, this time the green wall is there, and they look very, very good in scrims. I think they've been having very promising results. Would not be surprised if we see them come out and claim the trophy this week.
Yeah, I did see some of the scrim scores there, and it's looking pretty interesting indeed. We have also Sentinels as well. I wanted to talk to you about Sentinels because they seem to be clicking very well. Like precision after that pickup, their slayers are so good, and I just want to know where they land this event.
I think they're a team that's on the uprise, right? We talked with them a little bit ago. They had all good things to say about what they're feeling about the direction of the team, stating that they felt stagnant and that they weren't able to overcome their weaknesses with that previous roster. So they went out and tried to make change happen. And what was so promising about that is the way that they talked about the how they picked up Precision, right? It wasn't a list of people. It was, we want Precision. They're able to go out, get him, and so far he's made a huge difference for this team. Promising results not only in the tournament but also in the scrim recap this week. Isn't that right? I believe you said scrims went very well this week for them.
Very, very well. I think they beat, I mean, they still are scrims, but I think Sentinels went 9-6. 6 for OpTic and 9 towards Sentinels. So they won 2 of those Slayers too. Like Sentinels won the 2 Slayers that they played. So I am so excited to see if we actually get to see them here online and see if that was just practice, and we'll see how it shapes up for the actual tournament. But I'm really excited to see Precision just really settle in that team. And you know what team didn't change?
Ooh, what team we got?
Space Station Gaming didn't change, but we do have 2 of those, well, I would say 2 of the best players in Halo right now in that team, Legend and Stellar.
Yeah, Legend, Stellar. I think it's crazy how Space Station Gaming has 2 players in the conversation for the best in the game at the moment. There are little inklings of people talking about other players around the scene that are starting to get their way into that conversation and becoming the best player in the game. Obviously, like, you cannot talk about the best player in the game and not involve some of the players over on FaZe, like Renegade or Royal 2. Lucid always in that conversation as well, but so far I feel like there's a clear lead when it comes to the MVP voting or just the best player in the game when it comes to Legend and Stellar, and it seems like these 2 are battling time and time again to see who can have the better tournament performance week in and week out.
You brought up FaZe, and I'm curious because they do have a lot of the top players as well, but when we talk about placings for them in the last tournament, what's going on with FaZe?
FaZe, it seems as if things have been a little disappointing for them, right? The scrims haven't been going well. The tournament seems to be slipping out of their hands. I will say, like, they had to play against Space Station early on in the lower bracket, so I think their placing last week is a little, put an asterisk on it. Like, I wouldn't say that's exactly what is them, but they lost to Sentinels in game 5, right? And Sentinels is a great Slayer team. They have an uptrend, but if Sentinels is having this big old uptrend, FaZe at the moment is having that big old downtrend. The thing that makes me not too nervous about this roster is just the amount of experience behind it, right? These guys know how to right the ship, and this is my big thing for anyone out there that wants to talk about scrim results and use that as black and white. FaZe is a team that's gonna go, they're gonna play scrims. They don't play scrims just to get games in. They play scrims to work on the things that they're bad at. So they'll intentionally put themselves in situations where they're going to work on finding a break in this specific stronghold. They're not necessarily playing those games to win. And I always want to put an asterisk whenever you look at these practice results. It's not always just about playing the game, winning the game. So often teams are like, I'm weak at this, let's play this.
Well, I think I'm excited to see FaZe going to come up with on fire after getting eliminated a little bit early. But you know what, Tools? We got a game starting right now. We got Xseed versus Monstars. That was our first game of the day. Here it is. We're going to start on Recharge King of the Hill. And I have 2 people that I'd like to talk about this next matchup, Eli and Makowski. Take it away.
Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to you. Makowski joined on the mic alongside my duo, Eli the Ninja, as we are halfway through what feels like a marathon stretch of competitive Halo. 4 days of professional Halo, in just 7 total overall. So yeah, it's boggling my mind. I can't believe we're playing this much, but we are. Eli, welcome to the stream. As usual, we are starting off with a couple semi-pros that are on their way up the ranks. What are your thoughts on this lobby and some of the players we have in it?
I mean, this lobby is full of players that I unfortunately run into in matchmaking constantly, and all of them have put me in the blender. So I know that this is going to be a very hotly contested matchup. By the way, Demon Sue, otherwise known as Royce, coming off a 24-hour stream. He finished it yesterday and immediately jumping into a tournament. So, this guy's warmed up Hopefully got enough rest after the 24-hour stream, but here he is, and he's a very talented player in his own right as well.
That's insane. Do you know what time he stopped that stream? Because I imagine you don't get 8 hours in after that. That could be tough to bounce back from. For now, Exceed looking to bounce back. It's a slight lead here for the Monstars, a throwback OG classic to the Space Jam boomers of yesteryear, like myself and Eli. As Bid teaches, looks to stay alive with the shock, but goes down. Exceed lose 3, and Demon's the last player alive in a crucial 1v1, and he wins it. Holds the line, stops the bleeding for now. That was massive. Otherwise, you give full control and that shock to the Monstars. Amplify, though, still able to pick up the kit. He's got 1 shot left to work with and a little bit of grapple.
I do favor the sandbox control and the no-scope headshot that Amplify hits there. That was a huge play as Mines was trying to come in and steal that shock rifle away. On top of that, Monstars does have the better positioning, currently holding onto the A side of the map. That is a better anchor point for spawns. And currently no member of Exceed on that side of the map. So should any member of Monstars be spawning, they should spawn on A. But look at the push coming in from Exceed. They flood 2 through the pipes, 1 straight into the hill. Now Monstars, although spawning from the A side, they've got to move quick if they're going to stop this hill cap.
Oh, big win there for Tribal. Monstars had previously lost 2 members, and now they lose another 2. That's going to allow Exceed to potentially steal this opening hill, and we cause a little bit of heartbreak for the Monstars. Strange Rich, the last player alive, and he is not close enough or in the mix enough to stop Exceed from scoring. They take the 1-0 lead.
That one could have gone either way, but yes, Exceed do take hill number 1. Now the entire map will be rotated. Now you do not want to spawn on the A side, because oftentimes good teams will have a player top goal just watching your cross, making it very difficult to get to this side of the map. We see a big 1v1 breakout here between Mines and Amplify. Mines is going to take that one, and it's going to do a little dance while he reloads. He's going to now try to cut off this left side, has teammates that are controlling the white area, and this is the recipe for a good hill setup. But Vulcan with some very crucial damage forces that player back, and now the rest of the team can push in.
Individual skill shining so far throughout the early goings of this one, as we've seen a lot of 1v1s. There we see a nicely executed bait and switch that goes in favor of Exceed. So too will the hill time, just waiting for them to get right back in it. Despite all 4 going down for Monstars, we still don't see that red hill light up until just now, as it looks like Exceed, they're going to play for spawns. And wow, Mines, the strategy plays out. The double kill quickly with that shock rifle puts Exceed on the brink of going up 2-0.
Really like this setup from Exceed right now. They're actually forcing specifically a gold pipe spawn, and Mines, knowing that, can just position himself to snipe players that are trying to get out of spawn. Most of the time, the players, as they exit, will be looking towards the hill. He uses that to his advantage and gets a nice double kill. But now, after capping the second hill, Monstars correctly decided, instead of desperating for that last hill, they were just going to set up an A. And if they can hold on to this A setup, they can look good for the next. But as fast as I'm saying that, it looks like Exceed may have already broken the setup. They've already got back into elevator control, and it just feels like Exceed's pushes are too coordinated every single time.
And now up 2-0, Eli, you afford yourself the chance to maybe play for Sandbox and Slays over control of the hill. And that's what I just saw there from Exceed. They grabbed the shock, still maintain possession of it. There we see Mines utilizing his last shot with it. Previously, Exceed had the camo as well. And now, after playing their process, they're up 60% to about 10%, it looks like, on this particular hill. Exceed are rolling.
And Looney, this is a young up-and-coming player that has been turning a lot of heads in matchmaking. I know a lot of pro players complain about playing against him. There was even rumors that maybe it wasn't legit, but I think it's just a talented individual coming out to play, and he is, despite not having the most kills on his team, I can tell just from watching his POV, he's been holding parts of the map to make it very difficult for Monstars to move out. And when he's in gunfights, he's dealing extreme amounts of damage so that Monstars have to back up, and they are completely denied access to parts of the map. And that's why Exceed have had such an easy time getting this 3-0 lead.
Vulcan chased down to the sneaky, but he stays alive, and that allows Monstars to get what looks like their best stretch of control so far. And they have the numbers edge. And if they take down Demon, they're looking really good on this particular hill. Demon right now just trying to be a thorn in the backside, but he goes down, and for now, 3 down for Exceed. Monstars in full control with their best looking hill so far, eclipsing the halfway mark.
This is what they need. Now, the good news is there's still a lot of time on the clock for a comeback, but They've really got to hold off the Exceed pushes. It seems like every single time Monstars have looked good in a setup, Exceed have been able to break it in quick succession, as they do get 2 dead, but they also lose Looney. We'll have to see if Mines can stay alive. Now that he's broken all the way into this silo side, it's going to be very difficult for Monstars to push in, despite having long haul control, which is crucial for this hill. If you don't have silo control as well, you're just not going to be able to comfortably set foot in this hill. And at this point, when Exceed have the lead, they do not even feel pressured to actually get into the hill. As long as they keep Monstars out, they could win the game. Now that they have a few dead, though, they absolutely have good reason to go ahead and step in that hill and try to close the game out here.
Exceed is in lockdown mode, Monstars in chase mode, and that's going to make the game slow down a little bit for Exceed and speed up and unravel a little bit. Out of control, it looks like, for the Monstars. They were able to previously put some good pressure on this hill, get past the 50% mark, but Exceed, after one fell swoop of the Monstar squad, are right back in it. They might just regain the lead. As 2 go down for Monstars, only 1 for Exceed. They're going to maintain control of this hill. Tribal is going to fight a 1v2 here, and those aren't the numbers advantage that you want. Mines might just dip back and let him finish it, but instead he gets the finish and a little bit more hill time. This could be a quick 4-0.
It's looking that way. Strange Rich, last line of defense, wins a crucial 1v1 against Mines, but he also has to kill the hill player. They've only need about 4 more seconds to close this one out. Bid's going to get a double kill, and now they're going to probably just stack the hill and force the end of the game.
Woo! A quick victory, a speed run, if you will, for Exceed as they take it 4-0. And Eli, one of the things that stuck out to me was when Mines went for that Walshy insta-splode, and he angled it very high, just outside the radius of that first, or just inside, I should say, right at the edge of the radius to proc the insta-splosion. And that tells me, despite the fact they didn't get any damage or any kills with it, that he's playing his process and he's executing on it as well. There might come a time eventually in these later rounds you go for that insta-splode and someone is there, but it looks like to me, again, Mines and the rest of this squad are playing their process, and even when it doesn't come to fruition, it's still good to have those pieces in place, and right now they're playing together.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, it just felt like every one of their pushes were done correctly. You can tell the communication's on point. These guys are hitting different angles at the same time, and it's just completely shutting down this Cobra roster, which honestly is not a bad group of players. I see these guys all the time as well. These guys are active in many of these draft tournaments. I've casted a Strange Rich winning tournaments in draft. So, I mean, it's very impressive to see the level that Exceed is coming out with. And you've got a mix of players that have a lot of experience. They might not be household names, but a player like Mines has been playing in the Halo 2 tournaments. He's been flying. I'm pretty sure he was just in Vegas last week for the Halo 2 LAN get together. So this guy plays every Halo at a high level, and it's cool to see him back playing Halo Infinite.
Want to welcome all of the Halo fans trickling into the chat. We are just getting started here. 2 straight days 3 and 4 of this marathon stretch of competitive Halo, and I see a lot of questions. Is OpTic in this? Is FaZe in this? The gang's all here. From my knowledge, every single team signing up for this tournament. We can't wait to see what those results yield. Opening break here on Aqua. Overshield going to be highly contested, but Mines able to pick it up, but gets back smacked. Achilles spine there for Amplify, going for the double no, but it's a nice play to neutralize the OS.
OS absolutely critical on this game type. Nice 3-1 lead for Monstars. That usually means they should have the awareness of the next set of spawns. How does Exceed play out of their spawn? Spawning on the car side, I really like this decision. They send 2 into the base, start to form that L shape to have extra angles to fight the players off the top mid. After you get a couple of kills, you can take top mid for yourself. So the flow and teamwork to break out of disadvantageous situations time and time again is a sign of a good and practiced team.
So what you want to see for the Monstars, that previous King of the Hill rolled downhill for them. They were never really quite in contention here early. They got the lead 6-7 as we hop on board here with Amplify, looking to utilize and dominate that top mid control. So important on these symmetrical maps, especially so on Aquarius as he engages in a 1v1. Has about 1 or 2 shots left in the shield, but that opponent is weaker. That means he's going to take the aggressive approach, be proactive, but that player dips out of there and Amplify, he looks a little confused. Where did he go?
Yeah, definitely maybe lost track of the target, but at the same time, I would argue shouldn't even care where that player went. As long as you maintain that top presence,
Right.
that player will reveal themselves eventually. You've got your teammates to trust to maybe keep tabs on them from a better angle than the one that you have. So I actually like his decision to not maybe chase that player and instead just hold the high ground and play the process. And for that, Monstars have kept this close now, 12-11. Monstars with a slight edge lead.
And Eli, that's why Ninja taught me in 2012, don't chase COD, because by losing that battle, quote unquote, you win the battle of positioning, the high ground. So often when you don't finish that player, well, they're on their own chase and their own survival trip, if you will, trying to just stay alive. They went down to low shields, went down to the low ground. That's a win condition despite not getting the slay, even though this is Team Slayer, where the objective is to slay out. Bid teaches doing a little bit of that, or trying to, at least, with one shell left in this heat wave, looking to push on through towards the fridge. He has some teammate support, but they're getting bonked on the head with some grenades. That's going to send them back a little bit. Bid teaches still locking down that P2 location. 2 players on the left, split in yellow. 1 on the fridge. Is Tribal going to get any help? Yes, he does. Vulcan pushes him back. We're seeing much better teamwork, much better bait and switch here from Monstars, and it's boding well for them. They're still up 1.
Have to agree with you. They've been holding high grounds more often. They're holding that P2 side. Strange Rich going to have to get out of high ground, though, after taking heavy gunfire. So Exceed have done a great job to apply pressure, but haven't really had strong control of the mid map yet this game. But after Mines gets a double kill, Strange Rich just going to shut him down, but that double kill could potentially open Exceed up to be the ones that get high ground and top mid presence for themselves.
Strange Rich looks like he lives on the frozen tundra of Green Bay, Wisconsin or something, with that battle rifle skin he had. It looked like he had a little blanket on top that he could snuggle up with next to a campfire. No camping here in this one, as both teams looking to push forward and play aggressive for now. Bid teaches, again, utilizing that mid location, now pushing on through to the fridge. And he must feel really confident that his teammate has it. They do. You see the 2 red in the feed as he instantly reverts his attention to top mid, and that's been the name of the game so far. The team that's controlled mid throughout has been the team that controls the lead throughout. For now, that's Exceed. We've seen a little bit of that from Monstars, but not enough. 26, now 27-21. Exceed in the lead.
Top mid presence definitely important, but at the same time, there's also a lot of opportunities on this map to leave top mid and then flush into the base. That's what Exceed tried to do here, but Monstars do a good job to escape from the base, at least for now. They're gonna make that collapse maybe a little bit less effective, but it was with good timing. They do ultimately finish the kills, are able to backtrack and grab the OS. Now if they recognize the spawn point of Monsters, they can easily collapse. Mine's just going to hold forwards, got enough shields to take on 2. Teammate finishes 1, he finishes the other. Last player, no chance. Strange Rich gets shut down, and now they're going to continue to roll an 11-point lead after what looked to be so close in the early game. Exceed just played the patient game. It's understood they just have to get control one time, and then they can start putting Monstars in the blender.
And it feels like an 11 kill run at this point, whereas it was previously, what, 18-18? We were talking about how Monstars were in it and even holding on to a little bit of a lead heading into the halfway portion of this match. But as we know, Slayers start in the 30s, and in the 30s, it's Exceed on top, up double digits, looking to go up 2-0.
Wow, all members of Exceed P2. This is not what we're used to seeing from them. They like to have a lot of different map presence, but just based on the nature of the spawns, this game type will spawn you close to your teammates more often than any other game type. And when you spawn with your teammates at P, that doesn't mean you have to go with them P2. You know, you can always just backtrack and go into the base, get that complimentary sight line to help them win their fight. So a little bit of a misstep, in my opinion, from Exceed. I would have liked to see them take a bit more map space off of those spawn points, but even with a misstep, actually extend their lead to now 13.
Yeah, Vulcan there previously a little rushed on his attempt at the insta-splode, and I think that's a parallel to what this looks like in its entirety. Monstars look a little bit rushed. Exceed seem to be in control of the pace. They're proactive. Monstars are reacting, and I always say, Eli, even making the wrong decision, so long as it's proactive and you're playing fast, is better than being reactive and maybe getting a kill, because time after time, I just think being the proactive player puts the other team on their heels. It's what we're seeing here. 46-33 is Exceed, looking to put the finishing touches on game 2.
It's a lesson not just in Halo, but also in life, chat. If you don't take your destiny into your own hands, your destiny will be decided by others. If you don't have a plan, you'll become a part of somebody else's plan. And Exceed have the plan. They do go up 2-0 in the series. And if you're Monstars, you got to figure out how you're going to come back into this one.
I just feel like I improved in life after that eloquent wordplay there from Eli. I agree entirely. Always better to be proactive than reactive. And right now, this is all Exceed, and it's wild, especially when you consider how close it was. 18-18 at one point. The Cobra team able to get 16 more slays after that at a 34 stretch. So Eagle able to essentially double up on the competition once things really got close and really started there into the 30s. And for now, this is looking like a potential sweep here in the early goings. Now, let's point out, Eli, last week, you're in this exact same spot, give or take, where Monstars, or the team equivalent to Monstars, got the reverse sweep. What an electric start it was last week. Will we see the same here?
I mean, I think that Monstars have the talent to keep up with these guys. Absolutely. It does feel like Exceed is just playing better fundamental Halo right now. So, I mean, if Monstars can get some early momentum, I think King of the Hills, Strongholds is actually a tough game type to do it, I guess. But because the momentum is already so firmly on the side of Exceed right now, but if they can, muster up some strength right now, muster up some courage to fight and work together, get that communication and teamwork going, they could absolutely put them in the blender throughout this game. I mean, this is definitely the type of game type that once you get the lead, you can continue to roll it until the finish line. So, but they're going to have to play fast, aggressive, and confident if they're going to come out like that.
CB, the traditional hold here, you have the high ground and the fulcrum elbow location there with B, and I think for Exceed, they're going to be playing for all three, and we already see that off the start. ABC go in their favor. That is not the opening break you wanted if you're Monstars. Usually, you get one or the other, Sandbox or the time, and it looks like Exceed, they're going to take everything, taking lives too.
Oh, no.
Does Mines, and he's got the camo as well, able to go back and forth between getting these slays, getting the power-ups, getting the power weapons. It's all Exceed, 30 and rolling to nothing.
You got to really dig deep if you're on the side of Monstars here. I mean, like you said, early going really rough here. They do cap A and B somehow, despite a significant disadvantage. However, after a few slays, Exceed are just going to take it right back. And this man is lurking the ghost in the night with a sniper rifle. That's got to be the thing of nightmares. This guy is just roaming around the map, trying to find the spawners, trying to find, hey, which one of these zones do you want to step into so I can rip your face off? And he's decided to just rip it off his spawn point as they have the perfect U-shaped pattern of presence across the rest of the map to force that spawn. Mines is aware of it and just deletes him from existence within 1 second of coming back to life.
Oh, Mines, he's losing it. Another headshot, killing spree. Unbelievable start. Don't do it again. Don't look like Legend. Golly, Legend made a play just like that the other day, and Mines looking at about that level as he's had one of the best controls you can imagine of that sniper rifle, getting 5 out of 8 potential slays with it. That's about as good as it gets. Mines, have yourself a game 3.
Goodness gracious. I mean, how are you supposed to come back? I mean, every single time you try to make a push, one of your players just gets deleted from existence. Like, you've got to then wait another 10 seconds before that push could possibly be full force. And against a team like Exceed, which are all extremely straight shooters, they've got good communication, they know how to move around the map. I mean, this seems almost impossible for Monstars. They're gonna have to find some huge momentum shift in the way Exceed is playing. I don't know if they're gonna allow it to even possibly start to happen.
It teaches looking to get some DPS with that commando. My God, was that an impressive cross-map play? Mines with the double! Mind the gap and mind your manners. That was just rude.
Did they mines the gap? I mean, it's literally two mine the gaps, so the plural mines the gap. There's a lot of wordplay there. Regardless, that just feels bad, man. Come on.
Oh, we're having fun, Eli. I love being on the cast with you, man. Always having fun. I don't care who's playing. I don't care what map game mode combination is. We are having some fun, and it looks like Exceed, they might be having more fun than us. I dare to say that they absolutely are. 200 to nothing. The 250 0 point club is on the horizon as Mines picks up another snipe, picks up another slay with it. I just don't see a path, much less to a comeback for Monstars. I don't see a path for them to even get a second in this game. It's over. But for now, 3 go down for Exceed. This is Monstars' best chance. Can they put some points on the board, get a little bit of confidence, a little bit of respect back? Yes, they do. Huge props to Monstars because this was rolling out of control. You got to respect the will of a fighter to keep fighting, even when you know or maybe feel like the battle's been lost. I respect that from Monstars, putting some points on the board. GG's to them, but it looks like for now, Exceed, well, it doesn't look like it. They are in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, but I mean, just one team wipe can certainly turn the tides. Monstars, like I said, capable to do the same thing back, but it does kind of just feel like the firepower a bit too strong for Exceed to, you know, maintain the scoring position and not give it up even one time for the next couple minutes seems Herculean at best. And as we say that, 2 go down for Monstars. They've been able to keep, you know, at least 2 zones for themselves despite losing 1 here and there. So this one's certainly not over yet. It feels like it might be inevitable though.
Bit teaches a little bit of, oh, look what I found. Sniper on the floor, just kind of casually turns over his left shoulder, and I'll take that. Had 1 shot to work with and utilized it. Goes 1 for 1, takes down his opponent once again. Vulcan, though, trying to keep his team alive with the slay, get the assist for 2, but it's not going to be enough. Okay, C does. No. Okay, there it is. It's over. Exceed take the game. We were trying to build a case for Monstars maybe coming back, but again, they put up a respectable fight at the end. GG's to them, but Exceed take it. 3-0.
Exceed looking very strong right now. I mean, we know they've got a tough bracket ahead of them, so they're going to have to keep up that level of gameplay as they move further in the bracket. I also think that Monstars should not be overlooked in that lower bracket. This is a team, although looked a bit shaky here, have the ability to come back and make some waves in that lower bracket. But for now, Exceed the ones to move on. Looks like taking a look at the bracket, their next matchup would be against Still Deciding, which is Collect's new roster. We're gonna have that one here shortly, but before we jump into that, let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk and see what they had to think about that series.
Exceed looking strong indeed, but they're gonna go up against Still Deciding, and I really wanted to talk about Still Deciding because this team, as we were seeing in the last event, were outplacing their expectations. They placed around, what was it, top 6? We have to look at the bracket again, but top 8.
A top 8 finish. They they unfortunately met their demise when FaZe stood in their way. So, you know, top 8, but you lose to FaZe. I think you'd be pretty happy with that.
I think so. Yeah. And we have a Collect in that team, and hopefully we'll see. Well, not hopefully because of the other team, but maybe Native Gaming will be meeting up with Native Gaming, assuming Native wins Still Deciding wins against Exceed in this next matchup. So we got an exciting bracket up ahead.
Right, that's the real matchup that everyone's kind of keeping their eye on, right? Is that Still Deciding versus Native. It happened last week. I believe Still Deciding got the best of them in the winners bracket last week. This week, Native going to be probably looking for some revenge, but you can't get too far ahead of yourself. That's one thing you'll learn from watching that winners bracket round 1, because Mines looked unbelievable alongside all of those players with Demons, Looney, and the crew. This is a team that's not necessarily just going to be a cakewalk for Still Deciding. It should still be firmly in their favor, but if you ever come out slow, sluggish, sleeping at the wheel, like, they can punish you for it. So Still Deciding, I think we will see that Native matchup, but they have to be able to get through this next round. Do not treat this as just an easy matchup.
I think we're just all really excited to hopefully see that, at least we see that Native versus Collect matchup. But yes, Exceed coming in strong, starting off the tournament here for us here on HCS Open Series, and Mine's incredible gameplay from him. And look at the score, that 3-0 against Monstars. They were saying also, I think it was Mikowski, that Monstars is not a team also to they're not a what's the word? They're a strong team as well, so keep your eye on them also on the lower brackets, because they might be causing some mayhem down there too.
Yeah, there could be mayhem all across this bracket. Let me just tell you what, when I'm looking at things, nothing is going to be clear, especially with some of the news that I've been seeing around the scene. It looks like Frosty not playing in this week's tournament, so that could be that could have huge ramifications throughout this entire bracket. Monsters playing in for Frosty this week, but you never know. I will say it could also have the inverse effect because it's Monster in a tournament. known to win a couple of these online things. So maybe FaZe is going to be ready to get that going on. Either way, I'm very excited to see this native gaming roster. I think that, this still deciding roster. I really like what they have cooking here. Big fan of Collect and what he's been able to do. I want to see how far these guys are able to go, and this is just a new roster. It's fun to finally get like a new roster once again.
Yeah, and they're looking really strong, like you said, incredibly strong. And native gaming, yes, we want to see them. How do you think they're shaping up with Gilkey now on that team?
Ooh, that's a big question, right? And it's like, I think that it's gonna take time is the big question, is the big thing for me, right? It's like I think Gilkey is the right reaction for them. I think that's a great pickup. I just don't think it's going to create the sort of effect where we see them getting top 6, top 4 placings right away. There's obviously some things they still need to work through. Mick was saying that he had a really bad tooth infection last week, so he went to the dentist, I believe, yesterday, got that all situated, might still be recovering. Hopefully he's feeling all right and all good to go. I would love to see this native gaming roster at 100% when they compete today.
I think we all would like to see them succeed as well. I mean, they did say they wanted to play a different Halo. They picked up Gilkey, and they did say they needed some practice and to get this team glued up. So I guess we will see. Hopefully he is feeling better after that. Hopefully all the players are feeling better. I was just into my mind came FaZe also now with Monster. You brought that up and how chaotic those tournaments were with him. So I think today's event might also be unexpected, just like our week 1 HCS just a few days ago. Anything can happen today, Duels. Anything can happen.
Yeah, expect the unexpected, right? That I think that's what you always learn from these tournaments, especially on the online nature of them, right? It's these teams that are really hungry to make something happen and to create upsets, find their way to have some big upsets here and there. I mean, we saw it last week with Sentinels going out and playing against FaZe, winning that game 5 and competing blow for blow with them. We saw a Shopify Rebellion beating Space Station Gaming, right? This is the opportunity for teams that are trying to break their way through into that top 3 to do so. And so far we've seen 2 teams last week really step up to those expectations with Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels. The question is now, can any of these teams that are on the outside looking in, these top 6, top 8 teams like Still Deciding, Native Gaming, Cloud9, can they overcome those same hurdles? You got a few more weeks to figure it out, get yourself prepped and ready for London to do so.
A conversation that we've been having lately has been like the top team, the best player in the world. And I feel like we've had some up and coming and also not up and coming, but well-known players that have been climbing up the ladder and entering these top 6 placement, these top 6 teams. Is that what's happening? Do we have new players coming in and just taking these thrones, if you want to call it that?
Well, I think we are seeing finally that development of players that came into Halo for their first time in Infinite starting to find their footing. Reminds me of Halo 5, right? In Halo 5, there was a few players that were able to come in right away and just take over. First one that comes to mind, obviously Frosty, right? Got put on that top team, instantly made an impact. But there was also a lot of players that started competing in year 1 but didn't really reach the apex of their results until year 3. Players like Lucid, who used to go by SEN, right? He came out, he had top 6, top 8 placings, slowly and surely built himself into that reciprocity roster where they're able to finish top 2. Neptune was another big one, right? He came in late into the scene, was able to grind his way up. Used to play in the esports minor league or the Halo minor league, right? Just a grassroots little organization thing, would play with just the people around there that were getting those top 16 placings, and eventually worked his way into a top 3, top 4 placing at the end of Halo 5. And that's what I feel like we're seeing with players like Cycle, players like Mental, right? 2 players that came in year 1 of HCS. Cycle being a very young player who had to learn a lot but has very much gotten better over time, and Mental, who came in with a bunch of Gears of War players and slowly found his way into that team that he has right now at Shopify Rebellion. Now suddenly they're seeing their best placing. I think this is going to be the year where these players that we saw in year one, where we thought, oh yeah, like these guys are good, are going to reach their best placings and best results.
Agreed. I mean, we're like you said, we're seeing it right now. I also, another play that popped into my mind was Suppressed, and we're talking about Shopify Rebellion and how incredible Suppressed has been. We started watching a lot of his gameplay, at least I did, through the off season, and now seeing him and his team win the Open was incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, Suppressed has been a player that's been grinding away and just keeps making those improvements, right? Was able to get some great placings with Native Red last year. Said, hey, we need to make a change. Goes with Soul Snipe over to Shopify Rebellion. Wins the first online tournament, right? Big movements for him over there. Very excited to see what's going to happen with the Shopify Rebellion roster. We have players like It's the Last Shot, right? A player that started in collegiate Halo, made his waves in the FFA scene, got picked up by what was Business, now that Proton Gaming roster in the bracket, and he looks phenomenal as well, right? There's so many young up and coming players that if you were watching into year one of HCS that, you know, they weren't quite in your foresight, but they were on the peripheries making waves, and suddenly those waves are going to turn into absolute tsunamis as they crash in at London. Like, you are going to experience the next generation of Halo players this year in Halo Infinite, and as we get ready for whatever's to come in the future, these are the players that are going to be the veterans that start off strong on whatever the next Halo title is going to be.
I would love to know who chat is keeping their eyes on, because we mentioned a few names. I want to know if chat has a few players that they've been liking watching, that they've been seeing their gameplay and have been loving, or maybe some of the top teams or some of the teams that they have been keeping their eyes on, because maybe there's something they see that we haven't seen yet. I don't know. Let's see.
I'm very curious what chat has to say. I'm very high on a few players, but there's one that a lot of people in chat I know are very high on. He's playing under that BTH roster, Gunplexion. Gunplexion's one of those players that's been around for a long time, but I feel as if he's found this huge improvement in this last year, or I would say even these last 6 months, man. He has been playing incredibly well, and it's going to be up to him to make some big upsets happen this week, but I would love to see him get some big improvements.
Yeah, we have been playing with Believe the Hype, BTH, with Maniac, Ace, and let me see who the fourth player is. Sylvanic as well. Maniac, yeah, Believe the Hype. I hopefully we get to see them at some point during the bracket today. I mean, if anybody doesn't know Maniac, he was an MLG Nationals champion.
Yeah, MLG Nationals champion, but I believe we got Native Gaming, not Native, I mean Still Deciding, going to be going up in their next match right here. I believe they're getting themselves ready to get in that game. So I wonder, do we have that best of 5 that we could look at real fast for this matchup and see? Yeah, so Still Deciding going up against Exceed. I believe this one's getting underway.
All right, we got an Empyrean, the Pit Empyrean CTF Halo 3 mind, Still Deciding versus Exceed. Take it away.
I call it Pit CTF too, Allie. Don't worry about that. All right, Eli, here we go. We got another good round. Still Deciding. Looking forward to that rematch, Collect against Native Gaming, but you can't get too far ahead of yourself. Based on what we just saw from Exceed, this could be a trap match right here where you get a little ahead of yourself. I also went to Demon's Twitter, Eli, after you mentioned he was coming off a 24-hour stream. Well, 15 minutes before the tournament started, they were looking for a fourth. Series of unfortunate events, he says, as they pick up Bid Teaches. What better fourth, though? I mean, Bid Teaches is a guy with a lot of points, a lot of experience, and I think this could be a series, despite the fact that Still Deciding so much higher up in the seedings and mines. He's still taking faces based on what we saw previously. If he keeps it up, I mean, this could definitely be a good one.
I have to agree with you. I mean, this is probably the most competitive round 2 matchup with a top team in it that you'll see, because the players on Exceed are all super talented. They just haven't accumulated a lot of points. They're not really always playing in these, and I think you're exactly right about Bid. This guy's been competing in tournaments since the game came out. He's been on a number of different rosters, ton of experience, and Yeah, you look at the still deciding roster and you think that, you know, these guys should just run away with it, but 3 of them are dead. Collect as the last player alive. He's got a double stack sniper, though, 10 bullets left to work with. And he's the type of guy that you want to have this sniper to shut down the push from Exceed.
Yeah, Collect looking about as good as Mines had looked previously on our screen. I wonder if he even stole that snipe from Mines as he continues on with the slays. Clean up body shot, headshot. As still deciding have regained some numbers advantage. As Collect looks to push on through to the blue side, but still he's you can see he's still waiting for the spawn, still waiting for his teammates to catch up to him. Diagram gets a slay, King Nick does too, and now you'll see everyone push through, I imagine, here for still deciding with Collect set up on the tower. It looks like he's going to take with the snipe. This is looking like a good potential pull.
Yes, with a very nice headshot on Mines, shuts him down, but Looney and Demon do a good job to get out of their spawn point. They might have a chance to cut off this flag carrier. Demon actually gets the first kill, make it 2. Huge double kill from Demon. Collect tries to launch the sniper to the sky. Not sure if he was able to get that off the map. Looks like Bid is going to look for it, and I think he did probably get that extra snipe ammo off the map. So despite not getting the cap, good heads up awareness from Collect to deny that resource.
I love that from still deciding. I love how Collect got things started off with the snipe, but I love Exceed's ability to play a great defensive effort and prevent what looked like a pretty good opening pull of the match to go through. Instead, it does not, as we're still battling for that mid-map control, specifically the OS, as King Nick has it, says, come on through, boys. I got the shotty, a little bit of extra shields as he takes on 2 with confidence. And the kit as he earns the double kill, not before losing the shields, but hey, you'll take that. That's good utilization of the OS. Not the cleanest play, but the results are. Mines now pushing up through on the green side, has a little bit of rockets to work with, but does not clean up the slay, and going to reset things a little bit for now.
Both rockets and OS not able to be converted into any kind of flag opportunity just yet. Mine's still alive here, but you gotta like the play from Exceed. Yeah, they went 2 dead, but they burned all of King Nick's OS and his shotgun ammo. So denying that resource when the flag is not being threatened is a big deal in this game. If you can deny the other team the opportunity to convert their resources into flag caps, that's a totally fine result for your squad.
Oh, that's a big takedown on Mines. That was once a previously full sniper rifle. After just 2 shots, it's just about 6 shots still to work with for Collect, and that's plenty for the young gun. A 5th, 6th placing at the Halo World Championship in Season 1, and feels like we're just waiting for Collect to get back to where I think a lot of people see him being. Flags are out, though. Collect still looking to play an offensive effort here, but with 2 going down, that flag is going to get reset. Eli once again. Exceed seem to be on their heels back against the wall, but they prevent a score. Now Collect looking to do it all, get the snipes, get the flag out, and explain his process, though. I like how he didn't rush it to the Walshy. Bid teaches there, knows he needs to slay out the member of Exceed on the Walshy, and the process so perfect here from Collect. He is doing it all, earning the slays, earning the pull, and likely earning still deciding their first score of the match.
Collect somehow finding that window of opportunity. He had 2 dead teammates when he decided to pull the flag. He just saw it in his head playing out, decided to run the flag partially through, gets a slay, sees his teammates getting slays, then runs the rest of the way through. And that's what capture the flag is all about. You have to find those windows of opportunity. You only get so many of them, and if you let them pass by, you're not going to get a flag point.
Collect making a round trip to the blue base, back to the red base, back-to-back slays for the killing spree double kill. It's a little G-slide to get up and out of the base a little bit quicker, and my God, Collect getting his steps in the app as he has continued to stay alive. And now look at this, the T-squared combination here on Pit. We're calling it Pit especially so because this is what T2 used to do, especially with that easy slay on a Demon. Oh, use of the repulsor is going to allow the collateral damage not to take down Collect. I love that play. Stays alive. Great utilization of the equipment. Big brain play. Keeps him alive, and he's not done yet. He might just be on a frenzy.
Wow, he grabbed the plasma pistol. I wasn't sure if he accidentally did that and was trying to get the bandit, but then he just uses it for the explosion beatdown and then immediately steals that player's bandit. Collect is absolutely on one right now. Is this the Collect revenge tour as he's on a killing frenzy? And he is not done yet. Finally taken down. I don't think he had much snipe ammo left, but he is on a heater.
Oh, I was just hoping I didn't cast or curse him when we called for the killing frenzy, but Collect clutches up and gets it. My God, what a spree. I'd love to see that entire POV, or entire spree from his POV as Collect, the top performer in this one, but What's King Nick up to? Look at him. He's right there, just about efficient with only 6 deaths. Still has 13 slays and the 7 assists. But whoa, Diagram has the snipe now. And there's been a little less sniper efficiency than what we saw previously from Exceed. If they can get it going, and especially not give this snipe up to Still Deciding like they did give it to Collect earlier. He went on a frenzy with it. This could spell trouble for Still Deciding. Exceed looking to keep things close.
Diagram trying to take a page out of his twin brother Suppress book, wants to make some waves today. You gotta imagine your triplet twin brother wins a tournament. It's gotta juice you up a little bit as well. Like you know, maybe that powers up Diagram, but right now the snipes are not connecting. That one does though. Makes the last one count with the nice no scope while getting shot out of scope. If he doesn't hit that, I think he's dead there. So Diagram looking to heat up here and keep this lead for his squad.
My God, the sniper level of play from Still Deciding is why they have a 1-0 lead. And if they get another one here, it doesn't need to be pretty, just needs the damage even. Don't even need the slays. You just need to be a distraction here to allow the flag to get through to the training. And looks like that's exactly what just occurred. Collect, though, with a couple shots in the back. Ooh, Looney with a goal line stand could just reset it to the last second. And for Exceed, the lower seeded team, they have to keep this 1-0 if they want to give themselves a chance. But Looney goes down, and it looks like Still Deciding will go up 2-0.
They can't desperate this flag too much and give up the rockets too, which they do. So not only do they get the cap, but Still Deciding also get the rocket. King Nick used the first one to get a kill. He goes down, but Collect's gonna pick it right back up. And this is what you gotta decide. Are we gonna try to desperate the flag return, or should we just get items that make it easier for us to come back and make it happen? I mean, if it's the last cap, of course you've got to try to stop it, but without it being the last cap, you still got a chance to win. So Exceed have to do a better job controlling the sandbox. There's only 4 minutes left in the game. This is going to be a very difficult task to come back and win this one, but even throughout the rest of the series, got to start protecting these weapons a bit better.
Yeah, time flies when you're watching Collect pop off. And when you said that, Eli, I was like, oh, wow, 8 minutes already burned off the clock. It feels like it's been 4, but you're right. There's only less than 4 left now. And for Exceed on a map like Empyrean, minute or so, if you're playing really fast, utilizing those Legend G slides, that's all you have left. So we're looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 at most pushes up to the red side of the map for Exceed, but they got to worry about what's going on the other side. It's Rami with another flag out, and again with this 2-0 lead, it's a win condition for him to just drop it at the wall sheet and keep Exceed thinking about something else other than scoring and getting back in this one.
I mean, Still Deciding has the flag out as well, but Exceed has the flag out as well, but you're right, Rami just forces the flag run, and look at the bodyguard move from King Nick. It's gonna keep the flag runner alive for now. Mines does a good job to shut him down. Still has to deal with Rami though. Perfect grenade comes in, and nice snipe from Looney, but it doesn't matter. That flag's going in.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Looney and Exceed. 2 goal line stands potentially, and that would be a 1-0 game. And with 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left, you're there, because as long as you get a pull, you're going to force that pie chart, sudden death OT, but all for naught. Looney able to get the goal line stand, but not secure a potential reset, as Still Deciding, my gosh, how much longer are they going to decide on what this team looks like? I imagine, Eli, 1 more good tournament performance, 2 more good days of Halo, Saturday, Sunday, and this could be the team before we see it London.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Still Deciding is in reference to if this is the actual roster or if they're talking about just the team name, but on Halo Data Hive, their team name has changed to DNRK. So Diagram, Nick, Rami, Collects. And I don't know, it's DNRK. It has kind of like a... There's something cool about that name. I don't know what it is, but I like it. But if that's the team that the team name that they're gonna use, you know, this should be the team of 4. They've already got some natural chemistry, it seems like, despite being what many would call the leftovers of a couple other teams that split up. But they're all so talented, and they're absolutely going to be in contention for those top 8 placements.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was a reference to like Dunkirk or something, like that epic war movie. These guys are going to war, maybe trying to win the battle. But you're right, a little shades of SLGG from earlier in the offseason, where the 4 players not officially on a roster or officially part of an organization just say, let's just take our first letter in our first name and make that our team name. Not overthinking the team name, but they are thinking through their strategies. It looks like these guys have had plenty of opportunity to watch through some pod, develop some opening strats, and what an exciting roster this would be. And I want to point out King Nick, Eli. I feel like he was left for dead at the end of Season 2, but he's really impressed me here in Season 3. And it started online when he was in the free-for-alls, right? Placing in the top 8 in the off-season, showing he's still got that individual gunny. We all know he's a smart player, a veteran in the HCS. So big ups to King Nick for coming up off the mat. It feels like of his career to revive it. And that's impressive, especially when you consider where he was at the end of Season 2. 4-4 here in Game 2 as we got a tie early on.
Collect, not able to land that first shot. Player portals to safety, back green. Close early on, but when Collect's got camo sniper, you got to imagine that's going to change soon. Gets one, and Mines knows he's there. Very wisely just gets out of dodge, knows that the monster is lurking with camo snipe, and that camo does dissipate, but Collect still has a few rounds to work with.
Collect with the perfect lineup into A. Doesn't get the headshot there, but with the quick flick, only worrying about changing his reticle direction left or right. Doesn't have to worry about up or down. Makes the snipe a little bit easier to hit. Now, though, he's asking for a hard gunfight as he slides in through with the snipe. Doesn't land the no-scope. King Nick looking to clean up. Does on one, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. And for now, it's Exceed with the lead, 11-10.
All right, Bid. What's he got for us? I like that he's going the top side. This is a game type that you really need vision in all lanes. You also don't really want the other team to be able to just cross top mid for free. It looks like King Nick does, but great bait and switch from Exceed. Mine's going to shut him down. Mine gets shut down shortly after. It's still a slight edge for Exceed so far, and honestly, this seems like the perfect game type for them to come out and get a dub and get back into this series. Yeah, pit flag got a little out of hand. 3-0 looks like it's bad, but we've been saying it since the series started. These guys on Exceed are no slouches. They're all very individually skilled. They know how to win games. And still deciding he's going to have to earn this one if they're going to get the sweep.
A little bit of a drop shot win there from King Nick. And got to shout out Big Teaches on the side of Exceed. Had a tough game 1, but brushes himself off, gets up off the mat, and has himself a pretty good start here in game 2. It's keeping Exceed in it and in the lead, still holding on to it, up by 3. And my goodness, Eli, if we start getting into the 30s and these guys make it a multi-possession, multi-team-wide lead, they're going to start making still deciding sweat a little bit after what looked like a pretty easy, flawless game 1 win.
I'd say they're already sweating right now. I mean, they've got to figure out a way out of this trap. They've been in bad positioning. They do so, though. Diagram catching Bid Teaches a bit out of position after cleaning up that player back green. Exceed, though, some solid spawns on the tower side. They should have in relatively easier time fighting out of this position, but no, they kind of forced the action. I would have liked to see them rotate maybe to the top of the tower, just get some high ground, because at a level playing field, still deciding seem to just have a slight edge over top of them.
Collect has had the snipe so often in this series. I feel like I'm watching Halo Reach, where you could build a loadout to start a match. Not the biggest fan of that, but a big fan of Collect with the snipe, as he's got it lined up. He's got Mines peeking through there. I think you saw the shoulder of him, but notices that the push is probably coming through on the camo side, sets up at the top of snipe, like this here from Collect, playing his process well, and he's got a full snipe to work with, so if he can utilize it, this could be huge for still deciding. But if Exceed are able to take down the tower, they'll take snipe back to their name. And Eli, that's been the difference. Exceed, we haven't really seen them with snipe. We did in that first series, and they popped off with it. Mines in particular. Can Mines get his hand on another snipe? That's a big win condition for them. For now, though, Collect continues on with it and just drains a couple shots.
One thing that I think makes a difference between like top players and maybe those players on the fringe is the top players understand that even if they're not sniping well, they can still deny the snipe to the other team. So like Collect doesn't even have to hit the shots. He's still going to play in a way that if he dies, he either passes the snipe to a teammate or throws it off the map. Whereas I feel like maybe teams get a little bit too ahead of themselves on the fringe and maybe get overzealous, try to be the superhero, whatever it is. They maybe overextend and then give that resource up. But I think that the way this team plans to play is like, even if Collect misses, which it doesn't look like he has any interest in doing, they're not going to give that snipe up.
Yeah, I like when they play fast and loose with the snipe, in the sense that, hey, if you're draining shots, who cares if you go down? There's only going to be 2 left to work with, which is exactly what happens there. Collect a menace with the snipe, not worried about maintaining ammo or even his life, it seemed like, there as he slid into bottom mid with it, and plays more often than not. Seems like 50-50 long range, 50-50 short range with that snipe. And you're right, not enough resources to utilize now. Only 2 shots and down by 7. Exceed will need this next snipe spawning top mid. For now, though, Rami gets another camo, and it's been that sandbox control. And here's Diagram. He's got the snipe again. Only one shot, though.
Diagram with snipe, Rami with camo repulse. Like, there's just got so many toys to use in the battlefield. And if you're the team at a deficit, you kind of need some of these tools at your disposal to bring yourself back into it. You know, give yourself a slight edge in the fight. And right now, Still Deciding have just had the edge in every single fight, as King Nick's going to use the AR with the Halo 1 skin. This guy plays, do you know this guy enters Halo 1 and 2 tournaments regularly as well? It doesn't matter.
Didn't he win it?
Yeah, I think he won a Halo 1
won the Halo CE tournament with the with Ogre 2 hosting, I believe.
And like, it doesn't even matter what the Halo is. King Nick is probably signing up, and love to see the Halo 1 AR skin that he's using there.
And that's something that's carried over not only from Halo CE now to Halo Infinite. Talk about from game 1 to game 2. King Nick's stat line. He's got 14 slays, the most on the team, Eli, but doesn't mean he's not filling in the assist stat sheet. He was in the top column in assist in game 1, I believe, for Still Deciding, and he's right back there as well. So you're talking main slayer and support role. You're getting a 2-for-1 player combination out of King Nick. Again, I talked about him at the start of this game, but really want to shout out his resiliency in the HCS to keep fighting and keep fighting strong, as Still Deciding looked strong. 50-32 after halfway through the match, Exceed had a lead.
Very impressive. I mean, mine's looking like a superstar in the first round, and then this game just getting completely shut out. I mean, it just, the way that Still Deciding are playing are just shutting down the type of play that Exceed want to play, and that's exactly what you have to do. If you can completely counter the game plan of your opposition, what left, like if they don't have a plan B, what are they possibly going to do?
Trying to build a path. I'm trying to imagine what it looks like here for Exceed. And again, Eli, we talk about this a lot, but the levels to this. We came into this series, and it's not just, you know, typical casters trying to make sure that the match has some intrigue, saying that the underdog can win it. No, I truly believe that this could have been a good series. You got great players on the side of Exceed. They seem to have been working through their teamwork in that opening round 1. Like we said when the series started, they only just formed a team 15 minutes ago, which could go both ways. You could have that honeymoon phase where, oh my God, everything's clicking and nobody knows how to play against us. Or you could have the non-honeymoon phase, right? Where you don't know what the opening strats look like. You don't know what your teammate is thinking. You don't have that hive mind developed like a lot of these other teams do and players do after playing with each other for so long. So for Exceed, they're going to need to figure it out here in game 3, needing a reverse sweep to take down a really, really strong up-and-coming Still Deciding roster.
I tell you what, this tournament is so close after the last one, right? Like they literally had a day off between competing on Thursday. Yesterday's their day off. They're back in another tournament. But guess what? On that quote unquote day off, this roster Still Deciding scrimmed against Complexity and won 10-4 against Complexity. So, I mean,
wow.
They're still working on their game every single day. Collect, by the way, had over 300 kills in that scrim, which is insane for the number of games that they played, but it does not surprise me that they are showing up today. I think that was a bit of a confidence booster yesterday in that scrim, and they seem ready to play. I don't know if I want to match against this squad at all in this bracket.
Might have some people who don't agree with this, but I think Collect, his ceiling is in the top 10. Honestly, it's just his consistency factor that sometimes falls off a little bit. But when you see Collect at the top of his game and he's on it, I do see him as a top 10, even 15 player. A lot of people probably won't agree with me on that, but I'm going to stick to my guns on it. Collect, sticking to his gunshots with the DMR, lands the perfect headshots on 2 split players, earns an assist, 5 shots total to earn an assist and a slay, and now he's putting even more long-range damage on a Looney, and Looney's not going to be able to contest that from the driveway, and Collect picks it out. Once Looney starts to go right, it's like he has wall hacks. I know he does not. Let me just quickly say that to not cause even more chaos in chat that I already probably have, but once Looney went to the right, Collect said, I got your every move, brother. I know exactly where you're going, and Collect, his game sense is on point. His shots are too.
You know what I've learned from playing matchmaking? Everyone that beats me has walls. They're all cheating, man. Every single person. If you beat me, you have to be cheating. There's no other explanation. Okay, guys? Everyone's cheating. Anyways.
Everyone's on a Smurf. Everyone's cheating. We're all degenerates. That's
pretty much,
Goes down at the trucks. Still having some fun here, but Exceed looking to crank up the fun for them, and it looks like they just did that. They take down 3 for Still Deciding, and they're keeping it close. They're actually going to maybe even potentially regain the lead, if not for Collect with the triple kill. There we go. Seeing more of that ceiling potential from him as he clears the hill single-handedly and gives it back to Still Deciding on a highly contested opening break hill where Exceed, the underdog, Exceed down 0-2, probably came into this feeling like they needed to start game 3 with the 1-0 lead. It's still being contested, still being vied for, though, as these two teams are so close. But for now, Exceed has a chance. It's a 2v2, and they're in the hill.
A first hill capture would be monumental for Exceed, but 3 of them go down, and I think that's going to be curtains for this one. I mean, it feels so bad to get so close to capping and then it just slipping away, and now all of a sudden they've got to work twice as hard to get the next hill, because you have to imagine Still Deciding they're already going into the next zone. They're going to be ready for it. Collect says, you guys go fight for that. I'm going to chill, grab the shock rifle so I can get another killing frenzy for the cast.
Collect could not make his intentions more clear. Bid teaches with a little bit of that micro strafe. Like how he does not peek his head out, but Mines does the exact opposite. Easily walks into that centering, lined up. Collect holding onto that reticle right where the head's going to be. He pops it. It's more about timing than aiming, as we see it once again. Collect holding that reticle strong. The reticle discipline and centering is so good, and that's why he's able to hit all of these shots. That one's a little bit trickier, though, as he falls off the ledge. Reversal perfy. Collect, don't keep popping off, because if you do, this series is over.
I mean, I want him to keep popping off. Where's the killing frenzy? I just called it out. He might be halfway there. He's 10 and 4. I think he had 6 when he picked up the shock. So, man, look at the headshot level reticle discipline. I mean, Mines has no choice. He's just chilling. You have to contest the hill, right? Like, that's how you win the game. He does find a way to kill Diagram, because another teammate goes through the top catwalk, and they also find a way to shut him down. It's actually 4 dead for Still Deciding. Now the shock in the hand of Bit teaches, if he can look like Collect here,
okay,
they could potentially cap this one.
All right, look at this, Eli. Bid teaches with the shock, Looney with the camo, and this is exactly what we were talking about was their win condition. They need the 2 out of 2 sandbox to come back against a team like Still Deciding, and it looks like they might just tie up this game. We could have ourselves a game 3. We do. Tied 1-1. What a huge bounce back there from Exceed, as Bid teaches looks to stay alive, but with no shock left. That's okay in the sense that he doesn't give that power weapon back to Still Deciding, as the hill rotates back over towards the dip side of Hotel, and Still Deciding do have that early rotation. They're going to turn that into time.
That hill was arguably a harder one to capture for Exceed. I mean, Still Deciding had the lockdown setup with the Collect hitting every shot, just waiting for you to walk in with the shock rifle. But they had great timing, pushing through multiple entry points at the same time. They jumped the ledge. At the same time, they went flower door. At the same time, they went driveway. And if a team is coordinated in that way, it almost doesn't matter how good you are. You're going to go 4 dead. And Exceed, if they can continually communicate effectively and time pushes like that, then they could absolutely bring this one back.
Oh, that's a big one for Looney. If he can stay alive. No, he does not. I think that A ledge is a crucial point of contention you want to hold, especially with it just like shooting fish in a barrel in that sense, looking straight down into that hill. For now, Exceed occupy it. Collect looking to break through. Ammo up in the next 25 seconds. So for now, that's not going to be a point of contention. And wow, it comes up with the shock. So keep an eye on that in the next 20. But for now, Collect keeping his eye on the hill as 3 go down for Exceed. They take the lead on hill 3, but Still Deciding and Collect take it right back.
Collect in this little corner here. He's got enough visibility to look ledge, but also dodge grenades if he sees them coming. Here's a call out from a teammate coming in through this blue side. Bid with a nice strafe there. Actually throws Collect's aim off and does a little bit extra damage as a result. And that's going to open the door for Demon and Mines to push all the way through. Looney's already there. They get a couple dead. Rami, though, coming off spawn while the rest of the action is distracting Exceed. He's going to grab the camo and might also grab the shock. So maybe a little bit asleep at the wheel are Exceed. And now they're going to have to deal with Rami so that he doesn't go on a spree of his own.
Exceed in that previous moment, prioritizing the hill, but Rami and the rest of Still Deciding prioritize the sandbox. Rami's got the whole kit, camo, and shock to work with, and it looks like he might have just missed that jump. Doesn't look back to clamber back on top. He's got different plans as he looks to bull rush the hill. Bull rush Bid teaches, but at low shields, he's going to want to stay alive, maintain possession of the shock. Camo will dissipate soon enough, but that shock still got plenty to work with.
Yeah, I like this play from Rami. I mean, he knew that his camo was dissipating shortly, knew that his presence was needed at the hill, quickly rotates, does enough damage to push Bid back. That's going to open the door for his team to get the hill. It's all about pressure. I mean, you don't even need to get kills in this game in certain positions. If you can just push your opponents back, that's often enough to gather map space, gather intel, and just have better positioning for the whole situation.
Rami's still in possession of the shock, but for no longer as Bid teaches takes him down. And I'm curious as to how much he's got left. Just one. So there it is again, just that risk mitigation, damage mitigation, making sure that you utilize the sniper when you have it, and maybe even get a little fast and loose with it. That way the other team doesn't have anything left to work with. That's exactly what we see here. Bid teaches gets the headshot, but that's the optimal amount. He only had one shot left to work with. Now pulls out the DMR, a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of bait and switch, but Rami cleans him up. Mine stays alive. And with half shields and another teammate here and a teammate in the hill, this is looking like a good hold here for Exceed. They win the rotation to next, like we usually see on a team that previously loses control of the hill, but now things are getting a little mixy. Two players pushing up on the driveway, and Mines takes to the top of A to regain his shields and look back towards the hill.
I like the way Mines played that. He got two players to one shot, but he didn't desperate to try to finish either. Actually prioritize staying alive instead. If you just exist near the hill, it's going to be hard for the other team to comfortably get feet into it. But as soon as I say that, still deciding Sin 2 to shut him down, and now they are comfortable to get in the hill. They're going to rack up some time, but the clock is also playing to their favor. Just a minute 15 on the clock. This is a hard hill to stand in without getting grenaded out, so I think still deciding are going to mostly just prioritize their life and fighting and winning the battle, and then get in the hill whenever possible.
Oh, look at that numbers edge pinch there. That makes it pretty easy for Exceed to wipe all but Rami, and diagram with a low spawn. Back hotel spawns for King Nick. That puts them right in the line of fire for this hill and pushes Demon out. Now fighting 1v1 with one shot each. Rami and Demon both get cleaned up eventually. The shock up soon. And now here, Eli, you're not going to go and chase out that shock, right? You're going to have to probably wait for a spawn close to it, maybe even on hotel. But we're not going to see a team maybe stretch for it, right? Exceed's not going to stretch for it. They have control of the hill. That shock on the other side, they're not going to be able to play for it, unfortunately enough. And there you see those truck and back hotel spawns. I imagine still deciding has the shock. There it is, Rami with it. And this is sort of unfortunate for Exceed in the sense that this is the right play for them to not play for the shock, in the sense that they have control of the hill, but it's going to be tough now with Rami pushing in with a full clip left and that shock.
Exceed have to be patient here. There's 40 seconds on the clock. This push has to work. They want to have more players on the map before pushing through, but they get a little impatient. Demon moves a bit too far forward, but does escape with his life. But Rami's going to find the headshot to shut him down, and 30 seconds left. You had to feel like that was the play that needed to work, and Looney does find his way in the hill, but Diagram's going to use that intel to clean him up, and all still deciding have to do is hold them back for one more push, and they win this game.
Desperation reeking in the air. Exceed. All of their pushes will be predictable in the sense that Rami and the rest of his crew know that they're gonna push through and not have many options. And because of that, the clock now, like a fifth teammate has Exceed. Again, too predictable. Not the sense that they're making bad pushes or plays. It's just the situation. It's just the facts of the matter. They don't have the time. It rings out 000 on the clock, but an impressive game nonetheless, where Exceed were in it all the way to the very end, but still deciding too strong as they take the series 3-0 and set us up for that rematch, Collect versus Native Gaming.
So impressive from still deciding. Like I said, these guys had a very strong scrim yesterday. They look very strong today. A lot of people would maybe think that Exceed would have put up a better fight against them, but they're just looking too coordinated, too strong. Controlling the sandbox, working together. Their pushes are on point. Their setups are on point. Their communication must be on point based on the way they're coming out on top. So very curious to see how they match up against Native in the bracket. I believe that's who they face off against next. So Native, obviously the team that dropped Collect not too long ago. Will he get his revenge here in the next series? We'll have to see.
Not only am I most impressed with the 3-0 sweep there from Still Deciding, but look at the grouping there. Every 3 out of 4 players with 18 slays. Rami on top with 20. King Nick continuing with that support role. Most assists in the game. Collect actually ties him at 13. And my God, when I see 4 players within 4 slays of each other, that tells me that they're on point, shooting the same thing and really synchronizing. And that's what they're going to need as they take on Native Gaming next. Let's send it back to the desk with Tools and Alley as they set up this grudge match.
I love the control there that Still Deciding had over Exceed. Great match from Exceed, but it just wasn't a match for Still Deciding. They just knew they felt like they were going to win, and they did it. Hopefully Still Deciding can maintain that momentum over carrying over it next to that native gaming match. Look at these highlights here. Still Deciding. Look at Collect. He was just holding onto that sniper rifle in every match.
I was so impressed with Collect in particular with this match. I felt like every time you needed a highlight play, he was there to deliver, but had those power weapons in hands, especially in that game 3, man. The chain of shock rifle shots that he hit in game 3 just made me unreasonably happy. I mean, look at these highlight reels. As we go through these highlight reels, look, the name of the top middle doesn't change. It doesn't change. Look, watch, chat. Watch with me. It's not gonna change. There's no other highlight to look at. This guy is a walking reel. He is constantly having the power weapons in hands, and he constantly makes these shots look easy. This is the chain reaction I'm talking about. Look at every one of these shots. It's just so smooth with the reticle. He's so good at lining up with the head and hitting the shot time and time again. Boom, every time. Hey, Rami, we got you. Okay, come on. We know
Rami
you're
popped
good.
off
Get
here
me back to Collect, baby.
Rami hit some nasty shots there at the end, really securing that last win against Exceed. The question is, this next match, did Native actually take that other? I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm not sure if Native actually did win that other. Let me take a quick look at the bracket.
They got a 3-0, so we're good to go.
All right.
The grudge match is secured.
Happening. The grudge match is happening. Collect. I feel like he's hungry. He's hungry. He's coming on, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna show Native that it was a mistake to drop me.
Yeah, this is kind of a big match, right? I feel like Collect. If I'm Collect, I definitely have a chip on my shoulder. You know, Collect's a very he's very emotionally intelligent. You know, he doesn't hold grudges. I would be a grudge. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm the problem. He's like, oh, you're making me go. And so far, I really like this team that Collect has assembled. Right, took half of that Cloud9 roster, brought them over, got reunited with his duo of Rami from way back in the day when we're talking about season 1 esports arena team. I think it was ESA Red or no ESA Blue that Rami and Collect were playing on. That was their first pro opportunity, and now they are just reunited once again, and it just makes me warm in my heart. Like, I love seeing Rami and Collect playing with each other.
I feel like the vibes in that lobby are good. I think it's us creating the drama tools. It's us. They're just chilling over there, just having a good time. Rami is such a really nice person to talk to as well. Like in the lands as well. Like he's such a fun guy. I feel like everybody in that lobbies, maybe we're just here guessing, but they're probably having a good fun time winning up this matchup. But they got to keep it up now, going up against Native now with Gilkey. This is the second time they play with Gilkey, right? Because they started on. They picked up Gilkey. They picked up Gilkey week 1 and now week 2.
This is gonna be the true test of, like, is this the right decision?
Yeah.
I think it is. Like, I think these guys are gonna play well. I think the bracket's gonna be a little bit more like what the bracket should be this time around. The question is who comes out on top. I think this is a series that's gonna go to a game number 5. Both these teams are just gonna be really good. We've seen a little bit more repetitions now with Gilkey on that Native roster. That last tournament, I don't think was the way that they wanted to go out, but I think that they're gonna bounce back pretty strong this time. That being said, they might bounce back strong. I don't think it necessarily has to be in that winner's bracket. I think I give an edge to Still Deciding here in that game 5. I just think both these teams will have successful runs throughout this tournament.
I agree. They're both really strong teams here in this bracket. The scrim stats Still Deciding had against Complexity, where, I mean, practice runs against Complexity, like, they were looking pretty good. They had 10 wins against Complexity and 4 for Complexity. So Still Deciding is looking really strong here. They're showing us here on the Open this week. I don't know, Tools. I feel like there's some unsuspecting things that are going to happen again this week. There's just people moving from team to team. There's just a lot of chaos going on.
Yeah, there's a ton of chaos. I'm trying to look and just see what these teams are going to be competing in. But
Yeah.
there's so much chaos in the world of Halo right now. All these team changes that have gone down, and the thing that's been really curious about it is like whenever we go through these big roster mania waves, it's always a discussion of like, did the teams get better or did they get worse, right? The roster mania that we saw over the off season, I think we saw a lot of teams get a lot better, and that's indicative of we seeing SSG win at Arlington. We're seeing Shopify Rebellion win this off season, this first week of the London split. We're seeing FaZe kind of take a step down, right? And we're seeing the other teams kind of come up to that level. But what we saw was the teams in the top 8, top 12 seem to be a little bit stagnant. So then they have their own roster mania. Now it seems as if they're rising up to the occasion, and the other teams below are starting to fall behind. Then you'll see another wave of roster mania, right? So I love the way that Halo kind of works out, and so far it seems as if the rising diet for all these teams, it seems like the competition is all just getting a little bit better.
It's going to be a little bit better, I think, for the audience as well, because I love upsets. I really do. I was just thinking about that FaZe. I feel like FaZe, you mentioned that they were like on a, what did you call it? A fall? Not a downfall.
Downtrend.
Like a downtrend. Yeah. I wonder if they're just not showing all their cards, you know?
I think that's always a conversation to be had when you're talking about these players. I mean, we're talking about 3 players, if not 4 at this point, that are going to be top 10 at the time that they end their career. I think Renegade's probably earned himself a spot in the top 10 of Halo players of all time, in my opinion, right? When we look at the charts of who are the best players of all time, I think all 4 of those players of FaZe are going to be in the top 10 by the time their career is over. So if there's anyone that's going to bounce back from a slow start at the beginning of the year, it's going to be that FaZe roster. Like, there is no question in my mind that this is a team that's going to be competing for the World Championship, that's going to be placing well at Worlds.
They will, and they have to. Otherwise, I feel like another roster mania, even worse, will ensue. You said that the question was, will these teams be better or worse after these team changes? And I feel like Sentinels is a team that is on the upward trends here with Precision. I feel like they're looking good.
Yeah, Precision seems like to be one of those players that just is living up to all the expectations that were put onto him. I think if you were just an average Halo or HCS fan, like, you were aware of Precision, but you weren't aware of Precision. You know what I'm saying? Like, the difference that he's making on the map is it cannot be understated, and real recognizes real. That's the only thing you can really say about these Halo players. Whenever we talk about teams that have made changes, the people that they're looking at are the people that, you know, they might not be in the first line of conversation for many players, for many fans, but for the players, when they're scrimming, like, they know that this guy is the next one. This guy is the person that's going to be making the waves. And the players that have done that, in my opinion, right? Precision just got picked up by Sentinels, but also like Cycle, right? We saw Cycle get poached from Complexity last year, going to Shopify Rebellion. That's because of how he performs in those scrims, right? And you're going to see players like that are suddenly going to be targeted by other pro teams as time continues on, because of how they compete, because of how well they play in scrims and on tournament play.
You mentioned scrims, and I was looking at Precision's damage stats, and they're insane. When they were scrimming against OpTic, he had, I believe it was like 86,000 damage points, and he was just slightly below Formal and Lucid. Like, slightly below. He was performing just as well damage-wise against 2 of the best players, Formal and Lucid. It's insane. So I agree. I think he's going to be like one of those players that may become, should I say legendary? But that one's for legend. That one's for legend over at SSG. I'll keep that one for legend. Look at here, guys. We have the lobby almost ready. Our next matchup will be this grudge match. Collect. I was gonna say Team Collect. Still deciding, but yeah, Team Collect with Rami and King Nick, and Diagram versus Native Gaming, who are looking to, they're looking to go on the upward trend, Tools.
Yeah, I think both these teams are looking to get some momentum from changes that have been made. We saw one player get shifted in, Guilty, obviously, for Native Gaming, and we'll have to see how much of an impact that is. But we've seen basically an entire swing of changes happen on the other side, right? Like none of these players were teaming with each other. King Nick was teaming over with Proton, Rami and Diagram were over at Cloud9. Collect was it with a native. So a whole team, like, all assembled because of some of the craziness that happened with Gilkey getting poached off of Proton Gaming, now come and assemble on their own roster. And my expectations sky high for this team. I'm very, very optimistic about what these guys are going to be able to do. And on the other side, I just want to make sure, who do we yell at to get into this lobby? So we got Mikwin, we got Barcode, we got Gilkey. Who are we missing on this team?
Let me see. Oh, is it?
Is it the one we're always waiting for? Is it who I think it is?
Is it a late PG?
A late PG. A late PG not here once again. Come on, folks. I know that we can get him in here. Let's get a late PG back in.
Somebody text him. Who has a number? Why is it always APG though?
I like APG's always fashionably
I don't think we're doing it on purpose. Like, we're all here. Who's missing? Oh, it's APG again.
Nice.
Oh, here we go. You were saying that Native Gaming, you had high hopes for them. And I see the vision. This was the Native White team. That was it. They placed top 4 in the kickoff last year. Mm-hmm. It's almost that team, except with APG.
APG is set tapping buttons, It's interesting how that works out, right? But, with all the drama that's happened behind the scenes between those two players, it's like, well, they swap each other out on each other's teams. I don't know, kind of a fun little thing that happens. But this is a team that can show up to any LAN and get the job done. I think consistency is a problem for this team. If they're able to become more consistent in their scrims, more consistent in their tournament results, then they're going to see better placings over time on LAN. Though they are explosive at any point in time. That's what's scary about this team, is they can show up to a bracket and absolutely bust it. They can go in and make sure that they get a top placing, and everyone's predictions will be wrong. But I don't think teams ever want to be that team. You know what I'm saying? They want to be the FaZe. They want to be that consistent team that's always getting top 3, that's always in that front of the pack running. You don't want to be that team that's like, oh yeah, we can get top 4. No, it's like you want to be the team that is gonna get top 4.
That's kind of what I want. Just switching over to a different team. That's kind of what I want to see from Sentinels. I mean, they just picked up precision, and I feel like they need to start winning those objective matches, and they need to be consistent about it. And if they do that, I could see them breaking that top 4.
Oh yeah, I absolutely can see them breaking in. I just think that right now, the gate that is being kept by Shopify Rebellion, by Sentinels, by FaZe at the moment might just be a little bit too strong. And that's where, we got to see that sort of Aussie power from Barcode to come in and just bulldoze through that gate. But I haven't seen it happen yet, right? And that's the thing. It's like, I know it can happen, but I need to see it on paper. I need to see it in the gameplay once again. I need to see these guys come out, play really strong. You can't be a LAN team. And I know that sounds weird to say, right? Because so often there's this conversation like, this team's an online team, this team's a LAN team. Like, you can't be in that. You just got to be a good team. You got to show up and put your results on paper. I always feel like people are like, oh yeah, that's a LAN team. It's like, I always feel like it's a little bit of a cop-out. It's like you have to be able to perform online as well.
So consistency, both in LAN and online, is what you're saying.
Yes, always. The team, people talk about online versus LAN Halo and how it's a big difference. And yes, it is true. Like, LAN does matter more, and it does have, like, those results are going to be the results that you usually see across the board. But it's not really a question of whether SSG or OpTic or FaZe or I was going to say Sentinels, but Sentinels did get top 16 at LAN. But they are going to be consistent whether it's online or LAN. Like, why does it not matter to the top teams whether they're online or on LAN, but suddenly it matters to all the teams that are getting top 6, top 8? In my head, it's something that's not adding up. I always feel like it's a little bit of an excuse that fans like to. I don't think players usually use that excuse. I think it's more of a fan thing, but you can't just be a LAN team. You have to be able to compete at every facet of the game.
Yeah, and that's what we're waiting for here. An online event an online match to start. I was thinking that these teams, especially native gaming, the more practice they get in, the scarier they're going to be. Same thing with Sentinels. Like once they get that practice in, these teams are going to be scary. You're right. They might find it tough to break through that top 4, considering that Shopify Rebellion is playing so well, and with OpTic and FaZe and SSG up there, it's gonna be tough. But I think they're gonna be scarier the more they play together.
Right, I think that's absolutely true. I want to see. Do we have a late PG cam over
Let's
here
see.
from the producer? Let's see. Can we look at this lobby once again? I want to see if late PG is still late. Still got late PG.
Still late.
Man, that was weird. I thought we could have gotten him into motion.
I feel like we should start guessing what APG might be doing right now.
Yeah, what is APG doing?
What is APG doing?
Instead of being in the game right now?
Let's see. What do you think, chat? What do you think he could be doing right now?
What is APG doing right now?
Somebody said
APG is a really
he's gonna
cute
be
dog. He's playing with his dog.
somebody said that he was pulling up. He's gonna be pulling up in his limo.
Oh, I like that. Someone said doing laundry.
Let's see.
Okay, guys, I'm not doing that on stream.
Yeah.
Yo, chat, you guys gotta chill out.
You got chill out. Things we can read on stream. Making breakfast. What do you think APG has for breakfast?
Ooh, what is the GOAT breakfast material?
What do pro players have for breakfast? Do they even have
I
breakfast?
feel like
Maybe
it
they
needs to
skip
be like
it.
high protein. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
You gotta get yourself ready. I'd say he's probably like a protein shake kind of guy.
Okay. Protein shake for breakfast. Do you think they work out before a game or after a game?
I think the people
Maybe
on
they
the
don't.
East Coast do. The people on the West Coast don't.
They don't. Like West Coast people don't work out.
I
West
don't
Coast
think
players?
people are getting up at 6 a.m. to work out. You know what
You're
I'm
right,
saying?
you're
I
right,
think
you're
when
right.
the tournament starts at noon, there's enough time. You're like, all right, let me go get it in, and then 9 a.m. for start time. Like, nah, they're gonna wake up. Well, most of these pros probably woke up like 20 minutes before. We're like, all right, let's play.
You're right. I mean, that's kind of what I did today too. Walking the dog. That's true. APG has a dog. Did you guys know that every single time I've seen APG's dog on a tournament, he's won like the major when he was hanging out with OpTic. Every
Yeah.
time the dog was there, OpTic won.
Are you saying that like the dog? Are you saying APG's dog isn't in the house with them when he's playing? Like,
I think it's his lucky charm.
right? So maybe it's like the dog has to be in the room.
Yeah, maybe he's getting his dog.
The APG needs to have an open door policy in his gaming room. When the dog's there, they win. I would say he has a very cool dog. I like APG's dog a lot.
I haven't met his dog yet, but I've seen him from afar. Maybe one day I'll get to pet the dog. You know, I would love to see every pro players' dogs. I bet they have some cute dogs. I want to know if they're like dog people or cat people.
Yeah, I think probably more dog people, right?
Like, do you think Halo players are dog people? Mainly?
That's a good question. I feel like most of them, I think more have dogs than cats. But I used to be a very big dog person. I've been transitioning into a cat person. I like cats, I think, a little bit more now.
They're calling for a dog cam. They're asking for my dog camera, Riot, but she's not here, guys. I don't have my dog here. She was attacking me here earlier. She was jumping on my desk. Let me see if I can call her. Hold on, let me see.
Cats are balls. I'd have a lizard. Yeah, a lizard's kind of cool. Get an iguana or a gecko.
Did you know that there's a lizard in Australia that has a blue tongue and tiny little feet?
What's it called?
I don't know. Australian lizard something. I can go check it.
So you're telling me the existence
I don't have-
of an animal in the world.
Okay. It's called the common blue-tongued skink.
Man, that
Apparently, in
someone
Australia.
Did them dirty with that naming.
I know, skink. It's kind of adorable, actually. It's like bright blue tongue. I forget why its tongue is blue, actually. Oh, it was to prevent. What is it? To scare off enemies, making him think that he was poisonous. Why does Australia have the craziest animals? We need to ask the Australian pro players.
Can you say where are you at APG and your Australian accent?
No.
Wow.
No, that's my worst.
You know what the number one rule of improv is?
No. I'm allowed to say no. I will offend every single Australian that exists in the world. Are they capable of being offended by me imitating their accent? I don't know. Every single Australian person I meet is so friendly.
I think it depends on how bad you do it. Like, it could be
It's so bad. It's bad. It's bad. Why don't you give it a try? What do you call?
I feel like you are scapegoating this. Like, I asked you to do it, and then you say no. You say no, but you like, yeah, hey, I'll do it if you got.
I admitted that I admitted that I was gonna do such a terrible job that I would make people cry. So I chose not to. And now you have a chance to show off your skills.
Well, I ran a 3-minute ad, so so the only people here are subs.
Okay.
So I feel like I've given myself a layer of protection.
Where is my dog?
Yeah, crikey, mate. That's so bad. It's more fucking English than it is.
I'm so happy that you did that instead of me.
Yeah, well. Chat. I want you guys, everyone that's a sub right now, because the non-subs can't do it, say that was really good. You know what I'm saying? Like be like, wow, what a good Australian accent. Then all the people that aren't subbed will have to sub to the channel in order to listen to the great Australian accents.
I'll go with it. How long do we have for the ads?
Oh, we got another 2 minutes ads.
Okay. They're asking for my camera riot.
Put some shrimp on the Barbie for us. Oh, okay. You know what? Never mind. You're getting protected. You know what? You're getting protected over here.
All right, good. Guess what, guys? APG is in the lobby, still deciding versus Native. The grudge match between Collect, still deciding. And Native Gaming starts now. Streets on Oddball. Let's see it.
All right, Eli, here we go. Y'all were begging for this last week. We finally got it on stream this week. The grudge match everyone has been waiting for. Roster Mania comes to a heat here in this series. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I just can't wait to see it. These teams yesterday both scrimmed. The still deciding roster wins against Complexity 10-4. On the other side, Native doesn't have a good showing against FaZe, but it is FaZe. So, I mean, not many teams have good showings against FaZe in scrims. It was 12-2 in that scrim. So, I don't know. Even though it's a different type of practice and a different result, there's some level of confidence and momentum that you get from scrims, right? So like if you just come off a loss, sometimes you're not going to come out as hot. Maybe come in with your tail tucked between your legs a little bit. And we'll have to see if the confidence and momentum is on the side of Collect, who is switching targets instantly. That was amazing target acquisition to finish that player benches while fighting Mikwin. But ultimately, when he gets taken down, it's going to be Native with the first setup and some early ball time.
Talked about that still deciding roster previously as all four go down previously. On the side of Native Gaming, you've got Gilkey, who I thought was a top performer at Arlington. I love that pickup. You got APG, a world champ, and then Barcode and McWin. I am just waiting for that duo to show what they showed at the opener of last year's, rally? There we go. Getting fourth place. So we know what their ceiling looks like. We know what their potential looks like. Can they reach it? For now, they're off to a good start, 18 to a rolling 7, but for now, still deciding actually have control of the map and that oddball. So we could see a little lead flip here early on.
Barcode just trying to shut down King Nick, who had the camo. He does so much damage to two players, but the bait and switch is too strong from still deciding. Not only that, but they've also picked up on the fact that Native are rotating into C. What do? They just rotated all the way across the map to A. This is great play that we're seeing early on from still deciding, and they suddenly have the lead, and Native have to find a way to break the setup.
That's so impressive, especially when you consider all four went down for still deciding, and then off the respawn, they're able to regain full control and double up just about on this lead. They will, in fact, yes, it's going to continue rolling past 36 to 37, but stop short there. A 2v2 gunfight for now. APG and Gilkey versus Collect and Rami. As Collect takes to the top of A, he trades out. Rami looking to just stay alive with low shields. Does a good job timing that. Reshield, reposition, gets back into the mix with his shots onto tires. See that oddball there sitting out precariously on the planners. Rami with a decision to make here. Does he want to take it and rotate it back to A, or work through to that B side of the map, maybe even all the way through to C? Might see a rotation come in right here.
I think you're exactly right. It is important to rotate here, but both teams still fighting for control of the map. Right now, Diagram 10-5, by the way. I feel like he can absolutely be that X factor for this squad as well. Make it 11-5 with the play ball, but Mikwin is right there ready to catch it and take it right back into the tire side. Teammate spawning in PD means that he's going to have a little bit of protection, but Collect doesn't care about that. He's just going to go straight into the center, pick up 2 kills, and that's going to make it a bit easier for the rest of Still Deciding to finish the fight.
Still Deciding in a 2v2, looking for the numbers edge. They get it as 3 go down for Native Gaming. Rami going to play a little gatekeeper here on this oddball, finds the assist, but King Nick around the corner from the cafe, fully charged up with the latte, takes down the oddball bearer. 3 down though for Still Deciding. King Nick in a tough 1v3 situation. For now, it's a 1v1 with APG. He takes him down, takes McWin down to 1 shield, 1 HP. And that might just help Still Deciding off spawn, come right back, but no, with the predictable C spawns pushing out to the spike grenades. Barcode has it watched with the cross on the B rail, and now diverting his attention towards trash, back to the spike grenades. Barcode locking it down, but Diagram does a good job to take down Barcode, and that could be the opening break they need to break through.
Diagram's so smart there. He was getting shot from B rail from Ivy and actually stood in a part of Ivy that was not visible to B rail. Then later comes back to reach out when that player's not expecting it, shuts him down, and he's still rolling 13-7. Granted, his teammates are certainly helping him win these fights, but he is on fire so far this game, and that's exactly what you want to see from a young gun. You know, like I said earlier, his triplet brother just won the tournament 2 days ago. You got to imagine that charges him up, maybe a little bit of inspiration. And he is absolutely popping off. And when Collect has been playing the way he's been playing, this looks very good for Still Deciding.
A little bit of classic Halo being played here, Eli, in the sense that we're seeing a lot of 2 versus 2. I know the Ogre Twins would appreciate that. And in these 2v2 encounters, Still Deciding has been continuously 3 or 4 times now in the early goings, been able to find the third and break that numbers edge, break that even numbers deficit for Still Deciding, as they usually find the +1. Looking to find another one here is Collect, as he does for the killing spree, utilizing that camo to stay alive. Gillicky with the stalker, and that could be huge. I imagine Still Deciding will not only have control of a little bit of camo left, no, that's dissipated, but they will have the shock. Sandbox in their favor, so too is the lead, 81-37.
Collect, always such a difficult kill. Does some damage, hits the curb slide, turn into repulsor combo just to get around the corner while his teammates continually fight. And he's so good at playing around cover, maybe one of the best in the world at it. It just makes himself so slippery all the time. It is going to be Native Gaming that are able to escape with the ball and come out on top in this situation, but they had to earn it. But now Still Deciding, how do they play off of this spawn point? It looks like Rami's going to rotate to the PD side. The rest of the team going to rotate in the other direction, but Native are winning the battles for now, and that oddball player is just racking up time.
Nice stretch of gameplay here from Native, as they've been able to cut the lead in half and then some, down by less than 20 seconds now. And ooh, I love this rotation. Barcode says, come on through, guys. I got C locked down, but no, Still Deciding locked down the entirety of streets, taking down all 4 for Native Gaming. That's another example, Eli, when push comes to shove, Still Deciding are able to find 3 or 4 down and manufacture a way to stay on top. Still up by 20.
Looked like they were not expecting the C spawns. Mikwin and APG both somehow showing up in C. They get the ball player to play it, and then the rest of Still Deciding try to collapse in. It's been even fight until now. Suddenly King Nick just barely coming out on top despite the rest of those kills trading out. It's going to be Still Deciding, and almost a little reversal there onto Mikwin, but that ball reset is actually very good for Native. Still Deciding we're about to pick it up and probably close the round, but just before Rami can grab it, it resets, and now Native can just grab it and take it back to A.
Ooh, this is big, though. Native Gaming countering, and a potential to regain the lead here. Rami doesn't look like he's anywhere close to a position to potentially break through, but for now he's going to watch the cross with use of the stalker. A full magazine of ammo to work with as he pushes in through to the back of A. He goes down, though, and that's going to give Native Gaming not only ball control, but the stalker control as well. King Nick's the last player alive, and what we saw previously from Still Deciding is what Native Gaming are doing now, finding the +1 edge, finding that little bit of sandbox that gives them the edge, and they do, in fact, steal it. Impressive regain here for Native Gaming. It was only until the very end that they had control of it, but I guess that's all you need as they take round 1.
Very impressive bounce back, but I also got to point out Diagram started off so hot at the beginning of that round, and I feel like I was talking about how he already had 12 kills and throughout the rest of the round only got 1 more. It seems like he was unable to have that same level of success throughout the end of the round. Native just shutting him down, and that's a big difference maker in the end game. But Got to imagine Still Deciding are not out of this yet. They played a very tight round, and if they can just earn some more sandbox and early control, they could absolutely come back into this one.
I like Barcode's game plan here, utilizing the shotgun and shroud screen as bait to go for the camo. Now, after getting the slay, he picks up the camo. Perfectly played process here for Barcode, and this is going to spur Native Gaming to a lead. King Nick kind of being a little annoying there as he pushes through, gets the trade, but Gilkey does a great job to pick up that oddball, but with 2 pushing through, now 3 with the squad spawns on the cafe for Still Deciding. You're going to need Barcode to make another play with the shotgun. He does. Backsmack goes through for the double kill. Make it a... yeah, there we go. There's the double kill that we were anticipating. Make it a triple with the last shot of that shotgun, and this could not have been a more impressive stretch run for Barcode, all the way from when he baited the camo and the shroud screen previously, now onto the triple kill as Native Gaming have 3-0 to a 3 on the clock for Still Deciding. As, my God, this last 3 to 4 minutes of gameplay for Native have been incredible. Barcode with another reversal stays alive and finally goes down, but not before Native Gaming go up. And look at this! All the while, Barcode drawing so much attention because of so many slays he's earned. Native Gaming rotate it, and Collect kind of looking like, wait, didn't you guys just have the ball at PD? It's now over by the trash can. Impressive opening sequence here to round 2 for Native, but they go 3 down.
Collect can get this kill. This is the first good-looking setup. Rami actually gets taken down, though, and Barcode might be able to just hold that in that side. No, he's going to wisely play out and try to fight. Understands that his team needs his help. Can't just grab the ball and milk when you need to be part of the action. Collect's going to trade out with Mikwin, but you're exactly right. Native looking so strong this early game. This next camo going to be very important. Can one team get it and actually get value out of it? Looks like Still Deciding to grab it, but he's going to go down. At least denied that resource to Native, but would have been something nice to have in your pocket to maybe start catching up in ball time. King Nick's going to hold it for now, but he's going to be forced to rotate here shortly.
Still Deciding are able to pick that oddball off the trash and turn it into a little bit of treasure, finding some time, cutting this lead in half just about. It looks like they will in the next couple seconds, but my God, not after that nice grenade headshot there from APG. Stops what looked like could have been a continuous roll there. Maybe want to, in hindsight, take that oddball back to trash and maybe play it, but instead Native Gaming are going to be better for it after that nice play from APG, regaining control of the oddball. 55 and rolling to 18. Native Gaming looking to put the finishing touches here on game 1.
Barcode playing out of his mind. 21 and 14, 48 seconds of oddball time, seemingly clutching up in so many scenarios that his team absolutely needs him to do so. And now Still Deciding are trying to get that ball, but it's in a precarious spot. Out in that purple side is so exposed. If they try to just walk up for it, they're going to get drilled from the B rail. Mikwin low shields, but still fighting here, able to get his shields back. Collect's going to clean up the kill that he started, and now it's Native Gaming once again with the ball time. Mikwin finding an assassination in the kill feed as well, and looks like Still Deciding are just kind of not on the same page in some of these fights, or maybe dying a little bit early, taking a little bit too much early damage in the fights, and that's been costing them push after push here.
Gilkey says, I found something. Double kill plus the oddball. That's a little bonus numbers there for Gilkey as he continues on with it in his hands. 65 and rolling now at 40 seconds. And like we saw previously on the C side, Eli, once the pressure comes through, it's not going to for now. They have a +1 net edge, but like we saw previously, they played the oddball out into the palm trees, and that's what you afford yourself when you have this big of a lead. It's on Still Deciding at this point to break through and try to find a rotation, try to find a team wipe. And for now, Mikwin has that shotgun camo combination. We last saw it with Barcode, and it's a matter of sandbox control at this point. Native Gaming with too much control. Rami shuts it down for now, though. 24 to 76. Can Still Deciding come back.
Shout out to Coach Hoaxer. Mikwin was literally holding X as the shotgun appeared on the map. I mean, he had it the absolute frame that it respawned, so you know that the communication is there. They know when that weapon is spawning. They're prioritizing it when they have the camo. Mikwin has got the overkill as well, and that could just spell disaster for Still Deciding. They do shut him down, but Collect finding the perfect kill. It's going to actually shut down the rest of Native for the moment. So despite the overkill, it's Still Deciding that's getting the oddball time and could potentially have a setup here.
And up to this point in the match, Eli, it looks like Still Deciding are, in their namesake, kind of fighting through. Do they want to go left? Do they want to go to right? Do they want to take on Mikwin or Barcode in this instance? They're a little in between, it feels like. If they can shore that up, they could potentially regain the lead. Only down by 20 now. And like you said, yeah, after that overkill for for Native Gaming. Still deciding and collect with that double kill, sort of hedge their bets and mitigate the damage and now have control of it. And here's where it was previously on the trash. And they throw it out. They play it out. In the previous moment, APG got a nade out and took down that oddball carrier at the back of Tram. Now instead, they make the right play by playing ball. As 2 go down for Native Gaming, and this could just be all 4. But yes, APG does trade out, but still deciding you're going to be able to take it back. And that's a well-played process there. Completely the opposite of what they did previously. And look at the result of it. They might just regain the lead right here.
I think Collect has something to say about getting dropped 32 in 22 with 44 seconds of oddball time. And I feel like it mostly came from this round. I mean, we didn't see crazy numbers from him before this round, but all of a sudden he is by far the kill leader here. And this has been a very close round. This could really go either way. It's going to come down to who comes out on top in these next couple of fights, but I could absolutely see a brawl just continuing as players come off spawn and try to sprint into the action over and over. You really don't have time to wait at all in situations like this. Native are going to be the ones to hold it for now, but and Still Deciding 2 dead. This could actually be disastrous for Still Deciding. Barcode with some massive shots down range gets the double kill, and I think that could just spell the end of the game.
Just as it felt like it was getting down to the nitty gritty, Still Deciding will go down 1-0 in this series as Native Gaming have a phenomenal finish to round number 1 and look really good all throughout round number 2. They just seem to be the team that had more decisive movement, more decisive decision making, and that was the difference as they go up 1-0.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, honestly, Still Deciding looked like they could have won both of those rounds. It just comes down to a handful of plays, handful of oddball rotations. Obviously, that impressive overkill from Mikwin. Little differences come out in a big way to secure a game 1 victory, but can absolutely see Still Deciding bounce back. Now, if Native Gaming can win game 2, though, that could be extremely huge and make it very difficult for Still Deciding to come back. So I really do feel like this next game is very, very important for Still Deciding to come out on top.
Yeah, quick math. It's looking like a +7 edge in the KD department for the Cobra squad. That's Native Gaming. And like you said, Eli, it was really only Collect who was doing work with those slays and doing work with the oddball as well. But I didn't see what the series layout was. If it goes to a game 2 with the sniper on the map, you got to watch out for Collect. And all right, not going to see the S7, but we will see the shock. You head to recharge. Yes, game 2.
Oh, man. This whole lobby full of very talented shock rifle users. Native Gaming, I feel like this was one of their standout maps when they made that crazy run through the open bracket into pool play, into a top 4 performance. It felt like they won almost every game on recharge during that run. So we'll have to see, but it really does come down to that shock rifle control and also just working together. Teamwork and communication are going to be a big deal. I do kind of expect this game to probably slow down quite a bit at different points, so we'll have to see how that chess match plays out.
And this is why you bring on Gilkey right here. 117 Master Chief impersonation with that OBJ time, and he's no short for the slays as well. He goes positive. It's second on the team in assists, so a guy like Gilkey, man, well, talk about a glue player, the G in his first name and in glue. It makes sense because this guy, he just holds teams together. And I really felt like at HCS Arlington, Eli, when we were casting that Proton squad, Gilkey was more often than not be not going +10 or 15, nothing crazy. He'd still be +1 or 2, but those 1 or 2 slays were to win games, were to win rotations, and to win specific sequences that his team needed to win. And we're seeing that same level of ice and blue, if you will, here on Native Gaming, and boy, does that bode well for them as Native looks to take that leap. Right now, kind of in the mud a little bit in that top 12 category. This is not a team that looks like a top 12 team, though, right, Eli?
I have to agree with you, and I wanted to just say a little bit more about Gilkey. I mean, this is a guy that I was scrimming against in 2007. Like, this guy has been competing literally forever. He has so much experience. He knows how to win games. He knows how games are thrown. And I feel like he warns his teammates in positions where he can sense, like, I know what it feels like when our team's about to throw, and he'll say something in the comms to stop the team from throwing. And I feel like he just knows how to make sure the team is on point and does what they need to do to win games. And I think that's why Native saw him so valuable to add to their roster.
Yeah, you could argue knowing how to clutch up is knowing how not to throw, and Gilkey with so much experience going all the way back to the mid-2000s. God, unbelievable longevity for the likes of Gilkey and APG as well. I mean, my goodness, 20 to maybe 30, 40 years of Halo experience on the main stage between the two. You got McWin as well, Barcode the newbie on the squad, but he's probably the most talented. So again, this Native Gaming roster, not a top 12 team in my eyes. In my eyes, it feels like we're just waiting for them to break through as they do so. In fact, game number 2 already off to a big lead before we can even finish the introduction. Not even a minute off the clock, and they're already up 2-8.
We talk about this a lot, Hunter, that Gilkey does not get talked about enough as one of the best snipers in the game. He somehow turns 2. Did you see that? So he knew exactly how much damage that shock would do, switches to the bandit, shoots 1 extra bullet, and then gets the melee trade. I feel like you have to be so in tune and understand the damage numbers that you're outputting, because if he doesn't switch to the bandit and get that extra shot, that absolutely does not trade. That player's still alive with no shields and has his shock rifle.
Yeah, once Gilkey got the body shot with the shock, he knew he needed 1 more body shot with the DMR, and my God, you couldn't even see the animation for a melee. It just shows up in the feed. Gilkey, the magician, has Native Gaming up by 5 as Diagram looks to push through. He gets traded out, though, and starting to get into that situation, Eli. It's still really early, but trades with a 5-kill lead already are going to heavily benefit Native Gaming as we hop on board here with Collect.
Gotta feel like Collect might be that dude that they need to start popping off to come back into this one. He kind of finds himself on an island here, but catches Rami off guard for it. Also hits the slide tech to hold this player's attention long enough for Diagram to finish him off. That was APG. So now they brought it to within 2, and Collect has his eyes set on that sniper, but he doesn't have to grapple to grab it safely. He's actually going to try to fight for control of this gold side before he jumps out for it. Knows that he's likely being watched from tower, as he is. Gilkey going to try to deny access to that shock rifle for now.
Going to see some of that veteran level of growth from Collect. You know how bad he wants the shock and how important it is on the map, but that's not the first step in the process. The first step is to not only clear gold, but take out Gilkey and APG, who have eyes on that shock rifle side. But ooh, Diagram able to sneak over off the bat ledge and take it for himself. 14-all.
Another one of those guys that we've seen pop off. Didn't see some crazy plays with it earlier when he did get the sniper. However, he can absolutely pop off. He's just got to start feeling it. I feel like he's a very momentum-based player, and once he gets on, he stays on. But for now, he gets taken down. Currently 7-5, so still positive in this game, keeping his team in it. Down by 2, though. And they just gave the shock rifle to, I think Barcode probably has it there in the pipes. So not the player that you want to see have that shock rifle.
Not at all. 18-19 now. Native Gaming clinging to a 1-kill lead. Rami with the cross-bat commando shots. There's Barcode with the shock, and with enough damage on him, Rami, great decision there. Does not continue to fight that. Allows his teammate instead to clean it up. And we're seeing the process being played a lot better here from Still Deciding. We talked about how in game 1 they were a little in between decision making here. They seem to be much more quick and proactive here in game 2 and keeping them close. Still down 1.
Collect knows how important it is to stay alive with this weapon. Does not want to hand it off to the opposition. Gonna get the trade on McWin. Not sure which team is going to be able to pick that up. Looks like there's still some action fighting in A. Camo's also up. Neither team going for it just yet. Maybe seeing it as bait. Maybe they want to grab the shroud before they drop for it. But after 3 go down for Still Deciding, I have to imagine a member of Native Gaming should go down and grab it. Yes, looks like APG the one to do so. And he's made his way into the pipes, maybe expecting Still Deciding to be in there. But after hearing some callouts, quickly reroutes and has found where all of Still Deciding are trapped in the back of Silo.
Oh, clean team wipe there. As Native Gaming are starting to roll, you still see all 4 members for Native Gaming alive, and we're only seeing red X's for Still Deciding. A 1-kill game is now an 8-kill game as Native Gaming, when the Slayers really start here in the 30s, give themselves that big lead. And again, it brings back up that conversation where you can start to strategically play for Slays. Or, excuse me, trades.
Wow, great stick from APG. Knew that that was his only way to kill that player. Does so perfectly. Now still maintaining that 8-kill advantage, but Still Deciding want to fight for gold control. That shock rifle might be back up on spawn. That could be why we see such a fight break out in the gold side, and it's Native that come out on top. 3-0 swing in their favor, not losing a single player during that engagement. That to me shows that they are just playing around each other so well. They're able to keep each other alive because you know a lot of damage is going to be dealt no matter what from the players on Still Deciding. But if you're able to escape with your life and let your teammate finish the job, that is going to be a recipe for success in Team Slayer, as is the triple kill from Gilkey and a 4 dead for Still Deciding.
Dude, it feels like we've only ever seen maybe 1 blue X on the top right for Native Gaming, but 3 or 4 for Still Deciding, and it's starting to get a little frustrating. And I think you saw that in the body language from Diagram there, smacking the walls of recharge over there on C. Can't get any melees on the opposition. Might as well just start beating down the map, as that's the only damage Still Deciding can do. This is a game that is turned on its head. Native Gaming looking for the stake.
Gilkey trying to show why he was picked up, and he's absolutely doing so. He's 14-5 and just seems to ice up every single time it matters. He goes down there, but still does enough damage to King Nick that Mikwin can fight him and take him down. So despite Gilkey going down in a situation where look like, I mean, most players wouldn't even do any damage, he finds a way to get the assist there so Mikwin can clean it up. Communication obviously on point. So I mean, Native look very strong right now.
Speaking of assist, Eli, right as you said that, my eyes went to it. Look at that, 5-4-4-4 as 3 go down for Native Gaming. So for now, Still Deciding coming back, but is it too little too late? Feels like it is, but everybody close on the assist category, and over for Still Deciding 1-1-6-4. You just had Diagram, I believe it was, get off the goose in terms of assist, and that's the name of the game, especially in a Team Slayer. You got to be able to shoot the same thing to get a little bit more damage. Take your 2v1s. Too many 1v2s there for Still Deciding, and too little assists as well. As they go down, they avoid the stake, but not the 2-0 deficit as Native Gaming. This is a decisive match right here. This is a grudge match, right? Playing against your former teammate, you always want to prove as an organization and as a team that you made the right decision. So far, not to say that Collect's not an incredible player. I think he's one of the best in the game. We already talked that up earlier. But right now, Native Gaming looking like they made the right call.
Yeah, I mean, Gilkey 16-7. At the end of that game, too, I mean, Mikwin had the jump over his head reversal perfect, I'm pretty sure, on Collect to end the game. So Mikwin definitely feeling himself right now. No old man hand injuries holding him back today, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Still Deciding are not done yet. They just really have not been clicking yet in this series. But also on the other side, you got to point out just how well Native are clicking, and that teamwork and chemistry is really the name of the game in Halo Infinite at this point.
Speaking of players we previously spoke of, King Nick, we were hyping up his gameplay, but they're in that Slayer. 12 is the magic number, right? Extrapolate that by 4 puts you right at about the edge of 50 kills. He just had too many deaths, and I appreciate the actions per minute, right? APMs look good, but you want to mitigate that. You want to get that closer to 12 if your King Nick. Needs to play a little smarter, maybe even a little bit safer, but against this Native Gaming roster that seems to be flying around the map, that's difficult to do. Easier said than done as we head to Forbidden CTF. I like this. I know that I'm going to ask now as we have a break in the moment, how does chat feel about this? Because I feel like the last time I asked, how's everyone feeling about Forbidden CTF? Man, it was 90% boos and no's in the chat, but I don't know, man. I love playing Forbidden. What are your thoughts after we get a couple more weeks of gameplay?
I mean, to be honest, I've started to like Forbidden a little bit more. I'm kind of biased though, because I like maps that I can just go for the sniper every 3 minutes and hit some headshots. So I mean, I'm definitely biased in that sense, but it does kind of have like an old school Halo vibe when it comes to CTF. Like it's kind of like visually looks like Sanctuary, also kind of plays like Sanctuary because it's a symmetrical map, but it's mirrored on each side, so you always want to push right into the snipe side of the other team. If you can control the other team's snipe area, you can spawn kill easily on the other side, similar to how we played Sanctuary. But you can also fall off the map very easily, so it's got some elements of narrows, lots of long sight lines. So I've been saying that it's kind of like a mix between narrows and Sanctuary, and it's actually, despite being such a large map, it's easy to get a fast flag run. If you just get a few dead and chuck the flag and get to the bottom of that tunnel, you're probably home free as long as you can round the bend.
All right, everybody seems to still be pretty undecided on whether or not they like, I was about to say Sanctuary. Forbidden looks good, looks like Sanctuary, and speaking of looking good, Eli, damn, are you dripping, man? Where'd you get that t-shirt, bro? Golly.
Oh man, this is from a company called Flight Factory Discs. If you guys don't know, I'm a avid disc golfer. I love disc golf. I watch all the tournaments as well. And I don't know, this is from like the Calvin Heimberg line. He's a pro player, and I don't know, I liked it. I was feeling like I needed to upgrade the wardrobe, and I found this and a few other polos. So I'm excited to wear them for you guys.
Woo. Eli the Ninja, who's taking you out on a date later, man? I might just fly down to Austin or drive down and take you out myself, brother. You looking good, boo. And you know what I like most about that? It looks like an esports jersey, but something you can wear out in public and not look like you're wearing an esports jersey. So Eli, the fit, the analysis, everything is on point today. And my God, this has been a fun one. As that's one thing we can all agree on. Eli looking good, man.
Hey, appreciate that. I thought we were talking about Forbidden. How do we start talking about my shirt? I mean,
hey, we were talking about Halo. Once we went full cam, I forgot we were in a tournament. Excuse me. All right, here we go. All the players are loaded back up. Eli the Ninja still looking good, and everybody agrees. And yes, Eli X, be specific. The bromance is very real. Love, Eli.
Hey, I love you too, brother. We got to get some games in soon. I'll carry you on this map. Just give me the sniper. I'll watch your back. Just run that flag, all right? If I say grab it,
I posted the winning percentage. What is it, like 88% you and I playing together? Woo! Man, we're forming quite the, like 50-3 or something in our last 53 games. We got a nice little thing going, Eli. It's been fun.
It has been fun. Throwing it back to when we teamed all those years ago on the main stage. If you guys don't know, me and Mikowski teamed together in a Halo 3 tournament and placed top 16 like 100 years ago, before half of you guys even knew what Halo was, right? I mean, I'm just kidding. I know there's a lot of OGs in chat, but it's definitely cool to be on the cast here with an old teammate, and also watching some players that we used to play against,
right,
like Gilkey and APG.
I think we played Gilkey in that tournament, so
probably, yeah. So I mean, the Halo community, definitely a small one. We all kind of know each other, and just happy to be a part of it, man.
Love to see it, and love to see the start of Game 3. Still deciding. Well, they got to figure it out right now. They need that reverse sweep start, and it all starts here in a Game 3 for now with nice control of the snipe. Saw the OS trickle through as well. They got more of the slays. 2 gooses on each side, though, as Collect and Rami split in twos. And looks like for now, Collect doesn't like the numbers dwindling. He's actually going to drop, take a little bit sneakier route. And my question now, does Native Gaming know where Collect is with the snipe? This is an aggressive positioning with it.
Yeah, this is risky, actually. I mean, it's unpredictable. They definitely don't think that he's here as he gets a headshot, almost gets 2. The nade finishes a second, hits the curb slide. And this is what I talked about. You get this flag around this corner and you're basically home. So now if Native Gaming are not in the base of still deciding, this flag will very likely go home. Mikwin's in the best position to cut it off, but Rami knows that that's the only option. He's going to hold that player back for long enough for Collect to slide it in. And this is a great start. Exactly what still deciding needed in this Game 3.
Eli, we're only in winners round 3, but that's twice now we've seen Collect get the flagpole, get a double kill after pulling flag when everybody at that point does know where he is, and Collect quite literally doing it all for this still deciding roster. No question mark on Collect's gameplay as he earns the killing spree and a 1-0 lead.
Diagram with the sniper once again. His team has a lot of faith in him with this gun, and for good reason. He's had some of the most insane pop-offs. Famously actually got the game-winning snipe against SSG in pool play on that LVT roster, actually, when LVT had their roster and diagram popped up. We heard him screaming from across the venue. This man plays with so much energy, and when he starts feeling himself, he's a very scary opponent for the other team.
Yeah, you don't want to go up against any of the 3 triplets when they're feeling themselves. And for now, still deciding. Look at his steal Game 3, up 2-0 already. Eli, it felt like when this map was first revealed, we saw a lot of fast sub-5-minute 3-0s, and still deciding, cooking one up right here, it looks like.
They're trying to. I mean, it's never over till it's over, because I tell you what, Native are certainly capable of getting back-to-back flag scores, as well as several of still deciding go down. APG is going to go into the back of the base, not quite comfortable enough to pull the flag. Probably understands the respawn timers were not ideal to grab the flag. You've got to be really in tune with those respawn timers to know how quickly you're going to be shot in the back if you do go for a flag pull. So I like the patience from APG, but does it pay off? No. Still deciding come off spawn, shut him down, and they shut down the rest of the map so they could potentially get out of their own base.
Barcode looking to do his best Collect impersonation to full flag and take down 2, but instead it's Collect who takes him down and then takes down 2 in total shortly after. And you do not want to see Collect with the snipe if you're part of that Native Gaming roster, especially with the vengeance and the will. It looks like Collect seemingly willing, still deciding back in this one against his former squad.
I mean, the man is 9-1. He absolutely wants to win this game, wants to win this series. To win this series, you got to win this game. Gets the body shot on Collect, but look at the routing from Mikwin. Actually goes through the bottom of the tunnel and then jumps up behind Collect. I think it's a route that's underused on this map right now, but a very effective one because a lot of players will try to apply pressure to you from the top of your flag ramp. You can just run underneath them and then jump up behind. It doesn't take as long as it sounds like it would. Mikwin knows that. Grabs the overshield. Now he's got overshield. Just one snipe bullet left to work with. Also a shock grenade in his pocket. Probably one of the most worthless items in the game right now, but we'll see if he can put it to work.
Hey, you're right, Eli. That spot so sneaky. It almost feels like sometimes players forget about it. There's that putrid shock rifle. It even gets a little tick damage, and my God, that is futile. Limited damage output with that dynamo grenade. I almost forgot the name of it because who cares? It does nothing in this meta. The spike grenades we saw in the patch notes actually are getting buffed, and you have to wonder, dynamos at launch, absolutely way too strong. You got damage and intel from it, but that might be another grenade that needs a little bit of work from the 343 team.
Gotta agree with you. I know Muggsy was in chat last time, maybe in chat today. Shout out. I mean, I really gotta commend 343. They've been listening. They've been making a lot of changes. Can't wait for the update that's coming out. They're gonna add the ability to change the score of the game in case there's like a lag out or a reset. That's gonna be massive for us in these tournaments. They've also got, in matchmaking, if the game starts in a 3v4, it just ends automatically. There's a lot of good stuff that's gonna improve the quality of life for everyone playing the game, so shout out to that. But yes, I agree, the shock grenades, I mean, the thing is, they were nerfed so hard that they are now only on this map. It's the only competitive map that we see shock grenades on now, and maybe if they buff them, they could put them back on some other maps as well.
Yeah, stickies in place of those dynamos on the map Aquarius. As we continue on here on Forbidden, about at the halfway mark, Mikwin at the halfway mark of the map as he helps find an assist. But for now, Native Gaming need to break through. You gotta maintain your life here if you're Mikwin. He's the spear in that arrow, but he goes down, not before earning an assist, but it just feels like for Native, Eli, they're having a hard time maintaining a numbers advantage, and this is an important time to have that. Everything is up on the map. 2 snipes, 1 OS.
Exactly right. The shot comes out from Diagram, quickly gets out of dodge. That's Gilkey with it on the other side, one of the most deadly snipers in the HCS, so wise to get out of his way. Diagram gonna just try to stay alive back here. It's so important to not give this sniper to the opposition, and finds the headshot on Barcode. Impressive shot. It's another on Mikwin with the no scope headshot, and look at the pressure. Native want that sniper so bad they sent 3 players after it. Diagram's gonna take down 2, then they're gonna shut down the last, and this could be the end of the game if Rami can get some headshot spawn kills here. And Mikwin knows that he's lurking. He's gonna try to jump up and down on that ramp right there to get some shots. APG tries to go through. Rami knows that Gilkey's the last player, and I think this one is all but over, Hunter.
2 spicy snipes from Diagram will absolutely end things here. Wait, hold on. King Nick, last player alive, but it's Barcode for now, looking to finish off this, pull the flag to allow his team to stay in it, as it looks like still deciding this is not going to be a 3-0. Native Gaming have a chance here, and if they can continue on with the numbers advantage they have now manufactured, this could be it. Rami's in a tough spot. Predictable positioning with the UI icon telling everyone where he is, and he takes a grenade, and for now, Gilkey gonna escort Barcode back, but you gotta watch your back. That's King Nick, and that might just be a trade that works out in their favor if they can find a way to get the re, but for now, it's a standoff.
I would love to see a replay of who got through to stop that. It had to be Gilkey, right? Wasn't it? I think Gilkey was the one, the Diagram or Rami had missed that last snipe on as he was going to rotate into the tunnel. So Gilkey must have just sprinted up the tunnel, killed the flag bearer, and then maybe also got another kill to stop that cap. It's now a standoff situation. Overshield is up now, still deciding have control of top mid for now. APG's going to fly in and contest it, but no, Overshield will go in the hands of still deciding. I think it's Collect that has it. and he could potentially use this to get the flag return, but he's going to play slow, play his process, not going to just fly forwards and try to return it. He's going to play it, and this shows the character development that we talked about. This guy just understands that he has to be patient sometimes. He's got the talent and the skill, but time isn't always right to push.
Speaking of time, Eli, seeing the situation, this is like being up 7 in a Slayer, earning trades. Every second that ticks away on this standoff is a trade advantage, if you will, for Still Deciding, as they have that 2-0 lead. If it was a 1-0 lead, it might be a little different, right? You'd feel a little bit more uneasy about it, but for now, it's just a matter of time and space as Still Deciding look to just milk the clock. And for Native Gaming, Eli, they might have to be the ones to push on the gas, maybe even OE a little bit here, as they need to score and do it within the next minute and a half or so, because even if they do that, they're still going to be down 1.
You're exactly right. The standoff always favors the team in the lead, especially when it's by 2, because you can basically force the end of the game if you never let them return the flag. APG got a very clutch double kill, but couldn't push through. Collect actually hits the G slide to grab the flag and move it to a safer position. And look at the defensive effort. They understand the situation. If this flag never goes home, they win the game as soon as the clock expires. So name of the game right now for Still Deciding is to just play as good defense as possible. APG, look at this. He's playing kind of a flowchart style with this snipe, knows that he could potentially stay alive with it, but if he dies, drop it off the map. Does so successfully, but Rami now going to be the only player on the map with the sniper rifle.
2:10 left. Tick, tick, tick. The clock is absolutely a 5th teammate here for Still Deciding, and they might play... This might be the one instance, Eli, strategically, where playing not to lose will actually be a benefit to you, right? Still Deciding could keep backs against the wall in the red base for the rest of this, and that probably bode well for them. Oddly enough, interestingly enough, because usually that's not the case, but with this 2-0 lead and less than 2 to go, Still Deciding looking good for their first potential win of the series.
I actually really like this positioning from Rami. It's unlikely that Native decide to push through the tunnel, so he's not that scared about getting pushed from behind, but he has a great sight line to cut off Native from getting to his flag bearer. The problem is it was an overshield player that showed up, and he's not able to do enough damage to shut him down. But look at this, 3 players playing defense. This is just smart Halo. There's no reason to extend and return your own flag. That clock, if you can play successful defense and do not let them return the flag, you win in just a minute's time. And as 2 go down, the door is closing ever so slowly on Native Gaming.
And it looks like Still Deciding are deploying the strategy that we were discussing, Eli, but we do see Collect and now even Diagram push on through. So this is interesting in the sense that they've pushed out. They left King Nick a little on his own on an island, holding onto that flag, clutching his pearls in this potential 2-1 series lead. But for now, it looks, here we go. APG's going to get the read. And with 45 seconds left, Native Gaming have life.
Gets another kill as well, but both flags get returned.
Whoa!
They actually sent more resources forward as APG gets that return, but that leaves less resources in the base of Native Gaming. Not sure how exactly it happened, but when both flags get returned, that could probably spell the end of the game. Still Deciding should win this one, if not for a miracle.
Yeah, Eli, I'm going to need theater mode in a third-person Skycam point of view, because that's 2 times in this match now where things didn't go the way that we anticipated. You know, casters can always be wrong. They're always biased, but I felt like we had it called pretty well. I think everyone in chat agrees. Like, wait, what? In 2 instances now, but 2 instances of scoring will have Still Deciding back in this series, and this is the start of a reverse sweep, and I think the kind of momentum you want to take. It was a fairly decisive one, 2-0 at that. So just as it looked like Native Gaming were starting to roll on to the next round, hold up, Still Deciding got life.
It's kind of what we expected. We didn't think this was going to be a 3-0. We know both these teams are very good. We know that Collect is playing with a lot of fire. Collect playing very well in all these games so far, and he does not want to go away lightly to the squad that just recently dropped him. Gilkey also trying to prove that there was good reason for him to join the squad, and he's been playing great as well. But going into game 4, this one's going to be very interesting. I want to say it was Livefire King of the Hill. If we could see that map breakdown one more time. Yes, Livefire King, and I could really see this one going either way. You have to think that maybe Native have a bit more reps under their belt, so maybe they've got a bit more structure, but you know, this game can go either way. It's really going to come down to who controls that sandbox and who works well together.
Yeah, speaking of The grouping that we mentioned that was so impressive in game 2 for Native Gaming, everybody pretty close and tied even in assists and slays. You see that on the flip side now for Still Deciding, 3 out of 4 members with 17 slays, top fragging all together, holding hands, proverbially, if you will, metaphorically, if you will. And then Diagram is not too far behind at 16. So the grouping now finding its form for this Still Deciding roster. And like we talked about, Eli, in game 2, waiting for maybe a chance for Collect to pop off with the S7. He's got to get his chance here on Livefire, King of the Hill. Still Deciding and Collect on the comeback trail against his former team.
They got to come out swinging here. They got to come out hot. They're still riding the momentum from that win. Albeit, I feel like Native, in a way, kind of quelled the momentum just a little bit by not allowing the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
But in the end, I mean, just winning a game in general, definitely going to charge the team up a little bit. We'll see who can come out on top and get some early snipe control. Beginning of this game type is always so interesting to me because you want to get that early hill time if you can, but if you don't, you got to make sure you get the camo so you can use it to break into the hill. If one team can get both early hill time and sandbox control, it's a quick recipe for a quick first hill cap, and the first hill is the most important.
Okay, here we go. Livefire is our playground, and can't wait to see who's able to earn the snipe off the start. Keep in mind, though, like we said previously, you usually get one or the other, so this might be a matter of strategy here. Do you play for the sandbox, that snipe, and then camo up in 30, or do you go straight for the hill? It looks like it's going to be a wall of death here as both teams converging on the hill, but Still Deciding with more numbers on the hillside, and they're going to take down 3 easily, which might just give Collect a chance with that snipe, but no, somebody else took it. It's Gilkey, and wow, interesting for Gilkey to be able to grab snipe despite everybody on his team dying. Not enough eyes on the snipe. Instead, Still Deciding take that hill time.
So impressive. I mean, Still Deciding literally sent all 4 players at the hill, guaranteed that they would win it. The QT coming in absolutely clutch for Rami, gets body shot, doesn't teleport that far away, but it's gonna, I guess, discombobulate Gilkey just enough so that he's able to stay alive. Now he has the sniper, and this is what I talked about. You get the early hill time, you get the sandbox, you're probably going to get the hill, and Gilkey's got to be kicking himself because he wishes he still had this sniper for this setup at the second hill.
5 seconds off the regulation clock. That's all it took for Still Deciding to carry that momentum from game 3 into game 4. And my God, this reverse sweep looking more and more possible for them, as I can't imagine a more efficient way to score the opening break hill and have possession of the sandbox, Eli.
Right. I mean, it looked like Gilkey could. Oh my God, that was one of the most disgusting no scopes we have seen. The head, he just lined it up at head level and just swung it. That looked like a Halo 2 sweep snipe from a montage in 2004. That was ridiculous from Rami.
I miss the montages of 04. I miss montages in general. Can we get more montages outside of just Frosty? HCS top 50 Halo Pros. Come on now. A little bit more content out there. Love to see it as Rami, staying alive but not for long, takes a grenade to the bottom of his heels. 3 go down for Still Deciding, and now Native Gaming do a good job to stop this avalanche, this snowball from rolling down the hill, as they now have the lead on hill 2.
Like to see the way Diagram's playing this. He's going to position himself here, wait for teammates. He wants somebody to start shooting from another angle before he reveals his location, but it doesn't look like anyone else from Still Deciding can really do so. King Nick gets there, but King Nick and Diagram both get shut down. Rami, last player alive, he gets shut down. This is going to be a guaranteed cap for Native, and they're going to have early rotation on the next, and should also get the camo as well. So this is a lot of things in favor of Native. The thing that's not in their favor, though, is the spawn. Somehow Still Deciding actually spawn on the screen with perfect timing, and they might be able to steal that camo.
This is looking more and more like a heavyweight fight as the counter punches are starting to come through on each side. 1-1 here, and just 1 minute off the clock, so that's not going to be a factor for now. The snipe is, though, up in the next 8 seconds. Whoever has the numbers advantage here should be able to earn it, but for now, eyes on the back of A in the hill. McWin setting up for that next hill, but his former teammate says Collect, not now, and he's going to go for the CE. That might just bounce off the wall and go straight to him. Oh, it loses a little bit of its velocity, but I thought he had something planned in the chemistry lab, the physics lab, I guess. Not enough juice on it, but Collect still able to pick it up. No, he does not, despite the CE attempt. It goes in the favor of Native Gaming.
No, I think that was Collect's teammate that grabbed it. Yeah, Diagram is the one.
Right.
He ran forward and grabbed it. Collect was just fighting forward to make space for it, knew that he couldn't pick it up mid-fight, that he would be stuck in that animation and would have certainly died. So wisely decides to just fight, and then it gives Diagram an avenue. No pun intended, that is his twin brother's gamer tag, but gives him the avenue to push up and grab the sniper, but it's going back and forth. This is a cursed sniper so far. Everyone that picks it up doesn't survive for long, and we'll have to see who is able to actually pick it up and get some longevity out of it.
This is another reason why it's so important to go up 1-0 in King of the Hill. Feels like a hockey game in the sense that you force the other team to chase that time and the positioning and the disadvantage you take. Not necessarily so much so with like an oddball where you can't even shoot 3v4. A little bit of that when you've got the predictable player in that hill. For now, it's Native Gaming occupying it, but Rami has something else to say about it. He goes down. It's a 2v2 gunfight again, and that was a little bit of the narrative that we talked about in game one that was setting up in this series. 2v2 gunfights. Who wins it out there? Still deciding to, and that was the difference in that first game. Oddball, will it be here in game 4?
Team took the hill.
And still deciding. We've been talking about Collect a lot. He's not quite a stand-up performer in the stats department, but I would argue that he's made some big time plays that made the difference in the success that Still Deciding is feeling so far in this game. Just been the guy that made openings for his team. You need somebody to do that time and time again. You cannot have 4 selfish players. A few players got to do the quote-unquote dirty work, get some damage down, maybe get a death. Sometimes it doesn't even show up in the kill feed, but you can make some big plays for your team, and I think Collect has been doing that.
50% on the board for Native Gaming. About 5% on the board for Still Deciding, as they're still fighting for the map control at the back of Mud. Barcode looking to stay alive. A couple of pew-pews out from that previously nerfed plasma pistol. Still feels like you can get the semi-automatic gunfight, if you will. APG now with the backsmack and camo. You can see again, players and pros still vying for the semi-automatic use of the plasma pistol that was supposed to not be the intended use case or behavior that was 343 intended with that patch, but it looks like people still vying for it, as Rami vying for a comeback on this particular hill. Up 2-1 in this match, but down about doubly on this particular hill.
I think the balance change was to allow the plasma pistol to be used both ways, and I think we are seeing people use the charge shot more frequently now because they did speed up the charge time, slowed down the tap time, but either way, both methods still being used. This new sniper going to be very important. Barcode wants to secure it for his squad, get some shots down, and say it with me, Hunter. Mikwin grabs the sniper, and he's going to try to just shut down the top middle lane before his squad arrives, and it's going to be very important. They have to get this hill to stay in it.
Yeah, this is a must-have hill for Native Gaming, and still got some time on the clock, but with Still Deciding being on hill point or match point, it's on Native Gaming to come back in this one. They need McWin to stay alive with the snipe at the top of snipe, and with that hill at the top mid location, this could be a great setup for Native.
This is a very good looking situation for Native right now. They still got 2.5 minutes on the clock as well, so they're certainly not out of it, but the push from Still Deciding to decide to swing heavily through that nest side. At the same time, Rami and Diagram push through the dummy door. What a brilliant push. They're able to take the attention off of the dummy side to kill Mikwin. Unsuspectingly, they immediately steal the setup. Rami's gonna flush out bottom middle. And what a perfect push from Still Deciding. I don't think Native were prepared for that. Maybe only watching one side, and they left themselves a blind spot.
Rami looking to stay alive in the hill, but it's especially difficult when it's located top mid. Native Gaming needing just a couple more seconds, but with one stretch hold here for Still Deciding, they could steal this map and send us to a game 5. Reverse sweep potential on the line. 3 go down for Native Gaming and make it 4. And I wonder now if Still Deciding will be playing for just the regulation clock. They are going to get in it for now. That was the question I was wondering, but I almost wonder if this is bait too.
No, I like this decision. There is not much time left in the hill. They had 4 dead. They've got camo. He's a harder kill than usual right now. Native have to force their way into the hill to try to stop it, and unable to do so. Still Deciding force the game 5. This is exactly what we wanted when we picked this game out, Hunter.
It wouldn't have been right to not have this grudge match with all the intensity and electricity that we were hoping for, and this series has delivered. 2 wins in a row for Native Gaming, 2 wins in a row for Still Deciding. and there's only one game left to decide the winner of this series. It now feels so difficult to predict which way is this one going to go.
I do not know. I mean, it was Native that won the first Slayer, but that was on Recharge. In my opinion, Recharge plays very different from many of the other Slayers. It's more methodical. It's more about controlling map space. We'll have to look at the series layout again to see which map we go to for the game 5. Because if it's a map, okay, Aquarius, this is a very different. Yeah, this is one that you play fast and aggressive. It can slow down at times, but with that overshield every 2 minutes, teams really cannot afford to give up mid-map control. You've got to have somebody present in the center of the map. As that overshield comes up, you've got to be able to hold people back into the base. This is a very different Slayer from the one that we saw Native win in game 2, but that doesn't mean they can't also win this one. It just means Still Deciding might have a different path to victory.
Entirely agree. I always, not necessarily in the terms of the layout of the map, Eli, but Recharge feels sometimes, especially in a TS, like Lockout in Halo 2, where you control the window, maybe control the top BR, right? You see a little bit of that on Recharge. It's a much more set up and hold map, which plays in favor to, well, let's be honest, more of a veteran type team there for Native Gaming. So here on game 5, it sort of swings back into favor of guys like Collect, Diagram, and Rami, who know how to play fast and in your face. So if you had to give an edge, 51-49%, give it to Collect and his crew. But I want to ask you guys in chat, who do you guys have taken this game 5?
I don't even know. I can't pick one or the other. Chat knows I'm biased, but I'm biased towards indecision right now. I don't know. I don't know who to pick here. Both teams have a lot to lose right now. I feel like this is a pretty early matchup, right? I mean, it's round 3. So whichever team takes a trip to lower brackets going to have a long road ahead of them. Winning right here, right now means that you're probably going to get a little more sleep because you're probably not going to play as many games, but we'll have to see.
All right. Moon says, I'm biased for announcing a 51% edge to one team. I clearly want Still Deciding to win. No, I'm only kidding. I want to see a 49-49 epic electric finish. And let's be honest, Eli, we've casted a lot of those types of games. I remember at the Halo World Championship, it was SSG versus, I think, OpTic with 0-0-0. No, SSG versus FaZe, 0-0-0 on the clock in a 49-49 game. Would love to see that again, but looks like chat is pretty... well, it looks like they're still deciding too. Everybody, I'm seeing multiple instances of Still Deciding in the chat. I'm seeing about 50-50 for Native Gaming. So I think that equally reflects how close these two teams are and how close this series has been.
I mean, think about it though, Hunter. When they say Still Deciding, are they still deciding which team they want to pick, or are they actually voting for Still Deciding?
Well, so you bring up, okay, so you ask a great question. I saw Sparty mention on Twitter, as it looks like, okay, we're getting into replays. I want to make sure we're not talking about that as we have action. But yeah, this is a perfect time to stop down, a little bit of a break before game 5. Sparty, I think in one of his tweets said, if I end up on this Complexity roster, I had assumed it was a done deal, signed, sealed, and delivered. So, I mean, I don't know. If Complexity don't have the performance they like, would they maybe look for someone other than Sparty? I almost feel like they'd look for Collect, though. So I don't know. It gets really, really tricky to decide where all of these players will end up on different teams. Eli, we thought it would be going into split 2. We'd see this level of roster mayhem, but after just one event, it's already here. And this is really interesting. That question, is this the Still Deciding the team name or Still Deciding on the team of 4? This next game 5 is going to probably answer a lot of that.
Oh, you're exactly right. It does kind of feel like there could be more team changes in the cards. I mean,
Absolutely.
We've only got one more open series in May, and then there's going to be the actual qualifier. So I feel like if anyone's still making a team change, they kind of have to do it like right after this one and start practicing for the next series, because there's only so much time before London.
Yeah, you'd need to make that with still 2 more tournaments left to play, and that would just be the 3rd open and then the major qualifier. I mean, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty already, especially with this 4-day stretch in 1 week of competitive Halo. I mean, my gosh, I know Lethal was kind of memeing it the other day, but everybody probably a little tired, and I don't know, maybe this is good practice for LAN in the sense that by day 4 tomorrow, I mean, these guys are going to be drained, dude. That is 4 days of competitive, professional, high-level Halo in 1 week. That's kind of nuts, but Eli, let's bring the conversation back to how to strategically form a roster like we have done throughout season 1. It comes down to points. And look at Sentinels on that HCS graphic that they recently posted. You gained so much ground by picking up Precision, who got top 6 at the previous event. So it shocked me at the start. I'm like, wait, Sentinels? I thought they would have been a top 12 seeded team, but no, I gotta remember points are so crucial. So that's also a part of the decision-making process, but there's nothing left to decide other than what the opening break looks like. Still deciding. Native Gaming collect against his former team. Here we go, game 5.
Collect just flies across P2 to the other side. Normally players play somewhat passively on their own side of the overshield, but I like the way that Collect just went over the top and gets a kill and then turns around and also gets the overshield. So awesome opening break sequence. They've also got the understanding of where Native are. Collect takes a lot of damage though before shooting for himself, so he's gonna burn that OS out. He does have the thruster to work with, but he is still facing pressure from Native.
Yeah, I think Collect felt like he could make that push with the thrust and the OS. It doesn't hurt him for now. Instead, Diagram, his teammate, earns the triple kill, and all eyes must have been on Collect and that OS. He scooted through just below him at the back of blue, and Diagram says, okay, if you guys are gonna focus on the OS, I'll take a damn near overkill, triple kill instead. 5-1-1 for Diagram off the start, and it's a team wipe lead for Still Deciding.
Told you, man, there's something different about one of the triplets in a game 5. They always step up. You know he is screaming right now, by the way. He probably said 3 dead when he got the triple kill, because we have heard the roars from this man literally across the venue during a game 5. And when he is feeling himself in a game 5, this momentum could absolutely just swing that pendulum so far in the favor of Still Deciding if he can stay on the map as long as he can.
I'd say it already has swung 12-7 now. You're starting to build a multi-possession lead here if you're Still Deciding, and King Nick having much better performances here in games 3, 4, and 5. And look at that. Speak of the devil, the killing spree here. He died off the rip, but hasn't died since. This is starting to get a little out of control now as Still Deciding, doubling up on Native Gaming. It's still early, but this next OS is going to be crucial. You cannot lose both OSs if you're Native and APG. He wants to contest it, but as the only member left alive for Native, that overshield is going to go to King Nick for free. It's been all dominance here in game 5 for Still Deciding.
Not only does King Nick have the overshield, but he's also got the battle rifle. I feel like this guy is so confident with the BR. Like we said, he is often playing every different version of Halo. You know, he's won many FFA tournaments with that BR in his hands. He's going to drop it though for the Heat Wave, which is smart. Needs to have that close range engagement. Heat Wave, one of the strongest weapons on the entire map. He finally does get shut down though, or sorry, he hasn't been shut down yet. He's actually now 8-1.
Wow.
And his team is keeping him alive. He's still got 4 shots left of the Heat Wave as well. So Native try to get control of the P side, but they are just getting shut down time and time again. It's an 11 kill lead early going here.
I love that step-by-step process there from King Nick. You grab OS, that's step 1, and get the killing frenzy. That's step 3. Step 2 is to grab the heat wave, which you can do knowing that, hey, if anyone's in close proximity there in that fishbowl, if I take a melee, I'm gonna win that battle. That's exactly what happened. King Nick met a member of Native Gaming, won that melee battle, grabbed the heat wave, and then grabbed a killing frenzy. Diagram on the other side working on a spree of his own. This is already out of control. We haven't reached the 30s just yet, but Native Gaming feeling like they're starting to slip a little bit.
We started out talking about Diagram. Ever since, he has racked up 8 assists as well. This man must be on all parts of the map. 8 kills, 8 assists, only 5 deaths. Big part of the reason why King Nick got the killing frenzy is because this man is just dealing damage to everyone across the map, making openings for his squad. New overshield in 10 seconds. So if you're Native right now, you have to get this OS. There is not really a path to victory, I don't think, if Still Deciding get this. And they get a couple dead with good timing. Collect is here though to try to stop it. APG cannot grab it. The nades come in from Diagram, and now it's Collect. It puts it in the suit barely with a sliver of health. And look at the sensitivity. He's just flying around, swinging his reticle all over the place, gets that kill, and this does not look good for Native Gaming.
Yeah, this has gotten out of control. 36-25 as Still Deciding are able to maintain that double-digit lead, but even with 3 going down, they're still up double digits, Eli. So trying to build a case, trying to build a path for Native to come back. It just doesn't feel like it's there.
They're just playing so fast. They're playing with so much momentum. I wish we had the listen in right now, because I know that Diagram is yelling right now. I know that they are hyped up, but I mean, Native are doing a good job right now. They've brought it now to within 9. Diagram getting a kill though brings it back to 10, and man, going into the 40s at a 10 kill deficit is so many kills to make up. You've got to play double the efficiency of your opponent for the rest of the game. You need 20 when they only need 10 on a map this small that's so easy to trade. And look at this, they're just wolf packing. They said, yeah, you can kill 1 or 2 of us, but we're 100% gonna at least trade out those kills if you do get a kill.
Tough here as Collect goes down. Native Gaming, it's a +1, but then no, it goes back to even as APG drops. It's just, you can't work with +1s. You need 3 perfect possessions of Halo where you drop maybe 1 player at best, and that's just so difficult to do. One team wipe losing just 1 player in that trade out mix would be pretty impressive, but to do it tripled up with such little time and space left on the map, it just, again, doesn't feel possible right now for Native Gaming. And wow, what a big win this would be for Collect, getting the revenge he sought after getting dropped.
Well, they played in the last tournament too, didn't they? But I think Native actually won that one.
And they did.
So, so maybe still deciding to go back to the drawing board, watch those games back, figure out what they did wrong. They're coming out with some extra fire today. Collect gets the last overshield of the game, and this is not possible for Native. It's just a matter of time before they get ran down. It's going to be 1 kill. They can really afford to just hold forward here as long as they trade out. That's going to be GG's, as APG might just be the last player. No, he does stay alive for now. Gilky's got his back, but I just expect the rest is still deciding to hold forward from here on out.
Still deciding. Overpowers Native Gaming with the use of the overshield, and Collect gets his revenge after getting dropped and losing to Native Gaming last week. He comes back with a vengeance to tie up that series, if you will, 1-1. And my gosh, Eli, it just feels like Native Gaming versus Collect is going to be a potential theme throughout season 3.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, this team is, it looks like a hodgepodge of different players, but they all have experience with one another. I feel like every single member of this team have been together on a team at different points in time. So maybe just finding that immediate teamwork and working together. In the first 2 games, Native looked by far the best team. I mean, I guess on streets, still deciding could have won both rounds, but ultimately Native just iced up better in game 1. Game 2, firmly in favor of Native Gaming, but ever since, still deciding stepped it up and closed it out with the reverse sweep. Early goings here at the HCS Open Series.
Always feels good to take down your former team, and that's what we just saw there from Collect. I believe that is going to do it for us here today. Day 1 of 2 and 3 of 4 if you consider the last week of Halo. Eli, it has been so much fun casting with you, dude. I feel like every new day of Halo is the best day of Halo. So shout out to all of these teams who seem to be raising the bar and the pace of play. It has been so much fun to watch all of these teams grow and develop, and it feels like the meta growing as well.
I have to agree with you. These players are so talented. They've been adapting to the new meta. Bandit is killing very fast. They're working together. They're learning how to control time and space on the map. And we're just seeing, like we predicted, the best Halo that we've ever seen this year already. And it's only going to get better from here.
All right, guys, I believe that will do it for us. We're only halfway through the day, though. We got Active and Why Not coming on board. Before we head out, I'm going to plug our podcast real quick. Eli and I, in the last week, have just kicked off a new podcast celebrating the history of Halo. In the last 2 days, we've interviewed a current world champ and a former national champ from the OG side of things. You guys will not want to miss the episodes coming up. We've already got Best Man. We've already got Woodham in the mix. Those 2 were incredible to have on, and our next 2 are equally as so. So make sure you guys check us out on socials for every episode of Tide the Leader. And that'll do it for us. We're going to make way back to the broadcast desk to wrap up that incredible reverse sweep.
Thank you so much, Eli Makowski. Tools. Native was looking so strong in those first 2 games, and even on that game 3, we were seeing APG do some wonderful plays there. What happened?
Honestly, it felt like a little bit of a shame for Native Gaming in that game 3. APG was doing everything he could to get them back into that game. Felt like he was making these heads up, incredible plays, but there was just no follow-up. And that's really what the tone felt like for the rest of this series. Native Gaming came out so strong, 2 very dominant wins and a 2-0 oddball and almost a stake in game number 2. And then to collapse the way that they did, I think it's just unfortunate. I think it's probably I think it's probably telling that they need a few more reps with each other. But these teams are neck to neck, and that has to be satisfying for Collect, right? To go down 0-2 and reverse sweep against your old team, and to play as well as he did. He was like a walking highlight reel in this series. Fantastic efforts from both sides. It's just still deciding edges it out in a game number 5 this time.
I mean, you called it, that they were edging just by maybe a little bit, and they did. They got that reverse sweep. What do you think is making Still Deciding look so strong right now? What gives them that edge?
Still Deciding, I think it's because it's something new. Honestly, I think it's because there's high vibes. They don't know what their ceiling is, right? They don't have any of these past experiences with each other to lean on to sort of cap themselves. They know that this is something new. We're working to make something special happen. We're the underdogs. Let's play like that. And that's what we saw in game 3, right? They came out the gate hot. They didn't care about what the past history was. They knew that it's up to them to decide what's to come next. And they played so well, especially Collect at the beginning of this game 3. The plays that he was making to not only get forward on the map, he started off 6-0, but he's also running those flags about as efficiently as you could possibly run flags. Really, really impressive Collect in this series.
I mean, look at his kitty right now, and look at, we got a little bit of a Rammy there, an AP. This is what we were talking about, APG on this game 3.
Yeah, he's just sitting in that hut.
Okay, this shot was insane. Oh, I wish you could have gotten a little bit more of that clip, because that was an insane shot by Rammy there.
No, Rammy has probably the cleanest shot of the game so far. That's the best snipe shot we've seen yet today. But there's plenty of action to continue on, and there's some great snipers that'll be coming up next as well.
That is true. We're only halfway through the tournament. Our next one will be round 4, Sentinels versus FaZe, in just a few minutes. But I want to take a moment to shout out the Orlando event that's coming up in May.
Right, the Orlando event's going to be where you can get all of your LAN practice in. Come show out, guys. May 17th through the 19th. We got $75 hotels if you use that exclamation mark Orlando. That deal might expire in May, so if you're planning on going, I would strongly recommend to get your hotels booked now so that you can try to lock in that $75 price point. But come to Orlando. It's gonna be fun. We have some great teams already signed up. We're expecting to see some great teams also continue to sign up. Fantastic event that's coming up, guys. Make sure you come out if you're local to the area. If you're in Florida, Alabama, Georgia, come out. You know what I'm saying? It's close enough that you should just come out for the weekend and have some fun. There's an FFA on Friday, and then a 4v4 on both Saturday and Sunday.
And we got some confirmed pro players as well, right? I think we had a part of, is it Shopify is going? I believe we had, if we can get some information on the players that were going. I know there's some pro players and top players showing up for this Orlando event.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion will be out there, the full team, ready to get in as much practice as possible before they go to London. But we also have some of the best players in the game, with Legend, Bound, Renegade, and Tusk teaming up to show up to Orlando and try to compete as well. I think we're gonna see some great series. I know that when the tournament's not going on, there's gonna be some crazy money 8s, some crazy money 2s going on in that venue as well. Like there's gonna be a lot of action to watch. We're gonna cover as much of it as possible.
It's gonna go crazy. It's gonna be fun to watch, I am sure. I wanted to take also a moment too. I saw some subs show up in the chat while we were watching the game. I don't have the activity feed on my end. I know you do, Tools, but I wanted to take a moment to thank those subs that came through while we were watching the game, supporting LVT. Guys, 3 for 3 doesn't pay us to do this. We're doing this here because we love Halo, and your support makes us be here.
Yeah, Scoob gave out 5 subs during the game itself. Then we had some resubs from It's Critical and Elephant Mo and some more throughout. So I just want to give a big shout out to everyone that did sub, and like you said, like this is a passion project for us that we started with, and we are so excited to be able to see how far it's come, right? You know, what started as like just a group of people wanting to do Halo broadcasts and Halo 5 and bring as much coverage, to now being able to show up to LANs, throw on tournaments on a weekly basis, have as much coverage as possible. That's all thanks to you guys for coming out, watching, subbing to the channel, and helping, just like Waffle NA did right there. Folks, it really does go a long way. Those tier 1 subs that renew each month, they're the hardest ones to get, but they're the ones that we depend on the most, right? Knowing that that's what we can expect week in, week out. So if you have the ability to, like AliX done for 7 months, like maybe throw a sub our way. It really does help us continue with the coverage that we've been able to provide.
Like Tool said, community funded. We are here thanks to you guys, so thank you so much. I had a question. Did you get a chance to play on that new map?
The new map's awesome. I have to say I've been enjoying it the hell out of it. I think it's going to be a great addition for Strongholds. I have had the opportunity to talk to some people that have worked on the map, and I'm going to talk to some people in the coming days about who worked on the map to get you guys all the insides and outs of that map. And honestly, huge fan of Interference, just like I'm a big fan of Generic. With the 5 subs, Generic. So much for. She's been here since the beginning. She's one of our Halo 5 viewers. So
yes,
just got to give a shout out with Generic over there.
We love Generic. Thank you so much for those 5 subs. And do we get an Uber Nick over there too? I don't know if you shouted him out. You see Uber Nick? He got a year.
Yeah. Let's go Uber Nick for a year.
Thanks for
Uber
the
Nick's
1 year.
Uber Nick's the OG. You know, going back to the Halo 5 days, watching Uber Nick videos of him going crazy on Warzone was always fun to watch. Powerful Snail, as well as the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Powerful Snail.
Thank you, the 5 subs.
Powerful Snail's a sick gamer type, by the way. Imagine Powerful Snail.
Do you think he goes like fast? Do you think he's a fast snail?
Well, it always reminds me. I think it was like a Rooster Teeth podcast thing, but it was like Gavin would say that like you get $1 million, and invincibility, or like you get immortality and like $1 million. But there's a snail that's always chasing you, and if the snail ever touches you, you die. But you can do anything. Like the snail is always on the ground, but it will always try to get to you, no matter what. Like, do you take the money? And I'm like, how long can you survive? Eventually, like, does the snail ever catch you?
This kind of reminds me of the OS maps in Halo 3, like the custom games where you had somebody with OS chasing you down a maze. Or were they the snails? They were overshield and slow. What would you call that map type? I forget. That game type. Did anybody play that?
Fat Kid. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, Fat Kid.
Folks, thank you everyone that's been subbing to us. We're gonna take a quick break. I appreciate everyone that's been coming in. We're gonna get our casters swapped, get them all set up, and make sure that we get ourselves ready in the bracket. So just stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Welcome back to week number 2 of the HCS Open Series coverage by LVT, and we have an awesome match right now happening, well, not happening, starting in just a few minutes. Round 4 of Sentinels versus FaZe, and I feel like this is a little bit of a flashback for FaZe. This is the match that they lost just a few days ago on week number 1 against Sentinels. They sent FaZe down to the bottom bracket, but we have a little bit of a change here for FaZe side, no?
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting match, right? Because FaZe not playing at full power, or I don't know, maybe it is full power, because instead of Frosty, we're gonna be seeing a monster, Mr. Chance Duncan in place. Chance Duncan, monster, has had some phenomenal placings throughout these open brackets. So we saw him win with Space Station, had a high placing with Native Gaming before. He's the online hitman, as it were. So sometimes he just has that X factor on the week in, week out, but has some big shoes to fill with Frosty being missing from this FaZe rosters this week.
Let's see if FaZe is able to win up against Sentinels. Sentinels, can they upset FaZe once again? How is Precision going to be maintaining that slaying power against FaZe, also now with Monster on the other team? I'm so interested to see how that's gonna go. I personally love upsets. I just want to see how this Sentinel squad is gonna face up against FaZe this match again.
Yeah, I just feel like so many people are probably going to say, like, oh, it's not going to be an upset if Sentinels wins, because, well, they won last week. FaZe isn't at full power. Like, this almost feels as if it should benefit Sentinels. It should be a 60-40% in favor of Sentinels, probably in my opinion as well. I think Sentinels is very much on a hot streak. Very excited to see what these folks are able to do this week, and this is the big one, right? You win this match, you qualify for Sunday, and you get to start from the winners and the winner's side as well. So big match for both these teams. I think this one's going to be going to a game 5 in my opinion, and it'll come down to who wins the Slayer.
Hopefully so. Sentinels has been playing incredible since they picked up Precision as well, so I can't wait to see how this match is going to go. I do still feel though that even though you said that Sentinels is on the upper end of possibly winning this because of Frosty missing, FaZe is still the world champions, and I feel like they could potentially still take on Sentinels. I just feel like the question is Precision going to be that factor that makes Sentinels so strong to be able to beat them again?
Yeah, I think you're on point with Precision being that X factor once again. I think he'll be in there causing mayhem. That's what they expect from him, right? Is to come in, create chaos, play as you. And that's whenever we talked with anyone over at Sentinels, that's what they all said. It's like, for Precision, it's not necessarily about him having to fit into our system or us teaching him how to play. We want him to be him. We're gonna adjust around him. We are confident that he's the best possible player for our team, and so far I think it's shown with their great placings.
Well, let's see how that next matchup is going to shape up. Sentinels versus FaZe starts now.
It feels like just a couple of days ago we were just finishing a tournament. Oh, wait.
I know.
It was a couple of days ago. We were just finishing up that first Open Series, and now we're going into Open Series number 2. And mind you, in the first Open Series, Sentinels upset FaZe, beating them in a game 5. So FaZe, they called in the big guns. They called it a monster.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Monster does things to teams, so we could potentially see that here, Tony, and it's kind of exciting. We saw Monster win with Space Asian, like Tool said, brought Native Gaming to a higher placing as well. Monster does things to these teams online, and I'm excited to see what he does in this situation, how he melds with this FaZe roster. But we talked about Sentinels already, placing 3rd in that last Open just a few days ago. Like you mentioned, they're looking strong with Precision. They're looking like a dominant squad.
Yeah, I mean, they finished in 3rd place, and mind you, FaZe finishing with their lowest placing that I've seen in a very long time, top 6. FaZe, your reigning world champions, with their starting lineup placing top 6, and on top of that, to add more fuel to the fire, it may have felt like a long time ago, but it really wasn't. Lethal was dropped off of that, I guess, original Sentinels roster, and they moved over to FaZe. Lethal was dropped in favor of Renegade, so I'd have to imagine, obviously, no bad blood, but it still must feel a little bit extra, still must feel a little bit special every time Sentinels are able to get a win against FaZe, and you already done it in the last Open Series. Now you found another opportunity, this time FaZe playing with the substitute player. Maybe Sentinels go back to back.
Yeah, honestly, you make a good point there, right? We got to talk about it. We joke around all the time. I understand. It's funny. And honestly, Monster deserves his flowers, right? He's been playing phenomenal online in these events, in these tournaments, and he's a good player. He's a smart player as well. So obviously he does add things to some teams. I don't know if it's an addition here for FaZe. I think with Frosty being AFK for this series and this tournament, I think it's going to be a bit tough, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Monster has a chance to prove us all wrong, but let me tell you something, Tony. I talked to Monster on Twitter. He posted a mouse and keyboard clip, and I said, I don't want to hear about this garbage until you bring it to an event. And he said, that's the plan. My question is he playing mouse and keyboard for this series, or is he going to cower behind the controller once again?
Cower by the controller. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, Active is a mouse and keyboard player.
Yeah,
if you couldn't tell already, and we are here in your winners bracket trying to find out who's gonna be making it into day 2 of this tournament. Through the winners bracket, you have Sentinels and FaZe. I mean, going into the season, we talked about these two teams being top 4 in the world. We talked about FaZe being number 1, Sentinels being number 4, and after Arlington, things changed. FaZe not coming in with that level of dominance that we thought they were towards the latest season 2. Sentinels having a pardon my French, but an abysmal performance out in Arlington. I think both of these teams have a lot to prove going into London, so this matchup, this is what we're here for.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because if you remember from, I believe it was the last Open or the one before Arlington, I forget already, there's been so many Halo events, but Renegade and Monster, there's a little bit of something going on. You saw it in the chats. I mean, I don't know. I would assume it's all dropped right now. They're on the same team. They got to play well. They got to play together. All of that stuff is out the window. Your enemies, when you're on the red and blue side, your enemies for the other team. When you're playing on the same team, obviously it's a different story. So I'm curious to see how that all pans out. But regardless, again, my biggest thing is he playing on M&K, and how will he meld with this roster? What kind of position will he play here? Frosty, a very aggressive player who tends to play with Renegade a little bit, side by side, kind of in tandem on their aggressive pushes. I'm excited to see how Monster fits in.
Yeah, Monster kind of the wild card for this FaZe roster right now. Our questions more come so is he able to convert some of that success that he's been able to find online to land? It feels like only a matter of time, because he really is a damn good player. On the other side of things, the X factor has to be precision for Sentinels, which, by the way, Monster and Precision used to team back on that Believe the Hype. They were like, they had a team for like one tournament. It was that Believe the Hype roster that featured Monster and Precision, and I heard it really wasn't a amicable
That is the right,
amicable breakup between the two. I heard it was there was some words thrown around.
Okay, well, drama flowing all throughout. But we're gonna hop on board with Boo Boo, who Majin Boo Boo doesn't have any drama. He just gets to work. He puts in the work with his shock rifle, or he's gonna attempt to. As you see, the push is coming through. Camo in hands as well. I'm excited to see if he can try to stay alive here. Great kill by Snakebite, though, Tony. That's going to be power weapons in the hands of FaZe.
And look at the timing on that. The moment that Snakebite gets the kill, it is back-to-back in favor of FaZe, and eventually leading to a 4 down for Sentinels, a full squad wipe. And some good time for FaZe as we see Snakebite with the shock. Precision with some early damage, a trade on the kill feed, but both teams looking for that clean kill.
I'm really liking these peak shots by Sentinels. You see, they're not giving away too much in terms of damage from FaZe, and kind of forcing Snakebite to use all of that shock rifle ammo, and because of that, they're gonna get a bit of space on the map, and on top of that, they'll get 2 dead and make that 3. It's gonna be 3 down for FaZe. Now Monster, the last player alive.
Sentinels with a huge recovery, fresh off of going 4 down. You need to make your presence known. That's exactly what they do. Falcated clearing out yet another, but I don't know where that nade just came from. Royal 2 with the Hail Mary throws up a prayer. Oh.
He's got to stay alive as well here. This is a big deal. He does. He gets a trade, and that's all you need in that situation. You keep the numbers even. It's 3 versus 3 now. They do get another kill on the Monster, but you can see all the players from Sentinels taking a lot of damage right now. So if there's a player that comes off a spawn, which is going to be Royal 2 and Monster, if they can clean up this damage, this could be successful. The problem is that hill's getting close to completion.
Yeah, Snakebite tries to make his way towards Royal 2, work a little 1-2 combo with them, but Royal 2 ends up going down, and Snakebite just a step behind. Looks like FaZe really kind of electing to punt this hill away. They're letting Sentinels grab it. They're setting up for that tram side push because they know Sentinels, they're going to be pushing the strong side for the strong spawns.
That was a really good call, Tony. They allow that glass, or they take that glass control, I should say, and get this control for the new hill. Unfortunately, it's not going to really pay off for them because they do go 2 down, but they do trade out 3 down for Sentinels. It's still FaZe in control of the tramp side of the map. World 2 not going to jump in that hill just yet. You see, plays patiently, waiting to maybe get a pick here, but Sentinels do a great job of the bait and switch, and they're going to take him out.
Yeah, multiple did end up going down there, but a little bit of an answer back. 2 down for each team at the moment. FaZe, though, getting the strong side spawns and Falcated, getting the best of Monster there. As he gets his shields back, he wants some more. He ain't happy with just 1. And Snakebite, oh my goodness! Snakebite hitting the bachata behind that pole. I didn't know he could dance like that.
Apparently he can. And another thing that's been confirmed is Monster is on mouse and keyboard. I confirmed it because I can tell. All right, I'm just that talented. He is on M&K, so we're gonna see what he can do. Right, it's gonna be FaZe already in control of the second hill, 75% of the way through. Renegade though, he doesn't need an M&K. He's got the shock rifle and he's got a sticky that he sticks to the face of Falcated. That's the first one down for Sentinels.
Sends that sticky right back. Huge plays being made by Renegade and FaZe. They're going to tie things up at 1 apiece with plenty of time on the board. Renegade, he was peeking for 1 player, ends up running into 3 of Sentinels, but FaZe have the blue side, which I'm pretty sure that's where they want to be.
Yeah, FaZe are in a good position right now, but the problem is it's Sentinels who takes them out. That's going to be 2 down, and guess what? That allows Sentinels to get that camo. 3 down for the side of FaZe. Sentinels looking to take advantage of that camo control.
We see Monster now making his way towards the snipe side. Should be able to get a good angle on Sentinels from here, at least get some free damage, but they want that opposite side spawn. They want to get through blue. Do FaZe. Excellent shots going now. Looks like Snakebite is able to take down Boo Boo Doo Boo, and with that, Sentinels get aggressive. Monster, he's trying to draw the line in the sand.
Yeah, great job
Wow.
by Monster. This has been a great sequence. He does go down, Tony, but a great sequence by him. You see the target switch, the target acquisition. He's able to switch targets very quickly, put damage down, and not allow Sentinels to breathe. But as I say that, Sentinels are breathing pretty good, Tony. They've got an oxygen mask on 75% of the way through hill number 3.
Yeah, and mind you, FaZe haven't gotten a single second worth of hill time here. They have struggled with this hill, and looks like Sentinels are going to hold out to a 2-1 lead. On top of that, FaZe end up going 3 down to Sentinels. They're on their way to 3.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of aggression coming out of Monster here. Already died 13 times. You can see the deaths on the other side of FaZe fairly low. 2 players almost in double digits, but I think that's a big part of it, right? They're kind of staggered in the way they're pushing, not really pushing with that structure that we're used to seeing with Frosty on the squad. That may change as time goes on. You can see the first pick comes into lethal here. Monster, a bit aggressive, tries to take out the kill onto Boo Boo Doo Boo, but a great job by Boo Boo once again to play his life. Look how well he's doing that. He stays alive in the hill.
Sentinels showing that clearly they are a squad that if you're gonna come at them, you better come at them full force. Substitutes may not be enough to get you over the hump against the Sentinels team, even against the likes of the 3 that we're seeing on screen in Snakebite, Royal 2, and Renegade, and even Monster is a phenomenal player. It's Sentinels right now that are looking so good. About halfway done with this hill. Renegade, he wants to hop in the hill, but he feels the pressure coming. 3 down go FaZe. Renegade by himself. Sentinels, they got the kills. They just got camo, and looks like they're about to get this hill as well.
Yeah, I give that play all to Sentinels right there. It was Renegade trying to push space on the glass so we can contest that camo and maybe even get FaZe the spawns on the backyard, but it was Sentinels pressure that stopped that entire play from happening, and I believe they'll have camo as well. And again, not a lot of hill time for FaZe in this hill number 4, and Sentinels is almost done.
And you got to think, if this is a 3-1 about to be right now, minute and 45 seconds on the clock. Are Sentinels going to play Slayer for the rest of this game, or are they going to try to close out the final hill? Because at less than a minute per hill, FaZe, they're kind of running out of time here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. You can pretty much play Slayer right now. I would think it's kind of an adaptive thing at this point with a minute and 45 seconds left. You can play Slayer for a little while, that is Sentinels, but once it starts getting a bit close in terms of hills, like if FaZe were to come back in this hill and get a lot of the next hill, then you can start to be worried. Then you can start to play that time, but they're pretty safe on this hill right here, and playing that safe has granted FaZe a lot of time. So FaZe potentially getting hill number 2 for themselves.
Yeah, Monster making an absolute lights out play with that flank. And mind you, this hill started at a minute and 45 seconds. Not a single second off the clock as FaZe play a perfect hill. Not a single second gets drained off the neutral time. And at this point, Sentinels can't play time, I don't think. They have to play for the hill, and so are FaZe.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of little sparks coming out of FaZe here, starting to play a little bit better together. You say a minute and 26 seconds now. Like you said, FaZe did a great job, and you said it best, of not allowing any time to come off that clock. They want as much time as possible to tie this game up, and honestly, Sentinels are making it a bit difficult now. 2 down for FaZe.
But Snakebite was able to get away with that camouflage. I guess get away probably wasn't the word I should have used. He grabbed it and went down almost immediately, but so did 3 down goes Sentinels and Renegade. Winning that 1v1 against Majin Boo Boo. Still a 1-cap game. 56 seconds on the clock, and Sentinels, they're taking their time right now. The defense looks tough, and FaZe, you're running out of time once again, and this time for realsies.
For realsies, they are. I mean, it was World 2 inside a U-turn, though. He did a great job of, like, staying alive for such a long period of time and outputting damage, but like you said, there's not a lot of time left. FaZe need to act, and they need to act now. And you talked about playing slays before. You know, Sentinels can just pretty much slay out the rest of the duration, and at this point, they can't. There's not a lot of time on the hill for FaZe, and Sentinels with 25 seconds left are just gonna look to slay them out of the hill every time they try to get in.
So crazy to see how well they played that nest side hill, you know, not wasting any second whatsoever. And then from this middle hill, it tells you the difference. This middle hill is a slaying hill, and Sentinels are taking full advantage of that. Just some good positioning and some good shots are enough to keep the opposition down. But with 12 seconds on the clock, it is not too little too late. So Lethal, the former member of this trio, had to come in and lay down the law. Slays are going now. FaZe are now desperate and straight lining toward the hill, which is a trap that Sentinels set best. That's gonna be game number 1. Sentinels look to upset FaZe twice in a row.
They look really strong in that bottom center hill. You talked about it, and I agree with you. That bottom center hill is like shooting fish in a barrel. You have all these players on the bottom. You can take the high ground. You can get the slays that you need to get and play time, and that's exactly what Sentinels do there. They're going to take game number 1.
Well played. Well played by Sentinels. Not easy to beat this crew of this FaZe clan. Even with Monster subbing in, this is still a very capable roster. In fact, Monster leading the slays with his mouse and keyboard self. On the other side of things, all they needed was 21 kills out of Falcated, some great teamwork, and some timing did Sentinels to take that game number 1. We go to game 2. It's going to be Slayer on live fire. And again, Sentinels already upset FaZe once. Why can't they do it again?
I mean, for me, it was the 27 assists for Sentinels in that game versus maybe about 20 for the side of FaZe. My math is pretty terrible, so don't quote me on that one. But regardless, okay, thank you. Regardless, Sentinels have that teamwork down pat, and even with the newest member on the team in Precision, it just seems like they've been putting in the work. Obviously, placing 3rd in that last open, they're continuing to scrim. I'm assuming they're continuing to scrim, and they're looking better and better every single game that we watch them play.
Why isn't that like? Oh my gosh, Monster!
Woo!
With the smooth double right there, but still leads to a 3 down for FaZe. Renegade, the final player who was alive, and Monster comes off his spawn, makes his presence known right away. Boo gets away with that sniper. Active camouflage is up, and looks like Sentinels might be able to go for it.
I mean, look at the bottom center of your screen. There's 6 kills on the board for FaZe, and Monster has 5 of them. So obviously starting off the game very strong on that M&K. I gotta point it out, Tony, you know me, 7-5. It's FaZe trying to hang on here. Look at the double push. That's something we like to see. Look at that. 2 push through the key door, 1 top center sandbags. They break Sentinels in half, and now Sentinels are 3 down, and FaZe have control of the snipe again.
It felt like Sentinels had all of that control, especially going for that camouflage, but FaZe, they bust right through the front door, break right through the defenses of Sentinels, but now Sentinels off a spawn, showing that they do not fear FaZe. They're gonna go right at him. Boo saw the snake bite, had the moves in game number 1, and he shows he can dance with them too.
Yeah, Renegade couldn't do anything about that. That pillar is so strong, especially with the Bandit. You talk about the Bandit and the BR. I know the Bandit's been around as a starting weapon for a long period of time, but you have to understand that 1 bullet does a full burst, almost like a full burst damage of a BR. So, you know, doing those little peaks around the pillar, doing those peaks is so strong for you to stay alive, and it's also very difficult to hit that last shot. A triple from Renegade. He's starting to heat up.
What do you do against that? You send 3 players after the demon, you try to slay him, and he simply won't go down. And in fact, he's gonna take it to your level, and he's gonna continue his reign of terror right now. Finally, a takedown, Renegade, but clearly the damage has been done. 20-12, FaZe have the lead.
I love the pressure that Renegade was able to put down there. That triple kill, of course, but also shooting Sentinels off their spawn. So much pressure on that back B spawn. And if they can continue to apply that pressure, which we know FaZe to do at the right moments, they can continue to win this game. It's 21-13 already. And FaZe are getting some really important trades here once again on the back of B.
We switch back over to Renegade. Looks like Boo gets him with the heat check kill right there. Gotta love that. If there's one player that you have to shut down from FaZe with this lead, it was probably Renegade. Now though, Snakebite. Fades are going down. Has his teammate with them, some good seaside control, and with Sniper coming up, something tells me FaZe, they want to keep out of the hands of Sentinels.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking that C side of the map. It's gonna be Monster who goes for, I don't want to say a stupid play, but okay, yeah, it was a stupid play. Goes for a shot, trying to get the clip there with the snipe. He had an opportunity to potentially go through the cuts and stay alive, but that'll be sniped down. I'm not sure if anyone from FaZe can pick that up, but they still have a 6-kill lead.
Nah, Monster, you do you. All right, if the play is to go for the World Star or run away, you go for that World Star every time.
Heck, I do. Every time.
Monster on the mouse and keys, putting some good damage down, but able to just shift away, find cover immediately. But Boo still will not be denied. Just barely missing out on that snipe. Takes the back door, at least the repulse jump towards tower side, avoiding all of the damage, but can't avoid that grenade. Boo and Falcated both hitting the black screen. Sentinel still being aggressive here, but FaZe Clan are ready for it. 31-22.
Yeah, great job by Sentinels to kind of be on that top center side to help Boo there. But again, FaZe is playing from the lower side onto mud, and they're able to get all the kills necessary on the C side of the map from that lower end of the map. So you got to give props to FaZe in that situation. That last play was beautiful.
Snipe in the hands of Renegade once again, 11-4. The fact he's only died 4 times right now is crazy to think about. As Lethal and Sentinel start to move in position, I see a player towards Nest that's going to be Lethal, but I'll see a flanking player with the skill jump, but doesn't want the tower side precision, makes the jump. Boo has his back, and then Boo just obliterates Snakebite. The exterminator is here.
Yeah, he just sniped someone top center as well. That was actually beautiful by Boo. I love to see that, but you look at all that damage that Boo just did, and we still have a 6-kill lead by FaZe. It's 12-5 for Renegade, 14-12 for the side of Monster.
Don't let Maj and Boo get hot. You may just be in trouble, FaZe. Active camouflage has come up, and Lethal tries to make a play for it, but just barely misses out. And now it's up to Boo Boo Doo to hold off multiple members of FaZe. Luckily, Falcon has started to move in position. Precision off the screen was able to get a double. And right now, neither team wanted to give up a life for this active camo. And no more snipe to work with for Boo Boo.
Yeah, last shot, and I like the attempt there, right? To get that player off of the top tower, but Camo's still going to be up because he missed that shot, and it allows FaZe on the top center of Sandbags to apply that pressure. You see, this is a big win by Monster. He's not able to win it, but it's still FaZe in control. They get the camo. It's in the hands of Snakebite.
2 squad wipes away from ultimately tying up this series right now. Our FaZe off screen. I saw Renegade get himself a kill, and now I'm seeing Snakebite just waiting for that snipe. Snipe and camo, such a deadly combination. You don't know when the snake will strike, but when that venom hits, you'll feel it. 5 more kills needed for FaZe to take game 2.
Yeah, Snakebite's in a beautiful position right here. They're going to take the entire C side of the map. They also have the B side, so Sentinels are kind of trapped on Sandbags and on A and on top center, and you can see FaZe is going for that constriction, right? They just want to push and keep Sentinels in this little bubble so that they can take advantage of it, and with 4 kills left for the side of FaZe, Snakebite's looking to clean it up from up here on top tower.
Oh, just barely misses out on Precision's head. Don't challenge this man, otherwise you may just go down. But as we down go FaZe, high IQ play by Snakebite. Waste that snipe ammo. If there's any chance that Sentinels come back in this game, it's on the backs of that sniper. Get rid of it. Lethal off screen though, did get a stick. Renegade wins the most important pivotal battle there. There was life being showed by Sentinels, but Renegade takes it away. 19-8.
Wow, Renegade 19-8, Monster with 16 kills. These two might not be the best of friends, but I'm telling you right now, they're playing pretty solid together. Love to see Monster on that M&K and FaZe tie the series up at 1. They're giving Sentinels a little bit of a run for their money, Tony. It is a Slayer, though. A little bit different are the objective games. We've seen this time and time again in the 2 decades that we've seen Halo. It's gonna, for me, it's gonna be FaZe having to win this next objective if I'm gonna give them any chance of winning this series versus a Sentinels like this.
I'm taking a look at the stats right now. I want to stay on this kills deaths because obviously 19-8 does stand out to me, but Monster's 16 kills and 17 deaths is interesting to me because I feel like normally when Monster's on controller, he plays maybe more of a safer role and his deaths are usually a lot lower. Now it seems like on mouse and keyboard, is he playing more aggressive right now? Is it just, is it because of the different input? Is it because maybe FaZe needed to play a different role? What do you think is the reason for the change in statistics like that?
See, Tony, you always ask me, Active, why are you always dying? Why do you always have high deaths? Tony, see, Monster's proof that mouse and keyboard gives you high deaths because you want to go for these clips. The dopamine, if you don't know what that is, go look it up. I'm not your teacher. The dopamine is crazy high when you're on mouse and keyboard. You want to go for these crazy plays. We saw Monster do it multiple times, but I'm going to be honest here. That needs to stop. Okay, against Sentinels, especially an objective game, if you're dying that much, that means FaZe is down in numbers over and over and over again. If you're dying that much, it's going to bring FaZe down. I'm going to need Monster to just play a little slower here on M&K.
Did you just blame your input on your bad decision making? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I love playing with you, man. Yeah, you're ultra talented. You outgun those players even when they have aim assist. You do your thing, Active. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo Boo, you do your thing, Boo Boo, and you get this active camouflage, and you do what Sentinels need you to do because they've already taken B, and it looks like Sentinels have their eyes on A as well.
You know what's funny about Boo Boo is like, my whole family has no idea what Halo is, but once they hear me say the word Boo Boo Doo Boo, they're like, they love the name. Like, they think the name is the best thing about the entire tournament, which is really funny. But regardless, Boo Boo been in the scene for a very long time, and honestly, it's been very dominant. I'm curious, you know, with this Sentinels, with this little change here, with Precision being on the squad, I think he's hungry. I think he's ready to win another title, and this is a potential he could do it. Sentinels look really good, but as I say all of that and just blabber away, it's FaZe who take control of 2 points, and they have 20 points on the board.
Hey, don't feel bad. Us casters, we have a a tendency to yap a little bit. I think
True.
the kids are calling it right now. Meanwhile, Snakebite, he doesn't yap, he shuts up faces. That's a beautiful shock shot coming out of him, and Precision doing everything he can to stay alive and block off those lines of sight. But Snakebite with the finish, Snakebite with the push. Boo Boo Dooble's gonna back down. FaZe are getting aggressive.
Yeah, that was beautiful by FaZe, Tony. They get the kills that they need to be able to get the B cap and the A cap. And as Boo Boo is a staggered spawner on C, they push all the way through, make sure to block the spawns onto C so that Sentinels spawn on the long haul side, and they take a 2v1 to cap C and reset C. And that gives them a little bit of that triple cap time. For those of you that are new to Halo, if you have a triple cap, it's 2 points every second. So that can be very big for you to get that very early lead.
It can create some huge comebacks, or it can put some big distance between your opposition and the scoreboard. 77-15 lead. They did lose the trip cap, but they still have 2. That's why Precision has to drop a nasty double kill to make sure he guarantees C, but there's one more. He still has to deal with these calling for reinforcements. Even the Shroud isn't enough to keep Precision alive. Majin Boo Boo wants to steal away C before FaZe can react, and that's a double cap now for Sentinels.
That's how strong the Shroud screen is on this recharge map now. We talk about the Shroud screen being used for the crosses and obviously that top glass and that catwalk area, getting you through from base to base, but it's also really good just to stay alive on these, large platforms like C Plat. He ends up getting C because of that Shroud screen usage, and now, because of all that, Sentinels potentially have a 2 cap on board.
We are on board now with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Takes the low ground route. Don't know how he was ready for that gunfight. That player seemingly coming out of nowhere, but Boo Boo shuts down yet another one as 2 try to make their way toward the Bravo side, and Boo Boo finds himself just a step behind, just too far behind, and that's gonna be a triple cap for FaZe.
Yeah, and again, it's FaZe who are going to capitalize on this C. Look how fast they are to get onto C. It's so big. Although they get 3 down for Sentinels, they do have 1 player on that side of C, so they're going to allow their teammates to get that 1 kill, and you see Monster comes back towards A. That's just to block the spawns. The problem is Falcated was able to spawn there early, and that allowed Sentinels to spawn inside a pipe. So a really good situation for Sentinels. They're going to be able to get A off of all that.
Highly unfortunate. They were really counting on that push to get them to A side, but just wasn't timed properly. And eventually both Monster and Snakebite end up going down, and Sentinels starting to go on a bit of a run. Obviously, FaZe opened up with that first 125 points, but Sentinels are quickly starting to gain ground here, and Boo Boo Doo Boo still has that shock in hands.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing out of FaZe is they're a lot faster to rotate, and that's been a big factor in this game, right? Sentinels are pretty good at holding that setup when they can get it, but they haven't been able to get it. FaZe are very quick off their spawn. They're very quick to do damage like this on a Monster. And again, look at this. The peak shot is so strong. He does enough damage to allow A and B, and now it's FaZe who have a setup.
134 to 45 lead. FaZe back in control, back holding Alpha and Bravo. Precision lethal though. Some 2 critical kills that we're seeing there. Snakebite over on the A side, but he has Sentinels players on his left, right, and center. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes down 1. Renegade goes after lethal, and now just a bit of trade out in lives, and just enough for Precision to take away Alpha.
Yeah, you're seeing a bit of overextension on positions there. You saw it from Renegade on the top of glass, exposing himself just a little too much to allow that 2v1 to happen against him. And all of those mispositionings, all of those, overextensions are what's allowing Sentinels to get a bit of control. But still, off a spawn, FaZe come through. They're a lot faster on the rotations. That double from Precision, though, opens things up just a bit.
151 to 63 as 3 down go FaZe, and Sentinels have an opportunity to take another double cap. Precision not wasting any time whatsoever to get the flank onto Royal 2, and once again Sentinels have numbers and Sentinels have the double cap, but they still don't have the lead.
Yeah, you saw Precision right there, right? You're probably asking while you were watching, why didn't he go for C? Well, it was because FaZe got staggered spawns onto A, and it was Sentinels who had A, so he wanted to make sure to get those kills. That way he can guarantee himself and Sentinels, a few more points with that double cap.
Camouflage gets stolen by that grapple. One advantage of that is the enemy team has no idea where Camel could be. Well, they're gonna find out the hard way because Renegade gets some good damage onto 2 different players. Just one more to deal with. Precision takes down Snakebite. Can he win the piv? Renegade misses the melee, but he still precisely gets the headshot. Stays alive with active camouflage. Another double cap for FaZe, moving in for the trip. Sentinels are in trouble.
Yeah, they gotta watch now. Watch the spawns now. All of Sentinels are gonna spawn on the long haul side, and Royal 2 is in a perfect position to have that cross damage happen. He has to stay alive in the situation, though. He's gonna get help from his FaZe members on that cat and that bottom tower side, but him staying alive with shock is so important. Lethal understands that. He plays aggressive, he pushes, and the shock rifle now potentially in the hands of Sentinels.
Sentinels take away Bravo and working on Charlie, but I see 2 members of FaZe that are collapsing onto Charlie quickly. It's a 2-pronged attack, and Boo Boo Doo isn't able to stay alive. Precision gonna do the best he can, but once again, staggered deaths coming out of Sentinels. Falcon is by himself. He has to take on 2 members, and it's Snakebite and Monster that are just running through them.
Yeah, that wasn't the best decision by Falcator right there. If he had gotten the call out that there was 2 players on the bottom of blue pipes getting inside of that C, all it does is allow FaZe to know exactly where you are as one of the last players alive. They capitalize on that kill. They get C, but Sentinels have flipped the map just a bit. It's a 2-cap for them. The only problem is FaZe have 230 points. This is going to be a tough task.
Bit of an uphill battle here by Sentinels, but luckily as long as they have the double cap, FaZe are not scoring any points whatsoever. So maybe, just maybe, we can see a massive comeback. But even though FaZe go 2 down, Royal 2 still has the confidence to go after Bravo, and it's gonna work out for them. Royal 2 does end up going down. Falcon takes down the long-time duo, and now Sentinels are fully loaded.
Yeah, FaZe have also had the camo like 3 times in a row now, so that's a big factor as well, as Sentinels aren't able to really make any plays with that camo. They go 3 down now. This is an opportunity for FaZe to potentially close out this game.
233 to 105. FaZe still have control, and you see Sentinels rotated towards A. FaZe out-rotate towards Charlie, but they're stopped short. The reset happens. They only have Bravo at the moment, so they move over towards Alpha. Well played by FaZe, but now it's about the kills, and Royal 2 still gets the kill onto 1. Lethal takes down 2 by himself. That's a double for him. Falcated versus Snakebite, and Snakebite takes the low ground. Falcated gets the kill.
Yeah, Falcon, it takes a lot of damage though, so it's up to Renegade, but those are the low percentage kills you need if you're Sentinels, right? Sentinels are likely to get a lot of points here and potentially lock in that triple cap. If they can get this kill onto Monster, they do just that. But look how fast FaZe are again. Off a spawn, they directly go for C, and they're gonna pressure as well on that tower side. So Sentinels just have to hold this down as long as possible. This game is not out just yet for Sentinels. They can bring this back.
The level of teamwork and coordination that we are seeing from Sentinels is so amazing to watch, and it just starts from good positioning. They are always covering each other's back, and FaZe have seemingly struggled with it. FaZe trying to create opportunities, trying to create a hole in the defense. The problem is that right now Sentinels are playing damn near perfectly.
This is good though. It's gonna be FaZe who stop the bleeding there. They get inside a B. They've just got to do a little bit more work, and you can see they wait for the shield. Snakebite's going to go in, and they're going to 1v2 on the Lethal here. He takes a lot of damage, though. It's Falcon trying to go through that mid side. Falcon is the last player on this side of the map, and he gets taken out. Precision tries to fly in, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe are really quick once again to get those kills, but Boo Boo Doo somehow gets the pipe spawn and sneaks inside a B.
FaZe have done such a good job to get them to that 238-point mark, but they have been stopped short for way too long. As I say that, they go after both Bravo and Charlie, and although they won't get Bravo, Charlie changes hands. We see Sentinels trying to out-rotate and play Alpha, but they go 3 down while doing it. FaZe get back to double cap. Sentinels are 2 down. Somebody is going to have to make a play right here, right now.
Because Royal 2 is on the glass side and because Monster was pushing A, it's going to be Sentinels who get that C-side spawn, and that means they have to go all the way across to the tower side. They'll have to do it, and they'll have to get past Renegade, but it's not going to happen, Tony. It's going to be FaZe that take game number 3.
What a fight back that we saw from Sentinels right there, but I can't help but think about it. it came too little too late. Like you finally figured out a strategy and something that worked against FaZe, but you had to wait all the way till they got 230 points in order to implement it. You know, when you put yourself in a situation when you have to play damn near perfect Halo in order to close it out, you might as well chalk it. They waited too long.
They did. Taking a look at the stats though, assists a little bit different this time around. Talked about the assists for Sentinels in the last game, and you'd expect on a map like Recharge with all those crossfires there would be more for Sentinels, but the story's flipped just a bit. Lethal had 17, but it was Monster with 18 and 2 other players in double digits there for FaZe. Just beautiful work here out of this FaZe clan roster.
Yeah, and one thing that's really standing out to me is Monster's performance. Like, I respect what World 2 did with the 26 kills and even only dying 18 times. But when I saw, I think it was like 20 kills and 18 assists, that is you are impacting 38 kills right there. Right? Is that the math? Something like that. 38 kills, almost 40 kills. You had some type of influence in, did Monster. So for a player that's subbing in for this reigning world championship roster, he's not going to just sit to the side and be dragged along. He's going to be one of the reasons why they win it, and he was largely the reason why they won that game 3.
Well, I wasn't expecting objective prowess out of FaZe, but now we go to Argyle. And again, this is another one of those. It's going to be a large map. So it's going to be like a lot of slays, a lot of slay cycles in order to get these flag pulls. You got to pull the flag, slay another time, full slay another time, pull the flag again, kind of get it through the large majority of this map. But see if FaZe kind of impresses me again. I really did not expect to see them do that well in game number 3. But can they continue that here in game number 4?
World 2 with the sniper on a long range map. Ain't nothing more scarier in Halo. As okay, Maja Boo Boo getting real aggressive there. Oh, precision right behind him. 3 down go FaZe. So that play might end up paying off. Maybe.
I know you said nothing as scary as World 2 with the sniper, but Boo Boo flying at you like that is it's kind of scary. But yeah, they'll again, we talked about it, right? They've got to get more slays here. Monster Renegade are down, but a few more slays need to happen in order to make this flag viable to pull. And with a player on the back of their base, it makes it even more difficult because now you got a flag out in your base. Now you've got to worry about that. It's Snakebite on the back lines.
And Snakebite does end up running into Boo Boo Doo Boo. Just barely misses out on that stick. Lethal with another double kill. And another opportunity now for Sentinels to get aggressive. Boo Boo Doo Boo finds himself in the base of FaZe. He's infiltrated. Precision off a screen does trade out his life to take down World 2. And Renegade with that sniper. Body shot gonna connect. Ooh. Still not gonna get the kill.
I love that by Falcator right there. It was Renegade who kind of predicted his movement to run away towards that direction on the bottom of vent. But Falcator plays his life in the very corner. And with him playing his life there, they're going to get a lot of pressure on the map. You see the slays are starting to come out. A lot of damage coming into Sentinels, though. FaZe doing a great job fighting this off, but how long can they do that for? 2 down.
Sentinels putting down shots, staying alive while inching closer and closer to the base of FaZe. And in the face, they are in. Lethal, couple shots onto every single player. Just an opening for maybe Precision and Boo Boo Doo Boo to play through it, or Falcated, who's already on the snipe side, but can't find Renegade. It just found Monster.
Now, Sentinels have done a really good job of getting 2 dead multiple times here on the side of FaZe, but FaZe are able, with a number disadvantage, to take any space they can and to fight off of just good positioning, and that's what they've done that entire time. Now it's Sentinels on the defensive as FaZe pushes in.
We see the portal play coming out of Monster right there. Goes up high toward the base, but portal's down low. It's still set up. And the problem is that Sentinel's baiting out that portal, waiting for him, daring for him to go back. And both Monster and World 2 will hit the black screen. All 4 players from Sentinels are alive. That means a pull is going to happen. 3 down now. Dying 1 at a time is not what you want to see for FaZe, as Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sentinels move that flag past the 50.
Yeah, FaZe a bit disjointed there. You saw Monster pushed up really heavily. Of course, he did have the QT, but it forced World 2 to push up on the map and assist him. And then again, this allows that flag to get really close to capping here. It positions pretty much that wall. If he can get maybe one more kill, they'll be okay, because there's a sniper in the hands of Snakebite. Snakebite takes him out as well. That's a double. The flag still goes in, though, but maybe FaZe Clan can take advantage of this space.
Yeah, it was a nice kill to watch right there. Part of a nasty double out of Snakebite, but it's still Snakebite and FaZe that are down 0-1 in this game right now. So Precision may have lost the battle. Sentinels won at least part of that war there. It's a 1-0 in favor of Sentinels, and they're continuing to get slay after slay. Ooh. 3 down, go FaZe. Flag gets pulled once again.
I talked about FaZe being disjointed, but Sentinels are not. They're starting to, I don't know, I feel like they're starting to warm up that chemistry a little bit. You see the teamwork is a lot more viable for them winning this game. They get 2 caps in a matter of 45 seconds or so. And that's the Sentinels you're used to seeing, and that's the Sentinels you saw during the last Open just Thursday, a couple days ago. So we'll see if Sentinels can continue this, though. If they do, they will bring this series to a Game 5.
Another flag gets pulled. As World 2 trying to take height, but Booba Dooba with the double. They tried to be sneaky with that pull, did FaZe, but it's not going to work out, as even Snakebite goes down. And Sentinels prove time and time again, when you look at this roster against some of the best in the world, they are not out-skilling, they are not out-individualing the opposition, they're just playing great teamwork, as another bait and switch shuts down yet another FaZe member. Sentinels so aggressive, already up 2-0, and with another pull, this could be a 3-0 for Sentinels.
What did you see there, though? It was Snakebite doing massive damage to 2 different players, and then Monster comes in and does massive damage to 2 different players. But both times we did not see a cleanup, and now they're desperating this flag, because if they don't and this flag returns, it'll be game over, and we'll go to a Game 5.
There's the return. There's the flag. Snakebite, you better make some miracles happen here. Body shot connects onto Lethal. That's going to be huge, but still another player in Falcated has spawned towards the snipe side and is quickly started to move in position. Flag still alive. FaZe, they need to secure at least a 2 down here. World 2 finally gets that flag out to start the stalemate. And Snakebite, another body shot leads to another kill. World 2 awarded that one. Renegade goes down. Will the return happen? No. Precision with the grab. Snakebite with the kill. Another attempt at the return.
Yeah, he's probably going to get this, but he's got to worry about the back flag spawners. Oh my gosh, before jumping off the map. By the way, he just jumped off the map with a 9-bullet sniper, so that's a little bit rough for both sides, because I feel like Snakebite was just a big X factor with that sniper in his hands, but he does get that return. The only thing is, it's still Sentinels in the lead by 2. 5 minutes left.
I guess he'd rather have the sniper off the map than in the hands of Sentinels, so won't beat him up too bad for that one as Monster. Oh my gosh. Ooh. The grapple play. Whoa. The confidence. Takes on a 1v2, ends up taking down at least 1, but still 3 down again. Go FaZe.
Yeah, it's too hard not to go for those. You're so quick to be able to turn around, and you want to try and do as much damage as possible. He's playing that entry fragger role, but he ends up dying again. And as you can see, FaZe, because he dies, end up going 3 down. Last player alive. He'll try to do something here, but it'll be difficult. 2 down for Sentinels, though. Maybe FaZe can fight this off, but they still only have 5 minutes left to get 2 flag caps.
Yeah, you're probably thinking to yourself, 5 minutes seems like plenty of time, but on Argyle, it's a team as aware and as well positioned as Sentinels. Sentinels will never give you a free opportunity. Everything you get on the map, you will have to earn. And Royal 2, he earns himself a double kill. 3 down this time for Sentinels, and the final player is spotted out. FaZe, they need to up the tempo.
Yeah, again, Lethal plays a very important role there. He ends up going down, but him staying alive for that long is just so important, right? He doesn't take a lot of damage. He's able to do as much as he can to just play his life. It's not enough, though. FaZe's slay power is a bit too strong. It's up to Falcated to stop this flagpole.
And he connects. Taking out the player by the ankle, but Monster hits the counter snipe. The flag still over towards Vent, so they have to take a bit of a longer route to try to get access towards it. Meanwhile, Monster chasing down Boo Boo Tubu connects with that snipe. The repulse not so much, but it's all good. The snipe was nice.
He's feeling good right now. He is feeling good right now. You can just tell by the way he's moving around the map. It's going to be FaZe who get that cap, and they're on the aggression for another one too. Monster has been the forefront of this. He can get this pull. That's a little late here. Oh, that delay right there cost them. He could have potentially got that flag over towards Renegade, but the spawns come out on the back of base, and now it's up to FaZe to slay again.
Highly unfortunate that he was a little bit of a fumble play, but the flag is still alive right now. Snakebite does teleport himself right out of the situation to play his life, and Sentinels showing some life, getting the kills necessary to hold them back. But now it's Snakebite with the flank. Even that's not gonna work. Another pull shut down. Still 2-1 Sentinels.
3 minutes left though. They still have a chance here. We just got to see that oh man, the confidence out of him. It is just, he's exuding confidence on M&K, which is kind of what you need. You know, you can't really think about, there's so many people that say, oh, you think controller players are too strong. I'm like, stop thinking about that. Play the darn game. And that's what Monster's doing. Boo Boo gonna take a swim here. Oh no, he's not. He's coming right back up, and Renegade's ready for it. Spots the grapple or hears it. And now Renegade fighting them off of their spawn. This flag is halfway through, Tony.
I'm not gonna lie, Boo Boo looked like he strafed off the map on accident there, but nah, that was planned. That was a grapple right back on. I'm not even gonna lie, he got me with that one. That was nice, Boo Boo. He doesn't get the kill, but I like it. I like the way he's thinking.
That was beautiful. I thought he was just falling off as well. I thought he was taking a swim, but he fooled us all. The bamboozle. 2 minutes left, though. You can see the pace starts to slow for the captain and Snakebite here. QT's coming up, both snipers coming up as well. And we've seen what Renegade can do. Right now, 18 and 20, not having the Renegade type game that we're used to, but this could change everything right now. The snipe in his hands could change this game.
Minute and 49 seconds on the clock right now. FaZe up 2-1 in the series, but it's Sentinels that are up 2-1 in this game. An unorthodox miss coming out of Renegade with that sniper. Meanwhile, for screen, Lethal takes down Monster but can't quite get the double kill. Falcated and Boo Boo Dubu are manning both vents. Ooh. And once he gets the damage, Falcated going to curb slide, get the kill, take that sniper, and now Sentinels not only have FaZe 2 down, but are also already in this base. 1 kill, and that flag may be on the move.
Yeah, Renegade losing that sniper is huge because now it falls in the hands of Sentinels, and with that sniper as a tool, they put it to work. They get 3 down for FaZe, and you can see they don't immediately go for flag. Like I said, they have to go for another round of slays here. They'll get 1 on the Monster, but they need many more. 1 minute.
You gotta think, FaZe do not want to send this into a game 5. FaZe want to end it right here, right now. But it's not enough just to want it. You gotta earn it. And Sentinels right now are slaying so well. 35 seconds for FaZe to not only try to put Sentinels multiple down, but they still have to cross the map. They still have to get into enemy territory.
And they gotta worry about Falcated, who's just, like you said, just slaying. They've got plenty of time to just slay it out. They can play defense while also playing offense on the side of FaZe's base. It's up to Monster and crew to try and get through. There's that first kill. 2 down for the side of Sentinels. This could be a pull right now. Lethal's gonna do some damage though. This could be something here, but both go down for FaZe. Monster, it's up to him to get another couple of slays and pull this flag.
It's not gonna happen. 3 down go FaZe. Sentinels taking it. 2-1 as they bring us to a game 5. Sentinels too good to go down after 4.
Well, I'm impressed. Obviously, you know, with Frosty, you know, taking a little break today, Monster coming in, you'd expect we'd have a little bit of a different series, but if I'm not mistaken, we went to a game 5 in the last one as well between these 2 teams with Frosty on the squad. So really interesting to see. If we look at the series layout, it is FaZe who won that Slayer game pretty convincingly, I would say. I was like 8 kills or so. The question for me is, do they continue that in this game 5 Slayer? We're all 2 having A little bit of a rough game there, 10-21. We don't expect to see that, but of course, all these professional players, while being professional, are still human. I'm excited to see if potentially FaZe can close this out, or if Sentinels drive off that momentum from this last game.
They may be human, but FaZe do have a monster on their side, so maybe that's what the doctor ordered. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you know, the Sentinels, they are so good at the execution part of the game. Like, I feel like Sentinels are at their best, whether it's drawing you in to having to overextend for a flagpole as they're running, or whether it's drawing you in because time is against you and they have the lead, so they're the ultimate front runners. Some way, somehow, when Sentinels put you in an opportunity where you have to play a certain way, you have to play a certain angle, and they're able to trap you, they don't let go. They don't make mistakes there. And I think that's what happened with Sentinels on one of the flag caps. That's what happened towards that end game. I thought FaZe played well toward the end game. They played good enough to maybe force a sudden death against many other teams. But Sentinels, they execute so well.
The one time they didn't execute that well was on that Game 2 Slayer. And it was because Monster and Renegade popped off with, I believe it was 15 plus kills. We'll see what happens here, though. You can see the start of the game about as normal as you'd see it. It's FaZe who take control of that very first kill. Camo coming up in about 10 seconds.
A 3-1 start here for FaZe. Active camouflage still comes up on a delay, so enough time for Sentinels to come off a spot and maybe, just maybe, use it as bait. Snakebite tries to get close, but it's a two-pronged attack. The Shroud makes this camouflage grab just a bit unfair, but as Renegade pops it, Falcated burns it.
Yeah, I like that they at least get that burn. It's gonna be non-existent now in this game. FaZe still hold that 2-kill lead. You can see Falcated feeling pretty good right now. A great job playing his life when he's pressured from all sides, and Lethal helps him out as well inside a cafe. That was a beautiful play right there. That 2-1 push allows both of them to live. With that pressure coming out from FaZe, they continue to hold down the purple side of the map.
One hell of a life by Falcon that we saw like that. He was the one who took down the camouflage player, stays alive, and then just keeps milking his life long enough for the rest of his team to have his back. If you want to take down Falcon, you gotta dive at him just like Monster did right there. The cafe side just about clear. FaZe trying to attack from here. It looks like Sentinels adapting well, sending their resources towards there. Body after body is being forced out. Renegade has to make a play. It's not gonna happen. Falcated and Sentinels are perfectly comfortable with trading out their lives. FaZe still up by 1.
Yeah, great job by Roll 2 to get that trade. So very important. A great nade as well off the screens. Look how much work he's doing on the purple side of the map. This is going to allow FaZe to push on through. Look at Renegade freely able to push through because of how much attention was thrown towards that cafe side. Renegade makes it in, gets a couple of kills, does a ton of damage, and now all the while, FaZe are up by 3 kills.
Man, I thought Sentinels played that engagement really well towards the purple side of the map, but still FaZe emerged with that lead once again. Even Boo Boo Doo Boo's off camera kill still puts them down by 2 right now. Where Sentinels, Snakebite now with camouflage, looking for that right time, that right opportunity to strike. And as the camo goes out, Lethal eyes him with the Stalker, and Snakebite hits the reversal.
That's such a scary challenge there by Snakebite. You saw, though, he spent most of the time crouched against that Stalker Rifle. Stalker Rifle, obviously a 3-shot perfect kill. He spends the time crouched so that it's Lethal who doesn't get that headshot onto him. It isn't able to adjust his reticle quick enough. I don't know, though. I think it's Sentinels who have that Stalker in their hands. And FaZe had a lead of 3, but now only a lead of 2.
Now 1. Sentinels starting to eat away at it, but every time Sentinels come up with some kind of answer, FaZe, they answer right back. Roll 2 shuts down another for Sentinels, and with that, as multiple members go down, FaZe, they get aggressive. They create the hole, create the opportunity, and then they strike. 27-22. Now the lead starting to slowly get out of control for Sentinels. They need something.
That's exactly what they do, Tony. You said it right. They strike when they have the opportunity. They find one dead. They push in on that numbers advantage. They're doing it time and time again. Finally, a couple nades will set them back. They're not going to be able to push on those staggered spawns where Sentinels is only 2 members spawned up and the other 2 still spawning. And Sentinels, they kind of even Steven a little bit here in terms of numbers. It's 3 versus 3. And the push heavy on the B with a player stuck inside a red room.
Precision gets cleared out, but the nade's gonna do the same to Snakebite. Majin Boo Boo emerged from the chaos alive. It was Sentinels that beat FaZe in a game 5 during the first open series, and now on to the second, looking to do it twice in a row, especially with FaZe running with a substitute player as opposed to Frosty, normally the starter, the former MVP. His presence must be missed.
Well, one thing for me, you know, I'm sure his presence is missed, but I think Monster has done a great job of getting these camos. You know, he's got this one. I believe that first one was burnt, and then they had the last camo as well. So FaZe in general, not just Monster, have done a great job controlling these camos. What I'm a little bit worried about is with all of these camos, either 1 burnt, 2 in the hands of FaZe, we're still at a 1-kill lead here for Sentinels. They're doing a great job of working with, you know, not having those camos in play. And honestly, it scares me a bit because if they're able to get a camo, they could really take over.
The game has been neck and neck all game long. It could go down to a 50-49 here in this game 5. And what a throw by Lethal. 3 down go FaZe. Lethal and Sentinels take what feels like their first lead in the game so far. Monster wants to take it right back, grabs that shotgun, puts it to work. The Bulldog is barking. The bite is hitting. Ooh. Monster gets a double kill. It could just be a triple. Falcon is down to 1 shot. Boo Boo Dubu is the same. Where's the follow through? This could be some cleanups.
Oh man, he could have got an overkill there if he relaxed a little bit. He's very flicky and it's a lot of energy and it's good, but that's gonna tie up the game with that massive play by Monster. Actually, FaZe take the lead by 1 here.
42-40. Both teams are at their end game. It's do or die here in the winners bracket. Both these teams wanting to make it to day 2 through the winners side. Have that opportunity to play for the semis and be 1 series away from the winners bracket finals. Boo Boo Dubu off screen with the remote detonation. Snakebite with the excellent movement to get out of dodge and to keep their 1 kill advantage.
Yeah, that's a huge live by Snakebite. I 100% agree because it allows them to control the entire PD side of the map. They can stay on this side while Sentinels pushes on to purple. Now both teams have knowledge of where where every single player is. And it's now who's going to take that best space. It looks like Sentinels immediately go for that tram side control. So this is going to be a stalemate for a couple seconds here.
But knowledge is power.
5 minutes.
And as Renegade and FaZe start to get the locations of each player, it could help them. Precision, though, almost gets himself a free kill. Meanwhile, off his screen, it's back-to-back kills for FaZe. 1 more player you gotta deal with, and that's Falcon. Falcon is by himself, and he has 2 members of FaZe hunting him down. FaZe move forward. Sentinels down to the lower bracket.
It's the Monster effect, ladies and gentlemen. It's back on par once again. Absolutely incredible job by FaZe to close that one out. And honestly, for me, it was the last play in Renegade. His ability, I mean, it was both things, right? Number 1, Renegade's ability to push in, get damage on the bench player and nades on the Boo Boo and then stay alive, but also Sentinels allowing that to happen. You have a player on benches. You caught out Renegade. He wasn't expecting you on the benches, but you can't clean up the kill and you let him live. And that kill gets cleaned up at the end of the day. And it's FaZe who push through off the damage and win the series.
To simultaneously believe that
so well played,
vastly different.
So well played, coming by FaZe, and honestly, gotta give a shout out to Monster. I thought Monster really did do his thing literally all series long. Even the match they were losing, like he has a damn decent amount of kills, has the assist to go along with it. Like, I would love to look at the stats as like an overall, because honestly, I think Monster had one hell of a series for FaZe.
Yeah, I agree. I think that being on a team like this, it's going to be hard to kind of mold into that spot that Frosty holds. But I think Monster's always done good online. I think, you know, on it's good to see him on M&K. I will admit, I think it's really cool. The more M&K players, the better, at least for me. I think it's really fun to watch. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. But honestly, I'm really excited to see how Monster fares through this tournament. And with Sentinels winning the game 5 in the last tournament, and then now with Monster on the squad, FaZe wins. It's kind of cool to see. I think Monster did a lot of work. I agree.
Oh yeah, for sure. And mind you, I mean, also want to give Sentinels their flowers, obviously, because I feel like since the move to bring on Precision, which a lot of people question the drop from Asparty, they bring in Precision. They've been on an absolute tear. They've played FaZe well, whether it's scrims or tournament time. They've played many different teams well. They made it to, you know, they made it deep into not yesterday's tournament, excuse me, the Open Series 1 tour, it feels like yesterday. And they're probably gonna make it deep into this one as well. Sentinels, they may have lost to FaZe, but almost everybody loses to FaZe.
Yeah, what we saw last week out of FaZe was not something we expected. Like you said, Tony, top 6. That's when we say FaZe, we don't generally say top 6 ever. So it was really surprising. But like you said, they come out on top most of the time, and this time they get the better of Sentinels. But Sentinels have looked really good, and we will probably see them towards the end of this tournament. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, although we had a tournament on Thursday, this is day 1 of the Open Series number 2 in qualification for London. This is for those London seeding points. And then tomorrow we have day 2. So obviously lots of Halo action ahead of us.
Guys, FaZe move forward. Sentinels get knocked down. Like you said, so much Halo action that we have ahead of us. Is there any team that you want to see more of, well, within this tournament, or even just more of in general leading up to London? Any questions that you have about the top teams in the HCS?
So maybe not in terms of a team that I want to see in London, but there is a BTH People's Champ squad that I'm kind of interested to see more of. It's Gunplexion, Sylvanic, Maniac, and Ace. And honestly, Maniac, I believe they're in the lower bracket now. I'm not sure if they won their last match. If they didn't, I'll sound really dumb, but I think they looked really good. It looks like they are in a match right now versus Bitersweet, but they've looked really good, and it's cool to see Maniac competing after 8 years of not playing in a tournament. So it's cool to see him kind of back and doing his thing, and honestly, he's playing really well. So that's one of the teams I'm looking out for.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I first heard about that squad, I was like, oh, okay, you know, obviously it's really talented, but I thought, you know, maybe it was just kind of brought together for funsies. But you're saying, you know, they made it so far in this tournament still. They're super talented. Like, maybe they could make a deep run, and if they do, we gotta bring back Believe the Hype. That's it.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a sub situation. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in terms of the lore, but I do know it might be like a little bit of a sub situation. It's just cool because I'm serious. Maniac is playing phenomenal. Like, he always plays matchmaking, but you can tell the guy shows up when he needs to. I think he's playing really well so far in this tournament.
I want to see more Shopify Rebellion. I you know, off of winning that Open Series 1. I want to see what they have. I want to see if it's real. We've seen top 4 Farlington. We've seen winning the first Open Series. Like, going into London, they have so much momentum. They have so much to gain, and in my opinion, nothing to lose. Like, I think Shopify Rebellion made a lot of fans going to the Open Series 1, and I want to see them keep going.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion look amazing. I think Soul Snipe is one of those players who has found his comfort zone. You talked about the coach and best man taking him out of his comfort zone that he was in for so many years, and you make a good point about that. Now he's in a new comfort zone, and I feel like he's a little more comfortable, or at least looks a little more comfortable on this roster, and I can't wait to see as he gets more comfortable and as the chemistry builds for Rebellion where they'll go. I think there's a potential they break into that top 3.
Well, speaking of being comfortable, I'm sure Ali and Tools are real comfy on that desk. Why don't we send it over to them and get their thoughts?
comfortable. I think we are, right?
Yeah, it's been a great tournament thus far. You know,
Yeah.
lots of things to just get yourself relaxed, ready to watch. I mean, I'll say it's
got my tea.
comfortable getting yourself ready, but then we get to the end of those game fives, and you're like, okay,
know.
your heart rate starts rising a little bit.
Yeah, we went to game 5, which is something we talked about wanting, and we did see it. The Sentinels there for a second, I thought was going to take that game 5, and then why don't we just go ahead and do a recap of what happened during that Sentinels versus FaZe series.
Yeah, honestly, it really felt like that back and forth battle that we've been seeing from them time and time again. This time, Sentinels comes out the gate swinging really hard, right? Game 1, they look really well poised. Monster, though, started off this game like going absolute Blicko mode, right? With that repulse sniper shot. But that's what I really liked about this match, was it's a lot of back and forth, right? Sentinel strikes first, FaZe battles right back, and eventually it comes down to that game 5, and a lot of great plays by Monster, and stepping up to the plate when he was needed the most for this team, when you're trying to replace one of the best players of all time, who in my opinion will go down as potentially the best player of all time when his career is done, Frosty, and being able to help your team overcome a game 5 that you didn't win just a week before is a huge testament to what he brought to this roster.
And on Sentinel's side, with Precision also doing really well against FaZe, I feel like he has been setting into Sentinels, and I cannot wait to see how he does this rest of the year. But this time, it just didn't go their way.
No, that's the tricky thing with Slayers, man. It's just sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't. Some teams are better at them. Like, I think Sentinels is a very good Slayer team, but this time around, you know, FaZe, they've had 2 series in a row where they've lost Slayers, where they definitely gone through film and said, what went wrong, what can we fix? And well, we saw that they eventually found the things that they needed to fix. They're able to clutch up and just play a little bit better of a game this time. I will say it probably feels pretty good for FaZe, right? You lost a 50-49 on Streets last time you played. This time, game 5, same map, same series. You get them back and you bounce back right away.
Yeah, it was an incredible match. I wanted to ask you, was there like a pivotal point, like a pivotal fight that you feel like led to that game 5 ending?
I think it all came down to those last pushes at the end, right? I felt like FaZe just had much more control of the map. They were, or not even necessarily control, they just felt more definitive in the pushes that they were making towards the end of this map. They were able to catch Sentinels off balance, and I think it just made the difference, right? At the very end of this game, just getting the control of the Bulldog with Monster, and having that push at the end of the game was definitely, I feel like, pushed them over the edge.
Well, FaZe Clan secures that top 12 start tomorrow, but we're going to continue on today. They have sent Sentinels to the lower bracket. You know what, Tools? Before we hop onto that lower bracket, there's something I actually want to show you guys. I saw this just a few moments ago, and I wanted to share it. Check this out, guys. If you ever wanted a warthog, look at this.
That's much clearer.
I can't tell if this is a cool thing or not a cool thing.
right.
I'm not sure about it, you know. I'm not sure how to feel about it. I feel like I would probably be excited to have it was free, you know. But would you guys turn your own car, your own vehicle, into a UNSC vehicle, a warthog looking?
With how much money they spent on that chart, they could have probably built themselves an actual
Hold
warthog.
up, was it a Florida plate? I think that was a Florida plate. All things happen in Florida. Do you think?
You think that's a Florida man thing?
I think that's a Florida. Is that? No, I think I'm seeing things. I think that doesn't look like Florida. I don't know. Let's see. Florida
it
makes
looks like
sense.
There's a palm tree. There's some palm trees in the back.
I think there's something in the middle. I don't know. I don't, it might be.
Either
I think
way,
this might be
it's
Florida.
pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. I would take it. I would take it. I'm not sure if I would do that to my own vehicle, but hey, you know what I would take though? A real warthog. I would definitely drive that around.
What? If that vehicle happens to be in the streets of Florida, maybe it'll be in the streets of Orlando, and maybe you'll be able to catch a peek of it when you go to LVT's Titans Orlando later in May 17th through 19th. Get yourself signed up, and maybe the Cybertruck will make an appearance over there. Fantastic event. that we are very ready for. We want to see all y'all signed up out there. Shopify Rebellion will be there. We already know that Bound and Legend will be there. So plenty of great players. Just come join them. $75 hotel. Check it out. Orlando in the chat. Exclamation mark Orlando.
Disney's there, guys. You can go to the land and then go to Disney right before or after. Sounds like a good plan. I don't know. Click on that link in the chat to sign up and make your way over to Titans Orlando, the May 17th. And when is the qualifier actually? The placement? That's May 4th, I believe.
Yeah, that weekend before, right? So May 5th, May 4th, around that area, we'll be having a seeding tournament, or it might be a little bit late. Whatever it is, there's gonna be a seeding tournament. Get yourself signed up now, early. Get yourself ready for it.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at our subs. What's our sub activity feed looking like? I saw a few drop in just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I would love, guys. I mean, what we do here today, it's all funded by you guys in the community. If you want to keep helping, supporting what we're doing here today, like the best way to do that is by subbing to the channel and watching each tournament. So for people like Riznak, who's an active member not only in our community but plenty of other ones like the HCS Pro Talk, shout out for 11 months in a row. We had BS Elf 1 with a prime just a little bit ago. Said rate our names again. We're gonna rate some names. Beloved 23, 14 months. We're gonna be beloved.
It's
With that kind of support.
Beloved. I think it's beloved.
Oh, yeah,
Beloved.
it's definitely
Is
true.
it beloved or beloved?
That's crazy. I see that. I think beloved every time, but no, it's definitely just
Beloved.
beloved.
Is it?
Is
We'll
it?
have to let us know. I don't know. I guess you can play around with it.
Beloved.
Beloved.
I have no idea.
You were
I
all
have no idea.
beloved.
Either way,
Dearly beloved.
there's some action happening over in these brackets, right? We're trying to get ourselves into a match, but all the matches are either in progress or waiting for another match to be done. So while that's happening, we have a really great match going on right now. I believe it's going into game number 4. We have a Parabola's team, which is, let me go to this bracket. Let me get this updated so I can get everyone on the same page. This is Concrete Mixers going up against 3KV. I believe it's in game 4 right now. We're going to take a Parabola stream for it. Fantastic player. We're just going to listen into these guys, see how they're playing, and listen in. Whoever wins this match will go on to play against Native Gaming in the lower bracket.
I'm going towards Shock right below. One driveway. Prius, guys. Prius, weak, guys. Her Prius. Prius will die.
Two on snipe.
Prius, I hear you. I got naded. He's on snipe. We have camo.
Right now. S4 one shot.
Yo, one shot low dip. Take your
Yeah,
time here. Take your
S4
time
was
here.
one. S4 was one. He's sitting on S2 corner, on your right corner.
I spawn your posters. I'm playing to you fast.
S2 right now.
I'm gonna make him look at me. I'm gonna make him look at me if he's here. He's S2 with Shock. One shot S1. S4 absolute. Dead. S1 never died. Despite bull.
Nice. Yo, one time Prius.
Absolute S1.
Sorry.
Onliner as fuck, dude. S1 absolute.
Okay. One's sitting dip. One is sitting dip.
Yeah,
Right now.
sniping S2.
At top gold.
on glass. Can we shoot this guy? See plat? Yeah. Absolute benches. Top yellow. Shoot this guy. Top yellow guys. Shoot this fucking kid. He's dead. There's one on glass. You need to kill Hill. We need to kill Hill soon.
Poster's weak. Poster sniping one bullet.
On Hill, absolute guys.
Nice. Top gold on me.
Watch out this. Top gold. Absolute yard.
Sniping LR. One bullet. One bullet flower door. As well. Flower door's gonna chow. Flower door's.
I have Hill. You guys can move. They're gonna be blue. They're gonna be playing blue, bro.
Two dip.
Two dip. Both weak. One
Absolute on my dip.
Truck side.
One shot low dip.
Both
Nice.
dead.
Live, Lido, live.
Soda, one shot. Dead.
Four dead. Keep getting time. We have blue and snipe. I have snipe.
One blue.
I'm just
I have
watching
a
your
score.
looking for you.
Yeah.
I'm watching your guys' fucking top yellow and shit.
Tram.
For that. Yeah, still driveway. Yo, glass to LR. Soda gonna chow you. Soda.
One shot.
Yeah, one's push my hill. On hill. Look at him, guys. Get in. He's one. And then behind me, loop.
Wanna get in hill. Gotta get in hill. Nice. Four dead.
Spawning blue, bro.
Hey, one's up already. Fighter.
S2 actually.
I left that. I'm
All
going.
good, all good, all good.
One
Yo, S2 and S1, S2 and
Camel's up,
S1.
Camel's up, Camel's up. On my poster steps, here on my poster, two of them.
Look.
Got one off posters.
One
Still
shot.
one on my U-turn.
Poster
I spawn
ramp.
blue, I spawn blue, live.
Poster ramp, one shot. One shot soda.
Two dead still.
Another one.
Pop dip. Market, one absolute. LR, 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 LR.
Camo's still up.
They're gonna get tram spawns.
Yep, I got glass.
Just live, Widow. Watch your loop, Widow.
I'm trying to live, I'm trying to live. Yeah,
LR, LR.
Yo, loop right now.
I think Camo's down top mid still.
Yo, dip.
Dip killed me.
Dip one shot. Kill dip.
We're gonna get camo here. It was top mid.
He's Tomo camo, Tomo camo. Tomo camo, guys. And glass. High dirt fed camo, or dirt fed camo. Last one hit.
Last zaps up.
Near
In hill
poster.
weak. Doing hill.
Shock in 5. I'm nading hill, I'm nading hill. Camo's
flowers,
mark it.
Camo's flowers. Dip. I got a melee. One shot.
Dead.
Put down.
Enemy team scored. Kill incoming.
End the game.
Ready.
I'm still playing that. Who's host?
Spartan down.
Oh,
Thank
he
you,
was
Jesus
host.
was host. Yeah.
Just check and see if you're host.
It's not me.
Man. Just keep playing.
Not me.
Tie.
We'll give him that hoe, for sure. Let's do a first to 3.
The fuck?
Hello? Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's weird.
I got online so bad S1 by Despiteful.
I think I naded right as you dropped too. That was just unlucky. I think my team didn't hit you, but I'm not sure if it did.
Sure, they want a full re now. I don't know. Sure, it's fine.
That's fine.
I remember that guy went driveway last time. I doubt he does it again. Keep that in mind. Guarantee our kills, guys, please. Keep guaranteeing the kills. And power-ups, too. Don't give up too many camos to these guys.
Yeah.
There was a camo that was up for a long time that it should not have been up that long. He had control, and then like we just gave them the camo somehow.
King of the Hill.
Just keep that in mind. Make sure we're on top of that. Alright, let's finish it up right here.
Let's get it.
Hill incoming. I always thought you had a regal air about you.
Yeah, one win.
Nothing drive, nothing drive. One soda already.
Ready.
Third soda.
Posters.
U-turn.
Benches, benches on me, guys. Benches on me, guys. Benches, light out, benches.
I'm here.
One shot, S2 with flowers.
Kill
Kill S2. Flowers, never died.
Just live truck. I spawned hotel.
What happened to camo?
Right, one shot. Beat truck.
One is still on my LR.
Yeah, your posters.
Sniper's down,
Posters weak. Dirt's playing for it.
Prius.
I'll cut Prius. One was S2 with snipe, he's on it. One shot S2.
U-turn.
One LR as well. Still S2.
I'm gonna die here. They're gonna force me U-turn.
Trying to look. One try.
Soda, one shot and U-turn.
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 One is S2 still with snipe.
Nice. LR or something. Driveway.
One shot. One.
Trying to get test too.
I have your blue,
right now.
Carabla.
I killed S2. That's one.
We got his driveway, guys. I have blue.
Cram weak.
Make sure you live, Lersky.
There's a guy in my blue.
I'm looking at you, leader. He's going your blue ramp. In the low blue window, back blue.
LR's weak. Fighter.
Blue pushing post.
Flowers. I'm dead here, dude. We're breaking down. Hook. Yo, mark it, bottom in.
U-turn.
Yeah, U-turn in high dip.
Kick U-turn.
Another one U-turn.
Nice kill.
Yo, S2's weak. Just rifle.
Yo, truck, and S2. S2 one shot, and I got truck weak.
S2's absolutely still.
S2 guys, we gotta kill S2.
I hit dip once.
right now.
Okay, get to S2.
Dip one.
S2 one, nice kills.
Both dead. 3 dead.
Yo, get to blue, Lersky, my hill.
Here.
I have S4. Pretty sure I see one
Stop
glass.
gold. One stop gold.
Watch top gold, S4 guy.
There's a guy soda to benches.
Right there, I'm looking benches.
Yeah, my guys. Yo, drive my guys, but she's this week.
Looking at benches.
Her benches dead.
Another one.
Benches, one shot.
One shot.
One roll absolute.
One shot top mid.
U-turn. I'll get him. He's down. Their side U-turn.
Bottom middle.
Nice.
Taxi.
Still on Prius. Prius one shot.
And driveway.
I can't, my guys.
Soda.
Silo.
LR.
One sitting
LR.
LR.
LR weak, guys.
Heard that. I have hill.
Yo, right here. Soda ramp, Piter. Live. I'll kill him.
One shot LR on the box.
Don't die. I'll get him. Don't die.
And one stop gold.
Top gold.
Hey, glass. LR never died, guys.
Heard that.
One
Glass
spot.
still. Glass has shots.
There's a guy in blue. There's a guy in blue somewhere.
Tulu. One shot. Back tram.
Top gold. One shot.
I hear top gold. Don't die. Yo, flower door.
Blue window.
In blue, Piter. On your left corner, I think.
Push it out with you later. I'm gonna push it out with you later.
Top yellow, guys. One shot, absolute.
Hold tram, light up.
Yeah, I'm going back.
One's that soda.
My flower door, guys.
Soda, one bullet.
Yep. Nice, good job. Gonna be
Flower door,
blue.
guys. I need you guys.
One try.
Absolute flower.
Just get the hill. Blood hill. Yeah. It could be top gold. I'm watching driveway. Nothing driveway.
Top gold, one shot. Top gold ledge.
I have tram,
I'm
bro.
nading your door.
Yo,
Nothing driveway still.
Yo, one step. And then my loop, guys.
I'm turning. Nice.
Yo, one behind me. LR.
Fight together. Watch your top yellow and flowers. Top yellow, probably.
Absolute one bullet. Fuck.
I spawned U-turn.
Flower door. Running in. Two.
Took the hill.
Yo, I'm playing through blue leader. Just live. Yo, two blue, guys.
We should kill blue.
Top yellow.
We can blue on the stick.
I hear you. Don't die.
Rifle is too weak there. I can't push.
I got him.
Nice, there's one more.
Yo, flower door. Absolute dip, guys. Help me heal, guys.
I'm helping heal. I'm here.
Absolute hill, dirt earth, and one more there.
Nice, we're dead.
Yeah, yo, all my drill.
Spawn here.
Drop it. Weak.
He'll die.
Good shit, guys. Camo, guys.
Camo.
He's fucking U-turn with camo. Going truck, guys.
Here. I'm hitting snipe.
One's in hotel, dirt earth.
We're looking for camo, guys.
S2 on me, camo. Killed camo.
He's S4.
Shoot.
One is
Hotel, absolute dirt earth.
S4 still.
Absolute dirt earth, hotel, absolute.
I got a
Top blue as well.
S4 on hit.
Big S4.
Trying to help you S4. I'm here, Lersky. There's one.
Oh god.
On my left.
You want it? Nice.
Nice.
Yo, LR on me.
This rifle's on benches.
Yo, one guy's hill, dirt earth.
There's a
Wow,
snipe
holy
still on
shit.
the
Hill's 2 shots in, guys. Yo, live S2. You're gonna get good spawns by living here. Flowers.
Fuck, I dropped shock and repulse.
Take our time here.
Sitting flower door, like ledge.
I'm weak.
In there.
Yo. One's high blue. Yo, Marcus to kill, Marcus to kill.
One shot dead.
I'm going top yellow. Yo, S4, S4, S4. S4 absolute, guys.
Dead.
It's
That's
blue
dead.
window. High blue window.
I'm nading high blue, I'm nading it.
Did we kill us 4?
Yes.
That's 4 dead.
I'm fighting blue, guys.
Sitting in blue, sitting in blue.
Two weak on me, guys. Two weak on me, guys.
I'm pushing.
Two weak blue, two weak blue, two week blue. Another one in blue, in blue, high blue, high blue, high blue. Get into blue and double it together, guys.
Traded.
Another one there.
Alright, give this hill up. Where's next hill? Where's next hill?
Should be sniper.
Alright, yo, one's low blue. Yo, one just lifted S2, guys. One bullet benches. 2 S2, guys. I have damage. I need you guys.
One's pushing the yard. One's pushing
Both
the
weak,
yard.
guys. Both weak, guys. 2 guys.
Yo, it's yard.
Dip.
Still market.
In market. In truck.
One shot truck. He's in the corner. He just went to dip.
Yeah, and one's
Load up,
posters. One's posters.
I'm watching my loop. I'm watching my. Yo, tram with me.
Just hold loop. It's bonfire.
One's on your back tram. One's on your back tram, Lida.
One house right now.
One's my glass. One's
Camo
my
gotta be
as
up,
well.
guys. Last one.
Camo.
I got camo.
I have shock. Do you want it?
Shot truck.
Driveway's weak. One shot. Dead.
There's a guy LR.
Top yellow, Lersky. Top yellow.
Give me a second. Jump it out.
Got LR dead.
Hey,
Go dead.
last guy was stream. Last guy was hill.
I'm going loop, Lersky. Nice.
Dead.
Nice.
Your time with camo. You play time with camo.
On my flower door.
Okay, I'm coming. Live.
On yard.
Kill them.
I have hill.
I'm watching flower door.
I'm watching tram.
In the mid.
This rifle's weak on loop.
Getting out for a second.
Yep. Bottom in. Then.
LR weak.
Yard weak. Shock's down, yard BR. 3 dead.
Driveway, he went LR.
He'll die.
Nice, good job.
Shock right
You get
Time.
him,
I'm posters already.
I hear you. I can look from market. He's poster.
I spawned blue. They're gonna
Poster
be
weak,
all-
poster weak here.
They're all that side.
One bullet posters. Dead.
Yeah, truck.
Yeah, dip on me weak.
Yeah,
Truck
another
weak,
one
truck
has
weak.
two as well.
Keep getting time, Lido. Keep getting time.
There's another one on your posters.
Here, I'm jumping up. Give me a second.
Absolute poster.
Weak posters. Really weak posters.
Keep getting time.
It's absolute.
Keep getting time. We
You
stack
want
it. We stack
LR.
it. Yo, kill tram. He's gonna be here.
They're gonna be glass.
Glass. Absolute glass. Nice job. Now watch your yard.
Posters right now.
There's
Kill
Coming
me.
posters.
Sitting on the frag.
Yo, top yellow, guys.
One shot
shot.
two.
One
Top
shot on my
yellow.
posters. Dead.
Nice.
Top yellow.
Still one shot on hill.
Top yellow,
You guys
guys.
have gold.
He fell market.
Jump down market.
Top yellow again. Absolute yard, guys, with thrust.
He's trucking me.
Dead.
Nice.
That's a pick.
And Soda and LR. I trolled. Soda and LR.
LR's weak.
LR
LR's
dead.
dead.
Look for soda.
Still U-turn.
Nice kill. 3 dead. 4 dead.
3, one spawned.
I'm gonna get
He's
to
blue.
blue.
He's blue.
Yeah, they're all blue. They're all gonna be blue. guys. Live.
Truck.
I have his left.
Truck's weak. Truck's weak.
I can play for camo.
Truck dead.
All blue ramp.
One shot, hotel.
One more
Trade
hotel.
over more.
Both
Two weak. I have
in
camo.
blue. They're on both blue.
Flowers.
Yeah, he's sitting blue window. I have
Yo,
truck.
dip. He just went out the hotel.
Look at hotel. I don't see nothing. Yep, he's S1
High
now.
dip.
S1 now.
Dip.
S1 in flower door.
One still on my flower door still.
One's S1 still.
One shot blue. And market. Top market. 1 bullet.
Dead.
I'm keeping tram, guys.
Blue killed me. We can soak.
I'll go.
Still one shot on blue.
You get time, bro. You get time.
Oh,
You
on
guys
your
are
S1.
mad.
He's
I'm
S1
here.
right
I'm here.
on
I'm
the
here.
jump.
I'm here. I'm here.
He's on the jump.
Yeah, we just stack it. Look lift. Lift.
Left random shot.
Come in, turn, one bullet.
Yeah, look S2.
I'm again,
That's
one
too
shot.
weak. That's too
Yo,
weak.
bottom middle, absolute. He's on U-turn, one shot. Nice.
Last guy hill. Double him.
Trying to get the hill up,
Guarantee, guys. Guarantee it.
There's one in blue behind me.
Good job, guys. Holy.
Good shit, Lurski.
Who gave me the raid, dude? Who is that? Yo, Cheese 80 with the raid. Yo, appreciate the raid, Grady. I was getting notifications in my ears that entire game. LVT is streaming you? Oh, shout out LVT, bro. Yo, Lurski with a big game, dude. Go, Lurski. I gotta restart my game. Okay.
All right, guys, that was Concrete Mixers versus 3KV. We just hopped over to the lower bracket. I actually have an update about the lower bracket. This one's a surprising one. I'm choosing the right word here. OpTic is now on lower bracket. Cloud9 defeated OpTic. So now we have Sentinels, OpTic on lower bracket, and they might actually go up against each other because they're in that same line. It's gonna be a.
I heard Suspector's him is what I've heard from the Twitter. I'm like trying to go see if I can get an eye on that because he said he went 22-6. I'll send this over to our producer for him to show up on screen. But 22-6, fantastic work from him, and honestly, fantastic upset. Like Cloud9 looks really good. They had a great performance last week. They're having a great performance now.
Yeah, is there something in the air, something in the water? Last week we had FaZe dropping early into the lower bracket, and this time it's OpTic. What's going on?
Yeah,
I think fantastic plays from some up and comings. Well, right. I don't want to call Suspector an up and coming.
No, I mean, like, Suspector's been around, right? He got second place at the World Championships over in 2016. Put some respect on his name, but he's doing absolutely fantastic today. Beat OpTic Gaming. Like, he's probably riding a high that he hasn't felt in quite a while, which I'm just happy for them. I'm happy for both the teams that all those Cloud9 players were on. Cloud9 obviously making their changes, still deciding, looking really good as well. Like, it feels as if this new bunch of teams that are propping up right now keep playing better and better.
That's what I meant. You said it better than me. It's the new teams, the new squad that are coming up and surprising everybody here on HCS. Like we said a few days ago, I think this year is going to be a new Halo, kind of a championship year.
No,
There's new things going on.
100% agree with that. Like, I think it's going to be, I think this year is going to be the rockiest year for just placings in general. Like, there's not going to be this firm, no matter what, this team is placing this way. I think the big three is going to see some cracks. I think teams are going to start making their way through. I think this is going to be the most exciting year of Halo Infinite esports yet.
Do you have any predictions who that top three might be? For your end.
I'm a big fan of Shopify Rebellion, but if Suspector keeps playing this way, 22-6 to beat Reversey Perfy in Game 5 and then beat OpTic in a Game 5. Like, if you have players playing that icy, I don't know. Like, Cloud9 could be getting into that top 6, top 4 conversation with plays like that. So shout out to Suspector over there playing so well, making that big upset happen. Like, that's huge. OpTic Gaming is a very good team. After seeing some of their previous scrims these last few weeks, like, this is a huge accomplishment. This isn't like OpTic was playing bad. I think this is more like Cloud9 is playing up to those expectations, because OpTic Gaming looks really good, and the fact that they're able to overcome that, I think, is a huge testament to them.
Yeah, that was definitely an incredible achievement from Suspector's team, and I just can't wait to see what's going to happen on hopefully our next match. We're going to be going up against, we're going to be watching Bitersweet versus Top 4. Bitersweet is a team that actually, in our last event, they beat Complexity, which is, I feel like Bitersweet has also they have also been playing very well.
Yeah, I think these teams have been on an uptrend. This top 4 team has been a team that's trying to break in to that top 8 conversation. They keep getting stopped right out the door at top 12. They're gonna have to be able to beat teams like Bitersweet in order to do so, and that's going to be a tough task for them. But I think they do have the talent there, but Bitersweet at the moment is definitely just a little bit better. And I like to call them like a gatekeeper team. Like, this is a team that gatekeeps top 12, top 8. They prevent some of these amateur teams from trying to make their way through. And the question is, it's the battle of David and Goliath, right? It's like, can you get past the people that are keeping you out of that day 2 competition?
And what can you tell me about these Bitersweet players? We got Mortarly in there. We got Breaking Shot as well. Piggy and Envor.
I actually really love this team. You know, I'm high on top 4 with the talent that they have, but I think this Bitersweet team, the more that I watch them, the more that they compete with each other, I'm becoming more and more of a fan. They play fast. They have a lot of individual talent. I'll always stay on Mortally's gameplay whenever I'm watching it, because he can do absolutely cracked things that you just can't imagine. So I'm very much a big fan of Bitersweet. I think the question for them is consistency and being able to ice up in game 5s. They've had problems doing battling through that 5th game. If they're able to do that, then I think they'll be that little bit better.
And look at that, we're setting up for our next game, Breaking Shot versus Team 4. I almost said Team 5. It's Team 4. Sorry, Top 4. Team Top 4 is their name, Top 4. Is that Kid Nasty I see there?
Yeah, little Kid Nasty, Hative, Grand Shiesty, and Tricky. Like, these guys have been right on the precipice of getting that top placing, of making pools, and have not quite been able to overcome it. They're going to be able to get another chance here today against some players that have been in the same boat, and that's what I like about this team, right? All these players, Mortally, Envoy, Breaking Shot, the people that you're seeing on screen, they've all been in that same boat where they've been on the outside, they're in that open bracket run, and they've been able to overcome and make it into those pool play finishes, get top 12, get that one step further in the HCS. And now it's on the other side. It's people that are trying to recapture that success that the team in front of you has seen. And I always love those grudge matchups.
I feel like every time we have Kid Nasty here on broadcast, we see some insane nasty shots from him. It's the best shots. It's just such a show, for a treat for us here. So I'm happy to see him. And look at that, we got Breaking Shot also joining. We got a full lobby tools. This match is just about to begin. I'm ready to see some. Are we playing Argyle? If we are, I think we're going to see some insane shots and sniper shots from Kid Nasty and hopefully from Bitersweet as well. Look at that. Yeah, CTF Argyle will be our first game.
Argyle, CTF, a couple snipers on the map. I love everything about it. 2 teams that want to prove that they're ready to take the next step. This is a perfect matchup in our lower bracket.
I can't wait to see how this is going to shape up. Kid Nasty is gonna give us a show. Do you have any favorites on Bitersweet?
Would love to see Envoy pop off this game. Love Envoy, but I think we're getting ourselves loaded right into this game.
All right, everybody. Bitersweet versus Top 4 starts now.
Bitersweet and Top 4 gonna be going at it, and although we're not quite in the Top 4 just yet, if they play their cards right, they can make it deeper and deeper, maybe make it into day 2, but it starts right here, right now, with a win on Argyle CTF.
Hey, I am all about manifesting success, okay? I did it 2 years ago, took a picture of the main stage at HCS and said, one day I will be here. I'm manifesting this, and it happened, Tony. So maybe Top 4 will happen for these guys. There's a potential of that. I like the squad. Hative, Kid Nasty, Grand Shiesty, and Tricky are always grinding the game. I see them matchmaking all the time. We'll see if that matchmaking practice can come to fruition for a win for them, but it's a good start. 2 down, make that 3 for Bitersweet.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be 3 down if you're Mortally and Bitersweet, but at least you have the no-scope to slow down the push from the reinforcements. Flag still pulled outside of your base, and Piggy and Envoy with back-to-back kills. Grand Shiesty with the other team sniper. Oh, 3 down with Top 4.
Yeah, Mortally's gonna try and do his best to just make sure to clear out the base here. There's no shot that he's gonna allow a player from the side of Top 4 to be on this side of the base or on their side either, Tony. A nice shot goes into Kid Nasty. He hears Hayden behind him. Nice little no scope to clean him up. And now they push on through. Top 4's in trouble.
3 down, go Top 4, and it looks like that flag is going to be pulled by Bitersweet. Fastly approaching the 50% portion of the map through their snipe side. We should see them start to pull back and watch the overextenders, which is exactly what Mortally's doing. There's a player on the low side, which he just missed.
Yeah.
Body shots Grand Shiesty from across the map, but the flag carrier does go down. Kid Nasty moves in for the return, and they're gonna get it.
Wow, it's just really unfortunate, Tony. You said it. He missed that player on the bottom side, and it was Kid Nasty who was able to make his way through, get the flag return, and now going for a flag pull of his own. I cannot believe he survived right there. Hanvor is going to go down for the overextension. This flag is still alive at the bottom center of the map. Tricky needs to do his best to do as much damage as possible, but also play his life.
Can't believe they worked so hard, got so close, and yet were so far away. And now a counter cap opportunity that top 4 create. Flag sits towards the mid map, but you give Piggy a kill, you give him an S7. That's not going to be good for top 4. We're about to see another flag return.
Yeah, great job by Piggy once again. It's the damage output and staying alive, so important. And look, he continues on the tear here, even though he's predicted to push on the bottom of base. He's able to get that timing, get that kill, and now they've cleared out their side, and they're going to push up for control. This 50% portion of the map, so very important. Grand Shicey's not going to be able to defend it. Piggy makes his way through and gets that win.
Perfect shots out of Piggy, 7-2 at the moment. Might as well give him 2 assists to go along with it, but it's Hayden we got to switch gears to. He has that sniper, and he's in a counter snipe battle that he's gonna win against mortally. Shutting down the enemy's team sniper is the first step to top 4 pushing their base.
Yeah, Tricky had a good position there. You know, speaking, Hative had a good shot, obviously, but Tricky had a good position there. If he had stayed alive, that kill from Hative would have been a lot more valuable. Unfortunately, it was not, and they end up going down. That is Hative and Kid Nasty, and that allows this flag to make it on through. Spawners come up on that snipe elbow side. This flag could potentially go in, but mortally goes down.
And this time, Bitersweet are so quick to watch for the overextenders, but another player leaks through. This time, it's gonna be Hative. Tricky gets his kill as well, so the return should be coming in. Hative, what? That's your team? Either way, 4 and down go Bitersweet. Sniper in the hands of Hative. Another flag being pulled by top 4, and what a perfect grapple!
My goodness, I mean, that was beautiful right there. It's probably going to allow this flag to go in. They're kind of going crazy on the player on the other side of the map and pressuring him. Oh my gosh, Hative not only makes a massive flag pull, but turns around with this snipe, peels 2 faces, almost 3, and stays alive.
Hative going off right now. It was Piggy that was 7-2 earlier, now 9-4, but Hative getting the impactful kills and is 8-5, and 1-0 lead here by top 4, and Tricky trying to maybe open things up for them to push up and grab another flag. Their base is clear, and now that defense may just turn to offense.
Yeah, great job by top 4 to get that flag cap, but you can see how scrappy these two teams are. Very different than what you see in that like top 4, top 5 team region. It's just players don't really go for those structured type pulls. They kind of just do what they can to get the slays, put the damage in, and pull flag while they do it. And sometimes if you're hot and you're winning those individual fights, it's okay to play like that. You can see top 4 once again get a flag through the 50% portion. It's going to be Hative all the way through to his PCs.
1-0 lead so far for top 4, and another flag moving forward is going to be Hative and Grand Shiesty trying to deny this line of sight from Envor. Well played to force it to back down and to keep moving that flag. You have 3 members of top 4 breaking through snipe side. I thought they might got naded out too hard there, but it's still too well played top 4.
Yeah, a couple of blueberries on the toes, and we got 3 kills right there. But someone who's got 2 kills going to be Breaking Shot. A beautiful double out of him. Maybe this opens them up for a counter cap. There's the third. It's going to be Hative that falls, and Grand Shiesty and Tricky come off a spawn and somehow stop this flag run, Tony.
Breaking Shot is to break somebody's face right now with the sniper, or
ouch,
maybe get that flag across the map. It's not going to happen. He gets shut down, and multiple members of Bitersweet now coming off a spawn. The other half of the members trying to find a way to get some kills, get some height advantage, do something to get on the enemy's team side, because you're down 0-2 right now. Is Bitersweet. Something has to change.
Breaking people's faces sounds like it hurts. I don't want that happening to me. I mean, Breaking Shot, he's going to be 8-12 in this game, not breaking as many faces as he'd like. But Piggy off the aggression here. I like this. He's got a support player on that pistol side, so he's going to pull it on that side of the map. He's got to get past Kid Nasty, though, who has the sniper, and it's Mortally who's going to be the one to stop that. Beautiful positioning by Breaking Shot. A beautiful job by him to get that positioning in a place where they didn't really expect him. He gets 2, gets another one on the Hative. This will be a cap, and he can potentially pull another one here, and he does just that.
You said you wanted to see a lot more coordination coming out, and at least as far as that cap, Bitersweet played that so well. That was so well executed, so well positioned. Were Bitersweet. Now we have to find out if they can do it again. Top 4 have been scrappy and have been really making Bitersweet work, and with their unpredictable like timing. And another flag moves, another 3 down, go top 4. They may have figured out how to counter this ultra aggressive, unorthodox play style of top 4, because that flag goes in. We have a tied up game.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. It's well said. They're countering the side of top 4, right? They're basically catching them off guard with their, you know, breaking shot, kind of hiding behind that bottom center area, or front of base, I should say, and just getting the first shots and catching people isolated. I think that's what they're doing best right here. Grand Shiesty isolated. The nade comes through. They get 4 down. Kid Nasty the first one to spawn, but that flag's already going through, Tony.
It is, but there's 2 spawning players from top 4 that spawn over toward the snipe side. Luckily, Breaking Shot gets there so quickly and watches his flag runners back. That flag is stopped just short, and it's a 3v3 scenario, so these next round of slays going to be so important. If Bitersweet can get 1 or 2 kills to clear out their base, they can cap this flag, but Kid Nasty's there with the sniper, and he's not going to allow it to get to the front of the base for free. But as he looks away, Breaking Shot takes advantage.
Yeah, you can't look away from the flag. He's going to sneak on through like a sneaky beaver, pull it in and put it in. That's exactly what he does. Again, a beautiful job by the side of top 4 to, you know, start off pretty cleanly, but they didn't end cleanly. Bitersweet looking dominant in the second half of that game. That was impressive.
The first 2 caps win in favor of top 4. And the comeback, the mini reverse sweep right there, the 1 game reverse sweep to go back to back to back. Once they weathered the storm, it was really all downhill from there. Well played by Bitersweet to never lose mental.
Hey, they didn't lose mental, and they got to keep that mental going into game number 2. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer. I think, honestly, maybe it comes down to a warm-up scenario, right? They weren't really warm. Sometimes you get warm in the middle of the first game of a series. That's just kind of how it works, right? You let that little bit go because you're warming up your shot or the communication or whatever. Now they look a little bit hot. They're on a little bit of a streak here in terms of momentum. Carrying that into Aquarius is going to be very important. If you're top 4, you're hanging your heads a little bit because you let that one slip. You had it in your hands, you had it in the bag, and you let it go. So if they can recover from this, I'll be impressed. But Bitersweet, they're going to look to ride on this momentum swing.
Yeah, I kind of feel that. It takes me a little while to get warmed up as well. I'm usually most warm after about the 3rd hour of playing is when I'm about warmed up, and then I'm tired after about an hour and a half. So you got about 30 minutes of me of getting pure Tony gameplay. Then after that, it's all downhill.
Well, you know what's something that's always warm in you is your comms. Your comms are phenomenal, and I'll take those all day. But honestly, yeah, it's tough. It takes you 3 hours. It takes me 6. So I get you, and I feel that 100%. But it only takes Bitersweet half of the game, and they're already involved. They're already ready. You can see the pressure's being applied here, and this is what I like to see. Look how aggressive they're being. The damage comes out from Envor. Hative walks in front of him, says, "Hey, bud, I got your back." Unlike Tony getting my back, and he helps him out. He helps him get that kill, and they survive. They get through, and they have a lead because of it.
Big heat wave shots coming out there. 2 down go Bitersweet, and Tricky throwing every nade on the map toward that utility side. Nobody home just yet, but the damage comes out, makes 1 player 1 shot, does some damage onto Breaking Shot, and we're starting to see a little scrappiness. We're starting to see some kills fall the way of top 4. As I say that, they go 3 down, and Piggy is coming in with the heat wave.
Oink, oink, be careful. It's a heat wave in hot dog mode, Tony, right? Is that what you guys call it now? Very devastating at long range. He's going to do a lot of damage here, and this kind of allows him to get into the base. I was expecting a teammate to be behind him, but they wanted that mid-side control, which is important in this scenario, especially with that overshield coming up in 20 seconds.
Piggy doing a great job of staying alive. And even before he gets his shields back, gets involved in that fight, knows that the reticles are not trained on him, wants to cover his teammates back. Doesn't exactly go their way though, and as Overshield is coming up, they really have to stay alive. They really need to get the kills, and 3 down go Bitersweet. Breaking Shot, the only one able to get a kill, but Overshield is going to be in the hands of top 4.
Yeah, look how quickly they get to P side. That's a great sweep by them. Breaking Shot does a good job to kind of minimize the damage that could have been done with all 4 down. He gets 1 kill. It's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, just kind of evening out the game, but he does have the plasma pistol, and I believe he just threw that plasma, oh, now he did, into the overshield. So that's an OS completely gone, and that's a 3-kill lead for the side of Bitersweet.
Gotta learn how to use that plasma pistol. When overshield's on the map, you gotta do everything you can to shut it down and get use out of it. So excellent counter strat coming out of Breaking Shot, and damage goes down, but had no idea that Kid Nasty was flying at him. A double kill for Kid Nasty before hitting the black screen, and 4 down go Bitersweet. That's gonna be huge for top 4.
Yeah, luckily Bitersweet were able to get 2 kills for the trade here, but like you said, going down like that is just going to make it difficult to get the map, get control of all sides of the map. On Slayer, if you're not aware and you're a big noob, on Slayer, on Aquarius, you want 1 player inside a base, you want 2 players in top center controlling that, and a roamer as well. So that's kind of the ideal thing, but generally you'll see people just kind of running off of kills, pushing advantages and such like that, and it's 3 down for Bitersweet. So this is an advantage for top 4 to get some action going.
Yeah, it's actually it's a couple advantages in a row right now for top 4. I mean, they're fresh off of putting them on almost a 7-1 spree right there, and now they're right back in the game as they tie things up at 27 apiece. Another 3 down, make it 4. Look at this. This is now 3 rounds of slays. The top 4 winning.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of catching Bitersweet off guard. It's tricky down at the bottom here, and you don't expect players in the bottom center of the map. It's a very big gamble to be down there, but if you can stay down there and stay alive for a long period of time, and then you have players like Hative flanking like he is, I mean, this is just a recipe for success on the side of top 4, and that success is going to give them a 4-kill lead. First time in this game they've had a lead this large.
33-30 right now after Biggie is able to get the kill onto Kid Nasty, finally slowing down the enemy team, but Hative's still here. He's gonna get his. Couple back shots gonna forcibly make him weak, and he's going to back down. The rest of the team still pushing forward. I see Tricky on screen with the heat wave. Kid Nasty spawned up and immediately pushed up with them. Right now, top 4 are continuously being aggressive right now, sending wave after wave towards Bitersweet.
The fact that Tricky stayed alive this long inside a fridge is huge. They finally take him out, but he was going to do some devastating damage with that heat wave. Kid Nasty anticipating the push, not able to get that second kill. Gets the first one with a remote detonation. The last player, no shields, not able to clean it up. It brings it within 1 now. Top 4 still leading.
Whirly flies in through the util side here. A 3-man push now coming out of Bitersweet, but the last thing they want to do is get trapped in util. It's nade and damage heaven for top 4 as they just fly in. 41-49 right now in their end game. Our top 4, but Breaking Shot, being the sneaky snake he is, gets some free licks. Is it enough? No. Breaking Shot goes down again. Top 4 may just win it.
Yeah, top 4 is doing a really good job at advancing on weak players. And again, they get another kill onto Envor. They've got a 3-kill lead now, and a 3-kill lead this late into the game. 46 kills for them. They're looking to close this out. They've just got to make sure to continue to play this aggressive play style and not let off the gas pedal.
Not over just yet, though. With that, it may be 47-42 now. You let Grand Shiesty get a free flank. And he's continuing to push forward. Nobody accounting for Grand Shiesty. Where's the communication? Ooh. He literally just went through the car side, just killed somebody, got to util for free, and nobody's calling him out.
They need a Tony on the roster as a coach or something. Well, where was the comms there? I have no idea. That's something that you kind of see. It's little mistakes like that. You can't let someone slide into your DMs that quick with no response. Left him on red, and because of that, he gets tons of kills off the back, and that's just beautiful right there. Closes out the game in just huge fashion. Hative, 17 kills in only 10 deaths. That's a massive 9.3 KDA.
Another gym bro was born in that Aquarius and made his presence known. Had some huge impact there in a 50-43 win. We got a series on our hands. We're tied up at 1 apiece going into a swing game number 3, but ain't gonna be a Slayer this time. It's gonna be an objective.
I'm impressed. I'm honestly really impressed. I feel like there's so many players on this top 4 roster that have just gotten so much better at the game. And again, it's just time in, right? Like, I know it's like really corny and it's said everywhere. Just practice the damn game. And you end up in situations like this where a lot of your individual skill will come through, and that timing, you'll be in these situations so many times in matchmaking that if you pay attention and you understand those timings, you could bring them into tournament gameplay. That's what happened there. But like you said, the first game, an objective, Bitersweet came out on top 4 with a victory in Slayer. But now we go to another objective, Tony. This is a good one. This is that swing game 3, like you said, very important for Bitersweet to break this tension a bit. The series is tied up at 1.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot of times about teams that, you know, maybe the lesser or the non-favorites having a favorable time in Slayer, and the game of slaying is easy when you have no objective that's drawing you in, when you have nothing distracting you from getting the slays. You can just run around the map as you please. Oddball is different. Oddball is going to force you to push a certain side, force you to push a certain way. It's going to test your coordination, your communication, how well you hold setups, how well you break setups, how well you manage resources and holding objective at the exact same time. It is a test, and hopefully top 4 pass it.
Yeah, that's very elegantly said. I think it's so important to understand that in a Slayer game, you don't have to worry about anything. Just get the kills like you just mentioned. But in an objective, you have to know what to do with those kills. You have to know how to be, or when to be aggressive, when to be a little bit slower in terms of your pace. It just changes things, and it's just a much more difficult game. But you can see here, it's top 4, still with the lead in this objective here, 21-10.
But 2 down, go top 4. We do see an A-side setup coming in from Bitersweet. Meanwhile, the green side spawners for top 4 coming right off a spawn, trying to break into A. Now trying to take a lot of the map because they expected the rotation toward the C side. Well anticipated towards top 4. If they can get the kills, they may just have a C side setup, and they do.
Yeah, that top tower control is good by Hadev. A great shot by Envor, though. Look what it does. It displaces Hadev a little bit. Hadev now not able to help the ball player, and because of that, the play ball happens. See, every tiny little play can turn a game on its head. That's exactly what Envor does there with 1 bullet a snipe.
Ball dropped.
Snipe still in the hands of Envor at the moment. Misses out on that shot toward the player on the big door side, and now you see 2 members of top 4 kind of replacing him. What started off as a 1-player push on green, now it's turned to 3. You see a 2-pronged attack because the players are pushing up towards dummies. I think he tried to catch it before going off the map. It was a good try.
It's just always so funny. They try to catch it, they end up falling off with it too. But yeah, Kid Nasty ends up getting that kill. I was a little worried because he jumped, and the player sniping at him was prepared. Oh, the double repulse. That's what I wanted to see. The double mind the gap. I only saw 1 in the kill feed, though. I think his teammate stole the other one or something. But regardless, top 4 with an 8-point lead in this first round of oddball.
Pingy with early nades down. He knows the camouflage player here is trying to sniff him out, but the pings, you can ping that camouflage player. It makes it easier. There it is. Mortally gets the kill.
That's the only time you're allowed to spam pings in my game, is when there's a camo player. It's so strong. You can just spam the floor with that ping. You know exactly where the camo player is. And honestly, most players have just insane camo eyes now in this game, which is just nuts. Year 3, everyone can see camo. So you got to play that camo really slow, really smart, and make sure to... okay. Hadev, goodbye. Like, have a good one, buddy. See you in 10 seconds.
Breaking shot. Commando and sniper combo is working out so well for him as he lines up yet another one. I haven't seen him miss a snipe shot yet. 62-38 as I casters curse him. He's still finding spawners. He's still putting down damage. The man is still alive, and top 4 cannot push past the 50% portion of the map as long as this man has the long gun and as long as he's still here.
Yeah, Bitersweet have flipped the switch now. Like you said, they've got a lock on this setup. He doesn't hit any snipes after you said he wouldn't miss, Tony. It's your fault. But they still get 74 points in oddball time off of that one setup, which is absolutely what they want. 2 down, though, for the side of Bitersweet.
74-38 right now. Bitersweet have the advantage, and what a run they just went on the backs of breaking shot and that sniper commando combo. But top 4 have a setup. And 1 or 2 round of slays will get you right back in this game right now. You're seeing them stretch wide. It looks like they're preparing for a rotation. They're not just going to sit on the tower side. They know that Bitersweet's pushing it, so they out-rotate them. And look at the points they gain because of it.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right? They sent Bitersweet sends 3 players on the nest side, and sometimes that'll work out, but sometimes it won't. That being said, 4 down for the side of top 4. Bitersweet comes off that rotation and slays perfectly. Now they're only 18 points from winning this first round.
The last few seconds are coming in. Top 4, I think they played that last play so well. But eventually, 3 down. Looks like Morley gonna take down the 4th right there. Grab and hold the camouflage. I don't even know if they really needed it, but they still win for it. Top 4 are very scrappy and somehow have stopped them just 12 points away from ultimately taking that round number 1. So camo in the hands of Morley. Some more sign of life. 1 or 2 kills. It looks like Bitersweet may just end it right here.
Morley's playing this so well. He's like a UAV, right? He just pings the players as he's camoed. They don't see him in the corner. They're able to get 2 kills off of that, but a great job by the side of top 4 to trade out those 2 kills and really just not allow Bitersweet to get on this ball. Their pressure has been really good ever since they lost the control after that rotation. They've still pressured and not allowed Bitersweet to get these last 12 points.
That ball's over towards tower side, and you know what I thought a while ago was going to be almost a guaranteed win. I mean, they're working for it right now with Bitersweet, but a big kill out of breaking shot. Tricky answers right back. Another 3 down. Full squad wipe. Top 4 take control.
Yeah, Grand Shiesty's in a perfect position too. Post play right now, he can sit here and just patiently wait for them to cross onto A. He's aware of the big door push, so he backs up, but he has the QT. So if they push up towards Nest, he's got a massive flank on them. The question is Bitersweet watching that QT transport? Oh, he doesn't use it.
They were able to take down Grand Shiesty. Breaking shot stops that tower side, looking for the ball, and with that, they had to sweat a little bit here, but the final seconds should finally be going in now. It looks like Bitersweet will take round number 1.
Yeah, that's just interesting, right? Grand Shiesty had that QT to use, and even if someone was watching it, you essentially take 1 resource out of the push towards the tower side from Nest. But it honestly, top 4 just kind of crumbled. But at the same time, Bitersweet did a great job of capitalizing on the damage done. Everyone was watching the same targets. There wasn't one person shooting one player and then another person shooting another player. Prioritization is important, and Bitersweet showcased that at that moment, they're the better team.
Still tied up series right now, tied up at 1 apiece. This next round going to be so important. Top 4 can keep their game hopes alive and send us into a round 3, or Bitersweet can end it 2-0 and take back momentum here in the series after losing that game 2. Piggy not able to stay alive toward the bottom mid side, but it's all distraction for Tricky to get away with the active camouflage. I thought.
Well, we'll see if he can use it now. They spot him. You see what I mean? All these top players, like I would say any player that's in the top 16 teams just have such a good eye for camo. As I say that, Piggy gets caught out with a little bit of damage towards his face there, and he's gonna end up falling because of that. And it's Tricky now doing his best to maximize on this damage. Like, doing this damage is great, but if he can't get these kills, it doesn't really matter too much. He gets 1 and stays alive. That was massive by him. We're just looking for top 4 to react on it now.
Yeah, some good damage down, you know, delayed his life as much as possible. Top 4 words to split second behind, but they're still able to ultimately catch up, get the kills necessary, force the play ball, and after that 3 down, no time wasted. Grand Shiesty bringing that ball back towards tower. Kid Nasty, I don't know how he ended up in the middle of 3 different Bitersweet players, but Kid Nasty goes down. That's the first kill for Bitersweet.
Yeah, they trade out 1 kill though onto Envor. That's a big trade. Now they've got to kind of react to these pushes coming out from the cuts. This is beautiful right here. You see that? They get the damage. They get that first kill. They get the damage on the cuts player. They push on that damage quickly, and they end up getting 2 down. But the spawners from Bitersweet are doing a great job of continuing to pressure here. Still, top 4 end up getting this ball. And they're rotating it towards that tower side with 2 down for Bitersweet. This is a perfect opportunity to get some ball time.
33-14 lead. Bitersweet still have the lead, but it's top 4 that have the ball. And look at all the space that Grand Shiesty is not only taking but commanding. Ends up getting the kill onto Envor with the spike grenade. Tricky drops down, presumably to try to play his life, but runs into another and absolutely obliterates the players on Bitersweet. Piggy swinging left and right, but he's gonna get shut down as well. It's an absolute fight. It's an absolute brawl, and Envor's coming in from the flank. That's a bit unfair.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair because it ends up top 4 being 3 down. And that damage capitalizes into a full setup on the tower side. 40 points and counting here, and with Bitersweet already having 1 round, and this being the swing game number 3, this is a good spot and a comfortable spot to be in, if you ask me, for the side of Bitersweet.
Breaking shot with the sniper once again. He is the most dangerous man on the map with this sniper in his hands. He doesn't just sit back, he is aggressive. You can find him on any given corner, and that includes the dummy side corner. Body shot connects, teammate gets himself the kill. Envor now still might have to force the play ball. Breaking shot creates a ton of chaos, but only a 40-point advantage, not out of hand for top 4.
Yeah, with that chaos, though, it's going to be 2 down for Bitersweet. But again, look how quickly they are to get off a spawn and contest this ball. The whole reason you play ball is to put it down bottom center and make it difficult for the other team to grab it and get control. It's just a delay mechanic, right? And Bitersweet, after they play that ball, are so quick to get down there and contest. And I think that's what's allowed them to continue to take the lead in this game. They're at 60 points and counting now.
Yeah, and only 26 on the other side of things. Mortally pops that quantum translocator. He does have a player near him. I don't think he can portal back. He might end up off the map, so has to go in for the challenge that Kid Nasty was ready for. Envor down to 1 shot. And with that, you should see 3 members start to get aggressive, and Bitersweet high IQ play to rotate the ball.
Yeah, their spawners are coming out onto B, but there is a player that already made it through the big door. He ends up going down towards key door. Look how much game sense Piggy has to understand that player was going to go key door. A good job by top 4 to get off of that B spawn and go directly towards A, but again, Bitersweet slay through the rotation. Oh my goodness gracious, the mid slide off the box. Hative wins a massive 1v1, but as stylish as you can be, you're about to lose this game at 11 points.
They got to do something to keep Bitersweet off of this ball, and Grand Shiesty going undetected by sitting in that big door corner was huge, but he can't get the kill, and you still got 3 members of Bitersweet, now 2. Mortally down to 1 shot, but he stays alive. Grand Shiesty just watching as Bitersweet bring this ball towards a small window. He knows he has to make a play, flies in there right into the nades of Piggy, and Bitersweet, nades are still going down, gets himself a kill, but top 4 come off a spawn. Here's the reinforcements. Breaking shot is here as well for the double kill. A bit of a 1v1, and Breaking shot says, I'm just gonna run away with the ball.
Oh, that's so good by him. He gets that double kill. He rotates the ball out. Now he's on the screens. Only 2 points remain, and it's going to be Bitersweet to try to get those 2 points, and they will do so, and they will win this game and now lead the series 2-1.
Was really proud of top 4 winning that game number 2. But when it comes to the objective, especially oddball, I lean towards a team that to me shows a bit more coordination, a bit more patience, a bit more advanced understanding of positioning. And when I look at the players on Breaking Shot, they have been there, done that. They've been professional for it longer. I can't say I'm surprised that the oddball goes their way.
Yeah, I mean, look at Breaking Shot and Envor, 13.7 KD, 13.3 KD, lots of assists, lots of kills. Of course, you can't take anything away from Mortally. 18 assists for him. And I would imagine a lot of ball time as well. And just, yeah, beautiful objective work, beautiful rotations, understanding when to play the ball, understanding when to contest after the play ball as well, pushing off of spawns, pushing on advantages. I mean, you check every single box, you're going to get a victory. And that's exactly what Bitersweet did right there.
And the good thing for Bitersweet is that, you know, going into a best of 5 series, yes, a lesser team can beat you in the Slayer, you know, but the favorites, you know, you have one objective in the beginning, You have another one in game 3 to kind of break them up a little bit. Then you have another one coming in game 4, and it's going to be Strongholds. So Strongholds Recharge, it's a map that it's a game type that may favor Bitersweet, but who knows, you know, maybe top 4 scrappy type of gameplay, they can make something happen. We saw what they did with the oddball. Like forget the big setups. Like it was their rotations that kind of, you know, kept them close. And if you can out rotate teams in Strongholds, we've seen the best do it. So I'm not going to count out top 4.
Yeah, it's tough to count anybody out, especially like on this. I wouldn't say like lower tier teams, but I guess you could say lower tier teams compared to that top 4. It's hard to count anyone out. Year 3 in Halo Infinite, we've got teams that at any moment, when they're playing their absolute best, can flip a switch and change everything, right? And that's why as this season goes on, I think you're going to see a lot more game 5s, because I think a lot of these teams are a lot more even than we think. It just takes, it takes just a little bit of confidence sometimes, a little bit of believing in yourself and believing in your team to make things happen and catch the other team lacking. We'll see if that happens here. They have a lot of work to do. Bitersweet are a very good roster.
A little bit of confidence, a little belief, some chemical X, and anything is possible. Top 4, starting off the game 3 down. Bitersweet with that advantage that you want to see. They already have Alpha, but they want Bravo as well. Don't think they want a top 4 spawning toward the long on glass side.
Yeah, they're on top of glass, and because of that, they're able to get those 2 kills onto Bitersweet. I love this by Piggy. By the way, in season 1, that was not possible. You see how he just walked through on Seaside and didn't trigger that C hill? In season 1 and season 2, I believe as well, you weren't able to do that because the hill it reached all the way to the corner. So even if you jumped over it, you'd still trigger it and people would know that you were on C with camo. So a very good job by Piggy to understand that was changed and to just get through sneakily on C.
Shock in the hands of Mortally, and may just be the most dangerous on the map with it here. Kid Nasty though flies right through the grenades, no fear whatsoever as he takes down Mortally, and that Shock 3 down. Go Bitersweet, breaking shot, oftentimes the final player live, and oftentimes the player to make something happen.
I don't know if he just shot a nade in the air or a nade on the floor. I forgot who that even was, but that was a beautiful kill before he ended up falling. Regardless though, it's going to be top 4 who have a little bit of a lead in terms of points here. We've seen them with the lead before though. They were in the lead in that last game as well, and then Bitersweet just kind of focused up a bit and got through it. That being said though, you can't let this fly too long. It's going to be top 4 trying to go for that beautiful triple cap. Kid Nasty's going to be on the forefront of that. Goes directly for B, and he's on a killing spree. He's looking confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, from the shot through the stairs to the shock shot to the aggressive play over toward the pillar side, there's many players that don't even have the cojones to go for a play like that, let alone the skill to hit it. That was beautifully played right there as 3 down once again. Go Bitersweet.
Native, he's got some cojones too, but it's not gonna pay off in his favor. He ends up falling. That's going to be 3 down because he falls and doesn't do enough damage. 3 down for the side of top 4, and that'll allow Bitersweet to get that double cap and finally put their first point on the board. This is what we saw in that last game, game number 3. They started off a little bit slow. They turned things up and brought the comeback and made the comeback happen. We'll see if they can do that again.
I mean, we've seen some incredible comebacks in Strongholds time and time again. So 99-0, obviously a great lead for top 4, but anything could happen here. We already have Charlie does top 4. While being 3 down, they take away Bravo. That's going to waste a lot of time for Bitersweet.
Yeah, Envoy doing a great job with that 2-1 push there on the battery side, and with Shock Rifle coming up, this is a perfect opportunity for him to be on this pipe side of the map. It's going to be top 4 who have those long haul spawns. That'll allow him to get C. They're probably going to rotate over to A, but look at how much pressure from Bitersweet is on A. It's up to Envoy to defend this cross, and with a player in breaking shot on the tower already, it's up to Envoy to win his 1v1. He won't, and Tricky will get the shock for himself. Oof, one a good push.
Double got a Piggy. A 102 to 50 lead, still in favor of top 4, but it's Bitersweet that grab a hold of that trip cap, and Piggy that makes sure he secures it. A side is clear right now in top 4. It had a huge lead, but it's going to be devastating for the mental if you allow Bitersweet to take it back, but it may just not have a choice.
Yeah, there it is. It happens again. I talked about it in game number 3. It's Bitersweet who seemingly just lock in. And because of that, they're allowing this, or they're making this this triple cap happen. They've held it for a long period of time as well. Hative and Grand Shiesty gonna win some massive fights on their respective sites. And because of that, it'll be a 2 cap here for top 4, but Bitersweet have gotten the lead.
Top 4 look to take it back though. Piggy still has that shock, line him up. Grand Shiesty gets the information, and Hative, I don't think he got the invitation to that party. He's gonna get shut down over toward Dito. Somehow top 4 still have the advantage as far as slays, and Piggy is down to 1 shot. He's calling for the help. He's playing peekaboo. He stays alive. Can somebody take down Piggy?
Nope. Oh, yep. I should have said nope. Mortally comes in swinging. Now they're going to rotate towards this A side. Morley is in a position to, he was in a position to disrupt on A, but Kid Nasty's been playing phenomenal. He's 10-7 in this game, but he's being so disruptive on these setups and kind of taking these unconventional routes, and that's allowing top 4 to get involved pretty quickly. But as I say that, they go 3 down. A triple cap is locked in. Tricky could potentially influence the spawns, and he does. You see all of top 4 spawn on the pipe side. They're going to attack A now.
140 to 130 right now. Top 4 have the advantage, but they lose a trip cap to Bitersweet. So Bitersweet take that lead right back and are looking to run away with it this time. Both teams at the mid game right now, and this is where the game usually opens up as top 4 attack C. Bitersweet looking to headbutt it, looking to stop them short. 3 down go Bitersweet. They get the reset. Oh no, they don't. They just lost C and B.
Yeah, CMB taken by the side of top 4. Envor trying to do his best to nade him out of B behind the batteries, but really wasn't able to. He's not able to help his teammate, but he at least gets a trade. That'll be 3 down for the side of top 4, 3 down for Bitersweet as well. And it's Mortally who tries to act on his positioning going towards C.
Yeah, in a 1v1 scenario, Mortally feels comfortable enough to go after C right now. It looks like the opposition feels the same. They may just attack Alpha, or Kid Nasty with the back smack into the double. Takes down both Envor and Mortally by himself. This camouflage is going to be a nuisance, a threat to the lead that Bitersweet had. It's about to be a trip cap. Not just stopped short, but still top 4, still scoring, still slaying. This is bad.
Yeah, this is great for top 4 on the other end of things, because like I said, they started this game really well. They started to lose control, and when we saw that in the last game, they lost control fully. This time they've hammered back, they've come back in this game, and now have taken the lead back, and now they're going to be going for C. So trading out A for C. Tricky's got to get out of batteries. This is a terrible spot. He's going to die instantaneously. Not sure why he was on batteries. You need to get out of batteries immediately after you cap that. Because he falls, it is now Bitersweet in full control of B.
Top 4, 1 win away from sending us into a game 5. Grand Shiesty putting that shock rifle to work. Currently have the lead right now. We've already seen top 4 win out in a Slayer. They want that game 5. They feel confident in the Slayer. Kid Nasty feels confident in his nasty shot. The kid is crazy right now, as multiple going down for Bitersweet in an orthodox AC setup.
The kid is nasty. I mean, 16-9. This is just beautiful out of him. Like I said before, a lot of these players on this top 4 roster have grown tremendously as players. They've put that work in. They put that time in. They've gotten a lot smarter in their decision making, and it's allowed them to like Kid Nasty to be 17-9 and be a big impactful factor on this game. It's going to be a 2 cap locked in. They're trying to get B. That is Kid Nasty right now. They've got a triple cap, and they're approaching 240 seconds of time.
Yeah, this could be it for Bitersweet. Already having to start this push 2 down. You're able to go after Alpha, but all the top 4 collapsing quick. It looks like they end up losing Alpha and maybe creating an opening for Bitersweet to spawn behind them and push Bravo.
Yeah, this is the problem with these teams. Is like, you know, they allow that glass spawn to happen. You have to have someone top glass, or they're gonna get spawns on top glass in long haul. because those spawns happen, Bitersweet do a great job of taking advantage of that, and they push that B hill, and now they've got a 2-cap of their own. Top 4 were in position to win this game, but they might have just thrown it away.
Still 7 seconds away from doing just that, so all you gotta do is get a couple of slays, which is easier said than done when Breaking Shot is chasing you down like that. 204 points in counting for Bitersweet, who just go after Charlie and force top 4 to play for Alpha. Biggie hits the black screen. Grand Shiesty somehow still alive, goes in for a bit of an ego chow right there. Breaking Shot may just clear up B, and Bitersweet, they're trying to come back on this.
Yeah, but they're being a little bit too crazy about it, right? Breaking Shot kind of goes for that 1v2. There's a player on glass. He tries to clear that guy out of B. They go down because of it. It's 2 down. Make that 3 for the side of Bitersweet. This is it. Top 4 are going to potentially bring us to a game 5, and they do. Guys, we're going to a game number 5.
Going to a game 5, even though it was scary at times, Bitersweet looked like they may have just come back. Eventually, top 4 just needed one more round of slays, and if there's one thing they've proved to us so far this series is they can slay. They can slay with the best of them. Bitersweet, good luck in a game 5 slayer.
22-10 is all I'm gonna say, and his name is Slug, but I can tell you right now, this guy don't play like a slug. All right, he plays like a freaking freight train. 14.3 KDA, played massive points in that game where he just got these there's differences in kills. You say it all the time, Tony. Not every kill is created equal, right? There are kills that are massive impact to the game, give you full control of one side of the map, for instance, and there's other kills that don't matter as much. Most kills, I would say, that I saw Kid Nasty get were impactful ones that mattered. A lot of 1v1 pivs and a lot of situations where, you know, there are low percentage kills that he's getting that are allowing him to you know, get that objective, and that's exactly what happened there. A great job by all of top 4, of course, but Kid Nasty really impressed me.
It was back in that darkest hour days, I want to say it was like late season 1, maybe early season 2, that, you know, we first started seeing Tricky, Grand Shiesty. I want to say Jackson was a part of that team and the boys, and they were constantly like making it to those day 2 in the opens. They were constantly fighting hard and almost making it out of those top 8s, out of those top 6s, and disrupting the top teams. And now you see Grand Shiesty and Tricky back together on this top 4 roster. Hative and Kid Nasty are matching their speed and intensity that they're playing with, and it's working. It's working out for top 4. This is a very good Bitersweet roster. So if you could come out with the win here, the sky's the limit for you.
100% agree. And I was waiting. I was waiting to see how they would do in this objective, and they proved it. They proved that they've got that objective prowess. You even called it out on the rotational gameplay. We saw a lot of that here, constantly rotating, constantly getting that 2-cap advantage. But now we head over to Solitude. Solitude Slayer, of course, that first Slayer in game number 2. It was top 4 who were victorious, 50-43. We'll see if they can repeat the same. I would expect a little bit of a break here from Bitersweet, maybe a few minutes to kind of recollect, because they let things get out of hand a little bit. They had a massive win on that oddball, and they just kind of maybe a little bit of a weaker game type for them on recharge strongholds, but recollect, reset, and lock in for this game 5.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Bitersweet, you know, you're probably thinking to yourself, is there one map that you don't want to see a Slayer against top 4, then Solitude. Top 4 have already proven that they can up the tempo, they can continue cycling, they can throw you off of rhythm. And when I think of Solitude, one of the more snowbally maps that we have in the HCS and in the circuit, you know, Bitersweet are going to have a tough time in this matchup. I can only imagine that Bitersweet, you know, they want to try to slow the game down, get those slays, and just hold on to snipe control. Don't let these kids get out of hand. Don't let them muddy it up and make the game dirty. Just get those kills, hold on to snipe control, and keep influencing the spawns and limiting the movement of your opponents. At least that's my thought process. Actor, you could probably break it down more eloquently than I can.
Nope, I'm stupid. That was good. I'll take that one. I'm kidding. That was good. It's a good breakdown. I'm really excited to see You know, but I feel like this is going to go to the wire. I don't think this is going to be a blowout on either side. We've seen Envor as a player, very passionate, very energetic, I would say. He can kind of, with his energy alone, toss the game on its head if he's playing well, if he's having a good start. So he's kind of my factor right now, and we're on board with him. He's 1 and 2, 0 deaths. So already having a massive impact on the game, and Bitersweet's going to have a 2-kill lead.
Still in the early game right now, and in that early game, breaking shot does have that shock, and now they just combine it with the camouflage. So it may be early, but you just gave the most dangerous, the most deadliest combination in the game to one of the most dangerous players on the map. It's gonna be breaking shot, who clears out the S4 side. Multiple going down here for top 4 as he lands a shock, not quite on the head, more like the neck of that player. Trades out his life.
I don't know, it looked like a headshot to me, but again, it was not going to connect fully. It's a little bit tough to connect those 3 little bursts in that shock rifle shot. But Bitersweet with this little bit of a lead here, 11-6. Things are getting out of hand just a bit, and this is what I was talking about. You've got 4 very individually skilled players on this Bitersweet roster, and sometimes all it takes is your back being up against the wall. But finally, you decide, okay, it's time to wake up. Let's end this now. And you're seeing that here in this game number 5.
Bit of Halo timing coming out of there. Mortally was watching the S4 side with the shock. Just barely missed on the opportunity. Happens again. The moment he YYs, the moment Kid Nasty pops out. The timing right now must be so frustrating for Mortally. And meanwhile, speaking of timing, less than 20 seconds, we see another active camouflage and a player ratting in the corner. That's not Halo timing. That's COD timing right there.
Yeah, you gotta check your corners. We learned that, like, you know, it wasn't a thing for 2 decades with Halo 2, Halo 3. I would say you never really had to check your corners, but now I think in Halo Infinite you have players that kind of slow down the pace of their game and realize that, okay, it's time to get that one first pick, and if you can do that because you hit around a corner and got a back smack, it's still really big for the side of your team. 15-10 now. Hative with that camo, gonna make some things happen with it. Only gets 1 kill, a little bit out of position there. No one from his team able to push up, and that's partly due to the fact that Bitersweet are doing a great job holding these angles.
16-11 lead for Bitersweet at the moment. They have found a way to slow down this ultra fast top 4 roster. And now my question for top 4 is, how do you react? You seem like a well-prepared team for most of this series, but now you're getting 3 down. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. And as of right now, Bitersweet are throwing haymakers.
Yeah, they are. Honestly, I find the top 4 is constantly pinched between 2 different players. We're watching that time and time again. Look, again, pinched between 2 different players on the side of Bitersweet. And that's honestly a shout out to Bitersweet's positioning. They're doing a phenomenal job positioning correctly in every situation. And they're making sure to input that damage and making sure that you have a teammate for that, you know, that bait and switch, all the fundamental things that we talk about in Halo. And those fundamentals are giving them a 22-16 lead so far. That is for Bitersweet.
But this Hative that does have the shock. And 3 players in front of him, so 3 potential victims if you look at it the right way, as he's already taken down 1. Tricky gets chased, but Hative watching his teammates back so masterfully. But now the Tricky goes down. Hative's by himself. He still wants to get aggressive here, and he's gonna literally do just that. The pinch comes out. Top 4. Teamwork is looking good, only down by 4.
Yeah, what is it that I just talked about in terms of Bitersweet? They were pinching, right? They were constantly, you know, putting a top 4 member in between them and working and having that teamwork to take that player out. But now we're seeing a little bit of that out of top 4. And not only that, they're only down by 1. And Grand Shiesty's got the Shiesty camo in his hands.
I don't know why you said it like that, but I like it. Grand Shiesty with the camouflage. He's have to play this really careful. I mean, he knows 2 players are in front of him, but there's 4 players around him right now. So feeding off information right now, being patient. Now the Envor has nowhere to go. Guarantees that kill. Gets back into the fight, but ends up between 2 players.
See, this is the thing that aggravates the crap out of me. And I know I'm not up there, and these guys are way better than me, but it's stuff like that, right? You get that first kill. That's the numbers advantage that you need, right? You got the first kill to give your team maximum opportunity, but then you sprint with camo and you keep sprinting with camo. I understand, like, it's, you know, sometimes you get that weak call out or whatever and you want to be aggressive to make sure to clean up that kill, but that player was like 3 shots still. It's going to be really difficult to get value out of camo if you're sprinting with it, and unfortunately it's going to cost them because Bitersweet have the lead. But top 4, they come back here. Now a little bit of an even game, 31-31.
Tied up at 31 apiece. On board now with Dricky, who's able to find 2 one-shot players, good for the double kill. The last 2 players kind of stuck towards Nest right now. Bitersweet have a lot of angles, a lot of space on the map. Breaking shot ends up going down. Onboard gonna be the final player here. Kid Nasty using the disruptor, all important pieces of the sandbox.
Yeah, top 4 is playing really well right now. I mean, that one play with camo was whatever, but now, I mean, they're utilizing that teamwork that we talked about really, really well. There's a couple of kills given up, though. Camo's coming up right here, so very important for both teams to try and stay alive. And with Piggy on your tail, what can you really do? It's 2 down for the side of top 4. Camo should be for free here for Bitersweet.
Tricky down to 1 shot once again here as Bitersweet clawed their way back into another tied game, 36 apiece, another trade. It's the battlefield. The shock rifle going to be the only true power resource on the map. Tricky the first one to go down, but the cleanup comes in quick. Hayden gets involved in multiple different fights. The double kill, but can't quite get the triple. Reloading is the worst.
See how sexy that, like, that was so nice. Like, in the middle of a fight, if you had a little bit more ammo, it would have been so nice with that slide mid-fight. And that's with the new networking model and just the bandit in general. You're able to make plays like that. It's not going to make a difference, though, because, you know, Bitersweet have taken advantage of him being, you know, out of ammo there and have gotten a 3-kill lead now. And now they catch out Grand Shicey. This is not good for the side of top 4. Bitersweet are not missing a shot. Piggy with a perfect.
Yeah, top 4 were doing so well up until that team engagement right there, which leads to all 4 members of top 4 going down, and not a single one of Bitersweet does so. And then the snowballs. You spawn over toward the hotel. There's no late check-ins available. You can't sleep over here as Envor is pushing up and putting damage on everybody on the map. Now it's Bitersweet that are just 1 kill away from taking it here in game 5. Nades go down. So do top 4. It may not be a top 4 placing, but 4 times 4 is top 16. You're just about there.
Tony, you didn't have to murder them. My goodness gracious. Wow. A phenomenal series on both sides. Honestly, a shout out to top 4. They played really well, and I got a shout out to you guys. You guys have all improved as players dramatically as time has gone on. But it's Bitersweet who come on through here in a massive game number 5 where, honestly, it looked like it was top 4s for a while. But again, it's that energy, I think, out of Envor, and then Breaking Shot and Piggy playing phenomenal Halo. Mortally, of course, doing his massive damage that he does. Again, they'll move on. And top 4 will go home.
Yeah, man. 30 kills and 13 assists between 2 different players. You got you know, output like that coming out. I believe it was Piggy and Breaking Shot, and you're gonna be okay in Slayers. You're going to be okay in Slayers, and I will say the top 4 are good. That Aquarius Slayer obviously was really good, but I think where their test was Strongholds, and we saw even moments of just well-prepared brilliance out of them in the oddball, even though they lost that. So, you know, there's value to be put on a team that says, hey, look, we're not just gonna keep switching teams over and over again. Like, let's actually grow together. Let's put in the work. Let's scrim. Let's watch film review. Like, not everybody has the same strengths and weaknesses, and if you're consistently changing, you know, players over and over again every tournament, you're never gonna be able to improve on your strengths, improve on your weaknesses. So yeah, go into film review, go in together, find out where your mistakes are, find out what you could have done better, and you continuously do that over the course of a few weeks or a month or even 2 months, and you'll see massive improvement, way more than if you just keep rolling the dice and say, oh well, you know, maybe we'll do better with this guy or this girl, or, you know, like you're rolling the dice over and over again as and trying to cheat the grind. Like what top 4 just proved today is, hey, hard work, it pays off.
Yeah, really well said, Tony. I love that, by the way. That was a nice little repulse there. But no, seriously, really well said. I think that, you know, in the 2 decades of Halo, especially during the Halo 2 and Halo 3 days, you would see so many team changes. It was insane, like every other event. But there are times where, yes, you're going to get that honeymoon stage type chemistry. You know, there are teams that have that where you enter an event for the very first time and like, oh, you guys are on the same page. Everyone's just playing with this hunger. Everyone's playing with this urgency, but that goes away. If you have the honeymoon stage, you're going to end up in a scenario where you're hitting a hard roadblock or something like that. It's just better to do that bottom review, get through it and put the work in. Like you said, you can't cheat the grind. That's very well said. I think very important sometimes that team changes need to happen. Let's say for instance, Sentinels, they needed a team change. Now they were with that same team for such a long time. They needed something fresh, so they got precision. But you can't make team changes every single event. Sometimes you got to find a team that'll work and make it work and work at it.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we you know, Bitersweet, a very capable roster. Like I look at this team and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah.
Like there's talent across the board. You have the ability to slay. You have a lot of coordination. You have, you know, been there, done that players now who maybe in season 1 we were looking at some like players that are untested, but now I think these players have been tested and starting to become veterans within their tier. So I look at Bitersweet and I look at a team that I'm just like, okay, you know, keep doing what you do, because you know, in a matchup against like, you know, Sentinels, you know, a Shopify Rebellion, a Complexity, like obviously you get the face to the other side of that, but they can upset. They have tons of upset potential. So good luck to Bitersweet as they advance forward, and we still got some more Halo.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for teams like Bitersweet, because at the end of the day, you end up in a scenario where you can have like Envor type of energy, and I give him a lot of props for that. He's got that energy, and it's not just in tournaments. In matchmaking, he has that same energy and that same like hunger to want to win every single game. And a player like that can turn everything around, turn everything on its head. And sometimes it's all you need. In year 3 of Infinite, hunger is what's going to get you over that hump. I truly believe that, because there are some teams that have been there, done that, and they're like, oh, okay, you know, we're kind of sick of this. We're kind of burnt out. That's where you take advantage. That's where you utilize that hunger to say, I want my first top 6, top 4, whatever placing for some of these players, and that's where they'll get it. So I'm excited to see Bitersweet in their future.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the other teams that are here still within the tournament. You obviously still have Sentinels. You still have OpTic. By the way, in the lower bracket, that's actually kind of crazy to think about. You know, still deciding which. That name gets me every single time, man.
Why are you still deciding? Why are you still deciding? Decide already. It's time. Like, what are you doing? You're taking too long.
I think it's information about that roster. Like, I thought they were like kind of like, you know, just kind of a melting pot. They said, oh, we're the best available talent to make a team. But they said no. Actually, Rambo was in my chat the other day and said no. I mean, obviously things didn't go the way they wanted to on their old teams, but they've come together. They're going to scrim together. They're going to work together, and they're going to try to make this a long-term thing. And still deciding. We've already done great things in day 1. You know, what about day 2? We still have plenty of other teams to talk about. Why don't we send it over to Ali and Tools and get us started on that conversation.
You guys said it best. Incredible effort by top 4, but it's Bitersweet who gets to move on till Sunday. That's tomorrow, day number 2 of our week 2 HCS Open series. What an incredible day we've had today so far. There's been some surprising turns today. Tony was just talking about it, how OpTic is now on the lower bracket. But why don't we talk about what's going to be happening tomorrow? The top 12. That's what's going on tomorrow. Top 12. Let's look at these teams. We got Space Station Gaming and Shopify Rebellion on a rematch here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really great matchup in the winter semifinal. Obviously, a rematch of the grand finals just a few days before. But really, that's that bottom side that has everyone looking at like what happened, right? Cloud9 took down OpTic Gaming in that game 5 situation. They'll be going up against FaZe, and FaZe upsetting Sentinels as well. So 2 teams creating upsets, now having a chance to play for that top 3. I want to go back to something that Tony was saying right before we ended. They talked about that still deciding roster. roster. And you know, still deciding was half of the old Cloud9, and we see half the old Cloud9 on the current Cloud9 moniker team. But I have a theory, and this is, you know, just a theory. Oh yeah, but I think still deciding. I don't think it's about the team. I think the team's been decided. I think Cloud9, the organization, is still deciding on which team is going to represent them, and I think these open series might be a little bit more impactful for these players than they're letting on. I think Cloud9 is going to be deciding which team. Like, they have both those teams under contract, half the players on each of them. Wonder which one, right? Like, which one are you going to take? So far, I mean, I was like, damn, you got to go with that collect team, but this Cloud9 roster keeps performing time and time again.
So what you're saying is still deciding, is sending us a message about what's going on maybe on the back end over there?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
I saw Cloud9 logos on Collect's tag, you know? It's like, hey, why are you repping Cloud9? Like, I love Cloud9. That's a great org. Rep till the day I die, but come on, like, what's going on? Is Cloud9 still deciding about what their roster's going to be? I don't know. You know, just putting it out there. Just putting it out there.
You might be onto something. I think we're going to have to wait a few days. Hopefully they decide soon, because we have our road to London, our London major happening in a month. So they gotta decide so that they get to their practice in with whatever team Cloud9 decides to pick up. Yeah, you might be onto something. I guess we'll see in a few days, huh?
Well, we'll see in a few weeks, or some of the teams that are still deciding about going to Orlando. Guys, get yourself booked. $75 hotels, cheap flights to Orlando. Come show up to the LAN May 17th through the 19th. If you're in the local area, make sure you show up. Go play some fantastic Halo on some PCs, an open bracket PC LAN. Go check it out. !Orlando.
I heard there's some $70 hotels and everything, so pretty affordable to go to Orlando. I used to live in Orlando, and yes, there's so many hotels. It is very affordable to go. Plus, you got Disney right there if you want to go too, which might not be as affordable, but hey, it's fun if you get to go to it.
It's across the street from Universal, which is might be a little bit more affordable than the Mouse. So go check it out. Titans Orlando, May 17th through the 19th. Gonna be a fantastic event. Cannot wait to see everyone out there. All your usual faces you see on casting LVT will be there as well. So come out, come say hi, and come play some great Halo.
There you go, guys. The link is in the chat, so click on there, sign up, and go play. It's gonna be a really, really fun event. And I want to take a moment to also thank everybody who's been hanging out with us today. Thank you so much for subbing, for hanging out with us, everything. The vibes have been great today, and I don't know if you got the activity feed there open, but if you want to shout any subbies, let's see if we got some new ones. Thank you guys for being here with us today, and we got an exciting day tomorrow as well. As a reminder, LVT is a community-funded stream and production. So go ahead and check to see if you got some primes there. Don't let Mr. What's his name again? Mr. Amazon, Amazon
Bezos?
Keep your Mr. Bezos keep those $5.
Yeah, Daddy
use a Bezos money to subscribe, support LVT.
Yeah, I mean, guys, all these subs help us do what we do here today. So anyone that's been subbing, hey, for the first time, we see, how do I say this one? Sleps? Well, it goes a long way, nonetheless. And some biddies from Ruby Hacks as well. Thank you both for helping and supporting the stream. Space Station came in earlier with a bunch of gifted subs. We'll be seeing them tomorrow, second thing in the morning. Make sure that you guys come check it out. We love to see all the support that we be getting, and also tomorrow's special day, because just like we did on Thursday, we'll be having live streams for every single match. So if you want to see one of these matches in the elimination bracket, we'll have an observer in them. OpTic versus Proton, Sentinels and Native, still deciding Bitersweet, Complexity, Reversal, Perfy. Everyone will be on stream at some point, so go check it out. That'll be over on the YouTube, !YouTube, if you want to go subscribe over there. Shout out to everyone that's been watching on the other platform.
There you go check out the YouTube. SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Actually, our first match today is going to be Cloud9 versus FaZe. You guys heard it a little bit earlier. Cloud9 sent OpTic to lower bracket, and now they're going to be facing off against FaZe on the winner's side. Our next match following that tomorrow will be Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Again, this is a rematch. If you guys missed it last week, a few days ago, this is so trippy. A few days ago, it was Shopify Rebellion who beat SSG, one of the best, if not the best team in the open. So this is gonna be a rematch. I feel like Space Station Gaming is gonna have to beat them here on winners semis to you know, on their point of view, put Shopify Rebellion into place. But Shopify Rebellion has been such an incredible team, and they've been growing so well. It's exciting to see. I think this is gonna be my favorite match that I'm gonna be looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like this is a big do-it match for Shopify Rebellion. Like, can you replicate that success that you saw last tournament, right? Third time. Get the job done. See if you can get yourself a little bit further. I will say for some of the other action that's been happening across the HCS universe, I saw someone in chat asking, like, why is this one a weekend tournament? Why are the other ones Thursday? Well, there's a big update coming to the game on Tuesday, right? We saw that with the Halo stream the other day. They're going to be bringing in that big update, so they wanted to get this tournament out before that Thursday side. So we get blessed with another weekend tournament. I prefer the weekends, but you know, I'm kind of excited, right? We get championship tomorrow, right? We get to see the champ Sunday, and then we'll also get to see the European tournament, the Mexico tournament, the ANZ tournament. But then we'll also have an update on Tuesday ready for us to play. Ranks are gonna be reset just in a few more days.
The grind starts again on Tuesday for all of us to get our ranks up, huh? I hope this is a good update. I'm feeling all right about this update. I'm excited about it. We got a new map. We got some gameplay additions or tweaks, I guess. The Psychic getting a little bit of a, I don't want to say nerf, but the fire rate is getting a little bit fixed. It's going lower. Yeah,
they're lowering it, which might fix it. Like the bloom will be easier to use. I'm curious to see how it'll work out.
I saw it might make it even more OP. I don't know. We'll have to see on Tuesday. And the sniper, I'm actually excited about the sniper being that animation being shortened. Yeah, the buff for the sniper. It's gonna be fun. That's on Tuesday, which means that on our week number 3 HCS Open, it's gonna be a bit of a refreshed HCS Open, because we might have that new map, I believe, and then the gameplay fixes. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got a game. We got another tournament day tomorrow. We got the championship Sunday happening tomorrow. We're starting off with, again, Cloud9 versus FaZe at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So be here. Tools, are there any last thoughts before we close it out?
Just fantastic tournament. Remember, there's going to be a stream for every match, so be here. You can watch whatever you need to do on LBT. Either check out the Twitch if you're going to watch the main stream. If not, go look at the YouTube and what we're doing over there. Also, just go subscribe. It helps us out. I think we're really close to hitting some big milestones. Maybe we can try to hit them this month. We're very close to 70,000 on Twitch, right? 70,000 followers. Can we get ourselves a little bit closer tonight? That'd be awesome. So everyone that's been following, subbing, helping out with the channel, we appreciate you. It's been a fantastic tournament.
Incredible milestone. LBT has been growing so fast. I'm so proud of everybody. All right, everybody, that'll be it for us. Thank you so much for spending time with us and enjoying Halo with us. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow for the Halo Championship, the HCS Open Championship Sunday. There you go. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, everybody.